Shattered Hope. The Guatemalan Revolution N. The United States, 1944 to 1954. Piero Gleijeses. Prologue. Witnesses 3. Chapter. The Era of Ubico 3. Chapter 2. The Presidency of Juan José Arevalo 30. Chapter 3. The Death of Francisco Arana 50. Chapter 4. The Election of Jacobo Arbenz 72. Chapter 5. The United States and Arevalo, Arevalo since 85. Chapter 6. The United States and Arevalo, the U.S. Response 117. Chapter 7. The World of Jacobo Arbenz 134. Chapter 8. The Agrarian Reform 149. Chapter 9. The Revolutionary Forces 171. Chapter 10. The Christian Opposition 208. Chapter 1. The International Conspiracy Against Guatemala 223. Vil Degree Contents. Chapter 12. The Caracas Conference 267. Chapter 13. The Agony of the Regime 279. Chapter 14. The Fall of Arbenz 319. Chapter 15. Prologue. Witnesses. It wasn't a great conspiracy, and it wasn't a child's game. We were just a group of young men searching for our destiny, so said Alfredo Guerra Borges one evening in January 18 years ago. He had been a leader of the Communist Party of Guatemala in the early 1950s. Ours was not a formal interview. I was curious about the Guatemalan Revolution, he was eager to relive a past of which he was still proud. He spoke of Jacobo Arbenz, the Red Jacobo. He spoke of himself and of his friends, of what they accomplished, and of what they failed to achieve. He spoke of Moscow and of Alejandro, the Cuban communist who sat in on the councils of the PGT. He spoke of Washington and of Ambassador John Purifoy, whom he had ridiculed in the columns of the PGT's Tribuna Popular. And he spoke, as in wonder, of the fall of Arbenz. The CIA engineered the coup against Arbenz that ended the Guatemalan Revolution, a revolution that had seen the PGT bask in the president's favor while communists were pariahs elsewhere in Latin America, a revolution that had seen the first true agrarian reform of Central America. 500,000 people received the land they desperately needed. Jacobo Arbenz and Juan José Arevalo presided over Guatemala during those 10 years of spring in the land of eternal tyranny. Arevalo, eloquent and charismatic, was a prominent intellectual, Arbenz introverted and, even by CIA accounts, brilliant. Was an unusual young colonel who cared passionately about social reform. The virus of communism had infected both of them, especially Arbenz, or so said American observers. A few months before the coup, the New York Times delivered its indictment. Arbenz was a prisoner of the embrace he so long ago gave the communists. 36 years have passed. It is no longer fashionable to disparage Arevalo. He was, we are told, a Rooseveltian, a Democrat whom Washington had misunderstood. But Arbenz is still controversial. Many believe that he too was misjudged and that the CIA plotted his overthrow because he had expropriated the land of the United Fruit Company. Others disagree. The former General Secretary of the PGT, Arbenz's closest friend, observes dryly, they would have overthrown us even if we had grown no bananas. For since I first spoke with Alfredo Guerra Borges in January 1973, several excellent studies have appeared that examine U.S. policy toward the Guatemalan Revolution, but the contours of the revolution itself, the Guatemalan side of the story, remain hazy. This is the story that I have sought to uncover. My search led me to the Guatemalan and American press of the period, to the Guatemalan transcripts, to presidential libraries, the National Archives of the United States and of Guatemala, and to other public and private libraries. But the mysteries of the revolution remained unsolved. Who killed Francisco Arana, the man who had hoped to be Arevalo's successor? Why did Arbenz import weapons from Czechoslovakia? How close was he to the Communist Party? Why did the army turn against him? Why did he resign? The written record does not answer these questions. Much that transpired was not recorded at the time, and the protagonists have remained silent through the years. Even the loquacious Arevalo, who has written voluminous memoirs, has not written about his own presidency. And so I pursued the survivors in Guatemala, in Mexico, in the United States, in Cuba, in the Dominican Republic, in Nicaragua, in Costa Rica. I began in 1978, and my last interview was in 1990. Some people spoke for 1 hour, others for many hours, in interviews that spanned 12 years. This allowed me to check and cross-check their stories and to probe more deeply as I learned more. Let me give, as an example, the case of Arbenz' widow, Maria. I first tried to interview her in August 1978, when I arrived at her house in San Salvador with a warm letter of introduction from a mutual friend, only to be told, La Safira is away. We don't know when she will be back, I persisted during the following years, as she moved to San Jose, Costa Rica. At last, in February 1982, I was invited to her sister-in-law's house for lunch. Come, I was told. Dona Maria will be here. I arrived with 2 Guatemalan friends who knew her and who had helped arrange the encounter like a perspective. 4. Interview with Fortuny. 5. In the early 1980s several books were published that made good use of newly declassified documents to shed light on U.S. policy toward Guatemala. Immerman, CIA in Guatemala, Schlesinger and Kinzer, Bitterfruit, Cook, Declassified Eisenhower, pages 217 to 92. While these books overshadow everything that had been written previously on the subject, 3 earlier works deserve to be remembered: Jonas and Toby's Guatemala and Blazier, Hovering Giant, for their intelligent analyses, and Wise and Ross, Invisible Government, pages 177 to 96, for its investigative skill. More recent works that rely on this new scholarship include Raby, Eisenhower, and Latin America, pages 42 to 63, and Wood, Dismantling, pages 152 to 90. Witnesses: 5 Bridegroom, surrounded by matchmakers. Dofia Maria did not appear. She couldn't make it, her sister-in-law explained. But, please, stay for lunch. Let's talk. I stayed. We talked through the afternoon and into the evening. As I was leaving, my hostess made a phone call. She then handed me a slip of paper. Call this number tomorrow morning at 9. At 9, I made my call, nervous, half expecting to be told, La Safira is away, but Dofia Maria came to the phone, and that same afternoon I went to her house. It was February 9, 1982. To my knowledge, I am the only person to whom she has granted an interview since the fall of Arbenz. For 3 days she did not allow me to take notes, whereas she taped our conversations for her records. There was not a word about the Communist Party. We were fencing. Gradually, she began to tell me her story. I interviewed her for 3 weeks in 1982, for 10 days in 1984, and more briefly on later occasions when I was in San Jose. Most interviews lasted for 3 or 4 hours. But one, the one during which we discussed the fall of Arbenz, began, as always, at 3:30 in the afternoon and ended well past midnight. By the time I met Dona Maria, I had been working on the book for several years. I could engage her in discussion rather than merely take notes. As the days and weeks passed, Maria's story unfolded. It corroborated what José Manuel Fortuny, the General Secretary of the PGT, had already told me. Of course, memory is treacherous and men lie. Are Maria de Arbenz and Fortuny entirely reliable? No, of course not. Do they have their own agendas? Yes, of course. But there are safeguards. They were interviewed repeatedly, and always separately. Dofia Maria did not see the notes of my interviews with Fortuny, and Fortuny did not see the notes of my interviews with Dona Maria. And yet their testimonies are strikingly similar. Cui bono? Maria de Arbenz and Fortuny have no common agenda. Maria de Arbenz is no longer a communist and lives a quiet bourgeois life in Costa Rica, Fortuny is still a communist and lives in Mexico. They are not friends, they have not seen each other since the death of Jacobo Arbenz in 1971. While it might be in Fortuny's interest to stress Arbenz's communist past degree, it is certainly not in Dafa Maria's interest. Yet their accounts concur both in broad outline and in most details. There are very few points for which I rely exclusively on the testimonies of Maria de Arbenz and Fortuny. Even when addressing Arbenz's motivations for the agrarian reform program, an issue that is not discussed in the written record, the testimonies of Fortuny and Maria de Arbenz were weighed against those of Guerra Borges, Alejandro, Augusto Charnaud MacDonald, and Guillermo Noriega Morales. Maria de Arbenz is a key witness, but so are Guatemala's army officers, for the army held the balance of power in Arbenz's time. Most of the military officers of the period are still in Guatemala, and they are guerrillas. Most had never been interviewed before. They arrived with a prepared script, but, to a man, they departed from it. Colonel Enrique Perinello, the army chief of staff under Arbenz, initially insisted that he had been loyal to the president, but as the interview progressed, he admitted that he had known that the army was going to betray Arbenz and that he had said nothing because the situation had seemed so hopeless. The United States had decided that Arbenz had to go. Colonel Ruben Gonzalez Sigui began by regaling me with the standard army version of the fall of Arbenz. As he droned on, I put down my pen. I had delayed my flight from Guatemala in order to see him. It was September 1982, during Guatemala's dirty war, and I was uneasy, coming as I was from Mexico, where I had interviewed Guatemalan exiles. Look, I told him. What you're telling me makes no sense. I itemized the inconsistencies of this well-rehearsed account. I can leave now, if you want. Or we can talk. I won't quote you without your permission. We talked. With bitter pride, Gonzalez Sigui recollected how Arbenz had stood up to the United States, and how the army had not. There is a man in Guatemala City who has in his desk drawer a gun and a handkerchief stained with blood. When I first went to interview him, before bidding me welcome, he opened the drawer and flourished the gun. I flinched. It was August 1978. Violence was increasing in the capital, and my host was a man of the far right, a fervent supporter of the Movimiento de Liberación Nacional, which had a long history of political assassinations. He wanted to impress upon me that in Guatemala one must live by the gun, that in Guatemala one must kill or be killed. The handkerchief, he explained, was stained with the blood of Carlos Castillo Armas, the man who had overthrown Arbenz and who was himself mysteriously assassinated 3 years later. And so I met Guayo Teresina de la Cerda, an enthusiastic supporter of Castillo Armas and a dedicated foe of Arbenz. Teresina is an idealist who has killed but not stolen, a man who fought for a cause, not for personal gain. I spent many hours with him through the summer of 1978 and again in 1982. It is not only the Guatemalans who have a story to tell. So too do the Americans, from embassy officials who witnessed the unfolding of the revolution to CIA agents who plotted its demise. They were interviewed for this book, several on repeated occasions. They were, for the most part, professional and dispassionate. Richard Bissell, who participated in the CIA plot against Arbenz, spent 6 hours analyzing the weaknesses of the operation. Weaknesses. Witnesses +7, he concluded, that were many and glaring. Ambassador Puravoy's deputy, Bill Krieg, remarked that the communist leaders were very honest, very committed. This was the tragedy: the only people who were committed to hard work were those who were, by definition, our worst enemies. Unlike the Guatemalan participants, most of the Americans had been interviewed by other researchers, but an understanding of the Guatemalan Revolution casts new light on their accounts. My analysis of the Guatemalan side of the story has convinced me that the accuracy and subtlety of U.S. intelligence on Guatemala improved from Truman to Eisenhower, and that in the course of the revolution, the influence of the communists in shaping Guatemalan policy increased, while the influence of the United Fruit Company in shaping American policy decreased. There is no convenient villain of the piece, but rather a complex interplay of imperial hubris, security concerns, and economic interests. It is against this constellation of forces that the story of the Guatemalan Revolution was played out to its tragic end. The record, Guatemalan and American, oral and written, shows that Fortuny was right. They would have overthrown us even if we had grown no bananas. Chapter 1. The Era of Ubico. On January 22, 1932, a peasant revolt erupted in El Salvador. The uprising was quickly suppressed, as the government slaughtered from 10 to 30,000 peasants. The Young Communist Party of El Salvador, which had participated in the revolt, was branded by the Salvadoran authorities as its sole organizer and the source of its every atrocity. Neighboring Guatemala shuddered. Fear spread through its upper class. A similar upheaval could take place at home. But President Jorge Ubico had already acted. On January 29, the Guatemalan government announced that a Bolshevik revolt had been narrowly averted in one of the most efficient and beneficial operations executed in the Americas since the arrival of the conquistadores. The communists, it explained, had gained control of the trade unions and had been agitating in the countryside. Their leader, the carpenter Antonio Abando Sanchez, had been appointed High Commissar and Great Teacher of the Steppes in the Soviet of Guatemala by the Kremlin. And so hundreds were arrested, as the upper class quaked. There was a house, the police disclosed, in which the cook, the chauffeur, a maid, and a gardener had joined the communists. They were ready to betray their masters, raping, murdering, and robbing on the day of the uprising. In another household, a black servant was found carrying the tools needed to break into the bedroom of two of our most beautiful high society girls. In another house, the police confiscated ropes which were going to be used to hang a rich man and his family who lived in the heart of our capital city. The demonic nature of the communist leaders was exposed. Abando Sanchez, it was stated, preaches slaughter first, and then the complete redistribution of private property, including like pieces of furniture or slaves, all the women of the defeated bourgeoisie from age 8 to 30, sentencing those who are older to death by fire. Juan Pablo Wainwright, a young upper-class Honduran who had joined the party a few months earlier, was just as bloodthirsty. His only interest is burning, destroying, breaking, raping, cutting in two, in four, beating and redistributing private property. There had been no plot. The Guatemalan Communist Party was far weaker than its Salvadoran counterpart. In 1932, the communists were thinking not of revolution but of survival, yet the Guatemalan upper class believed the government's propaganda. Then, as now, its acumen was warped by its fear of losing any of its privileges, by its proclivity to brand all suggestions of reform as communist subversion, and by its tendency to believe anything that might confirm its deformed view of reality. The upper class, the press, and the church warmly praised the government's activism and vigor against international communism. They warned, however, that there must be no slackening of the vigilance and the repression needed to prevent further outbursts. They had no reason to fret. Ubico, himself a prominent landowner, crushed both the fledgling labor movement and the tiny Communist Party. Most leading party members fell into the hands of the police and were tortured. Not one begged for mercy, not one repented. Among them was Wainwright, who is remembered for an act of courage unique in the 13 years of Ubico's rule. Cruelly tortured, relates an inveterate anti-communist writer. Wainwright sent a note to General Ubico offering him sensational revelations. Ubico arrived at the penitentiary and entered the gloom of cell number 13. What do you have to tell me? Asked the dictator. T sent for you, replied Wainwright, to tell you that you are a miserable murderer and an animal. He spat in Ubico's face. The dictator whipped him. Merci. Several communists were executed a few days later. The party had been destroyed. It was the second year of the era of Ubico. Lacking gold, sugar, and spices, Guatemala had been an impoverished and neglected colony throughout the 3 centuries of Spanish rule. Even after independence it remained an impoverished backwater. Coffee was to change this. In the last decades of the 19th century, The rising demand for coffee wrenched Guatemala into the world economy. Great coffee estates were created, and, to bring the coffee to the sea, railroads were built. Agrarian reforms that dispossessed the Indians of their land and labor codes that legalized forced labor ensured that the Indian would supply the workforce degree registered while the Indian tilled the land, the foreigner built the railroad. By 1912, the American-owned International Railways of Central America controlled Guatemala's railroads. Over the next 2 decades, the United Fruit Company acquired immense tracts of state land, offering in return paltry sums of money and perfunctory thanks. The state looked on, untroubled by the mergers and the acquisitions that tightened foreign control of the economy. In 1920, Guatemala entered a period of limited political democracy. The Congress and the press were relatively free. Repression remained, but less than in the past, at least in the cities. The urban population demanded economic concessions and dared to stage strikes. Often the police intervened and arrested people, but wages did increase and several labor unions were legalized. Degree in 1922, 13 Ladino artisans and a Salvadoran law student created the Communist Party of Guatemala. It was illegal, persecuted, and penniless. But due to the skill of its leaders, the party acquired influence in the labor movement out of proportion to its meager numbers. It had, however, no contacts in the rural areas. There, no unions were allowed, and democracy meant herding the Indians to the polls on election day. With the crash of 1929, the coffee market collapsed, the Guatemalan economy went bankrupt, and unemployment spread through the land. There is a great deal of unrest among the working classes, reported the U.S. Embassy in April 1930. Fearing the gathering of red storm clouds. The Guatemalan elite knew that the times demanded a strong leader. That man was Jorge Ubico. As a governor, he had gained a reputation for efficiency and cruelty. The U.S. Embassy gave him its hearty endorsement. In February 1931, he triumphed in a presidential election in which he was the sole candidate. During his 13-year dictatorship, Ubico built a number of roads using largely unpaid Indian labor provided in lieu of a road tax. This age-old practice he enforced with particular vigor. He also erected several public buildings. Again, much of the labor was unpaid, supplied by convicts whose ranks were swelled by periodic police raids on Saturday evenings in poor sections of the capital and other towns to arrest drunken laborers and others who might have become drunk had they had the time. This, too, was an old practice, which had fallen into disuse during the more permissive 20s. By 1934, Ubico had balanced the national budget by slashing government expenditures. He had also reduced graft, which had been rampant in the 20s. For many members of the Guatemalan middle class, this austerity meant dismissal from the bureaucracy. For others, Ubico's rule meant a sharp reduction in salaries and pensions. Blue-collar workers fared worse. When the workers of Novella and Company, the largest cement factory of Central America, went on strike in March 1931 to protest a wage cut, the newly inaugurated Ubico ordered the arrest of the ringleaders. Copyright then came the great wave of repression that accompanied the discovery of the 1932 Communist plot. The urban labor movement was destroyed. Thereafter, notes a labor lawyer, began the long night of Guatemalan labor. The words trade union, strike, labor rights, petitions were proscribed, and those who dared use them were automatically branded as communists. Degree. Ubico watched carefully that no naive soul spoiled the Guatemalan workers. He intervened in 1942, when the U.S. Army sought to pay its laborers more than the prevailing wage of 25 cents per day. Registered wages failed to increase even when the Second World War brought sharp inflation to Guatemala. His rule did, however, bring the workers one improvement. Disgusted by the subversive connotation of the word, Ubico decreed that there would no longer be obreros in Guatemala, they all became empleados. Degree. However important politically, cities and towns were only specks in the immense finca that was Guatemala. In 1940, about 90% of the approximately 2.25 million Guatemalans lived in communities of fewer than 10,000 inhabitants. Two-thirds of these Guatemalans were Indians, the descendants of the vanquished Maya. Above the Indians were the Ladinos, an ambiguous category that encompassed all those who were not officially classed as Indians, blacks, or Chinese. It ranged from upper-class whites who boasted of their European lineage to landless Indians who had renounced the culture of their people. Rare was the Ladino, whatever his status, who felt no contempt for the Indian. Contempt and fear. One day the Indians might rise in blind, destructive fury. No one could divine what lurked behind their subservient smiles, their tame demeanor, their silence. The aboriginal race was cowardly, sad, fanatical, and cruel. Closer to beast than to man, lamented a young Guatemalan intellectual in 1927. For the Indians there is only one law, the lash. On this beast rested the prosperity of Guatemala. The Indian, the U.S. Embassy noted, illiterate, unshod, diseased, is the Guatemalan laborer 23. Until 1934, he was bound to his master by debt peonage. After 1934, he was bound to the state by Yubico's vagrancy laws. All those Indians who owned no land or less than a prescribed amount were ordered to hire themselves out to landowners for at least 100 days a year. Theoretically, the Indians could choose their employers and negotiate their contracts according to the laws of supply and demand. But in a world ruled by the master's violence, these laws hardly applied. When there was any trouble, the landowners banded together. Thus, in the department of Quetzaltenango, they joined forces to create a trust, which would maintain a wage level of 15 centavos per day. Penalties were agreed upon for anyone who broke this rule. 5 only exceptionally were such steps necessary. The Indian laborers could not read the contracts to which they apposed their thumbs, they could not verify whether the written words matched the patron's oral promises. Moreover, all Indian men between 18 and 60 years of age had to prove that they had hired themselves out for the prescribed number of days. To this end, they were required to carry cards on which their employers noted the days they had worked, and it was the common occurrence that the patron would keep a laborer on simply by refusing to sign the books sent if a dispute arose. The authorities sided with the landowners. But disputes were usually settled within the closed world of the fincas. Whips and stocks were a standard part of the landowners' equipment. Yubico, sympathetic to the landowners' concerns, legalized murder. Decree 1816 of April 1932 exempted landowners from the consequences of any action taken to protect their goods and lands. From this to the cold-blooded murder of a stubborn Indian was a moot step. Yet, one wonders why this decree was necessary. Civilized Guatemalans had always understood the occasional need to kill an Indian. By replacing debt peonage with the vagrancy laws, Yubico sought to improve Guatemala's image abroad. He also satisfied the requests of many land owners who had argued since the 1920s that debt peonage was ineffective and uneconomic. Registered the vagrancy laws increased the influence of the central government, which was given the responsibility of allocating Indians among competing landowners. This was part of Yubico's effort to shift the locus of power that had generally rested locally and regionally in the hands of the local upper class, and as such it paralleled the 1935 municipal law, which replaced the country's elected mayors with intendants appointed by the central government. Just as the intendant system was not introduced to improve the lot of the lower classes, so the vagrancy laws were not concerned with the welfare of the Indians. This is not to say that Yubico was unpopular with the Indians. The daily oppression they endured, an oppression that seemed as eternal as the land and the sky, came from their immediate masters, the landowners, the local authorities, and their Ladino neighbors. The President of the Republic was a remote figure, nearly as remote as the concept of a country called Guatemala. Yubico, who traveled extensively through the country, may even have appeared as a benevolent figure who came from afar and spoke words that, though stern, lingered as an echo of hope after the great man had departed. These are impressions. No one, save a few foreign anthropologists who eschewed political analysis, attempted to penetrate the world of the Indian. For the Latinos, the Indians were inferior beings, a featureless mass that understood only force. The instruments of control were at hand. This was a militarized society. Every governor of Guatemala's 22 departments was a general. The National Radio and the Department of Roads were staffed by military officers. Officers led convicts and Indians to perform forced labor in the cities and the countryside. Secondary education was placed under military control. School principals were senior army officers, lieutenants and captains were in charge of discipline. Students were required to undergo reserve training. With the militarization of these minor civil officials, the U.S. Naval Attaché explained, President Ubico further extends his military control over the everyday life and every thought and action of the people of Guatemala. Not only did these measures enforce military discipline in the bureaucracy, they also employed some of the 80 generals who infested the Guatemalan army in the early 1940s. Hated by their own officers, Ubico's generals were notorious for their ignorance, incompetence, and cruelty. Their sole qualification was their mindless obedience to Ubico's orders. The Guatemalan Army, noted a 1944 U.S. intelligence report, was a dismal affair. 798 officers and 5,528 enlisted men who were poorly trained and poorly equipped. 34 plus the officers were Latinos. Nearly all the soldiers were Indian conscripts drafted by force. Military service, Ubico explained, was enlightening for the Indians. They arrive rude and brutish, but when they leave they are no longer like donkeys. They have good manners and are better equipped to face life. Life in the barracks was similar, however, to life on the patrones' estates. Despised and paid miserably, they slept on the floor, ate terrible food, donned ragged and dirty uniforms, and were whipped mercilessly at the least infraction. In the words of a Guatemalan officer who served under Ubico and who is not given to sentimentality, their treatment was atrocious. They were, observes another officer, inept, ill-prepared, illiterate and whipped into stupidity. Ubico's notorious parsimony was also evident in the treatment of his officers, at least until they reached the rank of colonel. Their salaries were mediocre, and they endured an oppressive discipline. Their role was to inspire fear on behalf of the dictator, but they, too, lived in a world of fear, where the slightest hint of dissatisfaction could prove fatal. To avoid contamination, officers were not sent to study abroad. They were jailers, forbidden to wander outside the prison walls. The merciless system worked. The officers were automata, ready to obey all orders, refraining from all initiative. We were always scared. The military code was draconian, prescribing the death penalty for virtually every offense. Spies were everywhere. Registered for added security, Ubico relied on an elite unit that served as his presidential guard. The Guardia de Honor received the bulk of the weapons given to Guatemala by the United States during the Second World War, including the only 12 tanks in the country. Its soldiers slept on cots, not on the floor, and were somewhat better dressed and better fed. The officers received higher pay. In return, they were expected to be particularly loyal to Ubico. Special loyalty was also expected from the officers de linea. These were generally lower middle-class Latinos who rose through the ranks. For them, the life of an officer represented both an attractive station and one of the very few avenues of upward mobility in Guatemala. By contrast, the officers de escuela, those who had graduated from the military academy, were generally of middle-class extraction. Had it not been for the economic crisis of the 1930s, many would have attended the university. A military career offered them neither social nor economic advancement, particularly toward the end of the era, when the plethora of generals and colonels stifled the possibility of promotion. However pitiful as a professional military force, the Guatemalan army was more than adequate to control the unarmed populace. Indeed, it was impressive compared to the other ragtag armies of Central America. Moreover, it was supplemented by the police which, drawn almost exclusively from poor Latinos, had the reputation of being one of the most efficient and secretive in Latin America. Registered together, The army and the police formed a formidable barrier to domestic unrest, and they faced no difficult challenges. After the destruction of the 1932 communist plot, Ubico crushed a true conspiracy in 1934. There were no other plots of any significance, and there were no disturbances, until 1944.4. Nor was there much crime, at least not in the usual sense. Common criminals were swiftly and ruthlessly punished. Accounts abound of how safe Guatemala became under Ubico's rule. It was not safe, however, for the victims of the dictator's whims, for subversive Indians, or for poor Ladinos. We had to endure not only the all-encompassing will of the dictator, recalls a former official, but also the numerous little Ubicos who imitated him while doing his bidding, the chief of police, the governors of the departments, the local police chiefs and hundreds more. In the early days of the dictatorship I became aware of murders perpetrated by the rural police. They had to set an example, their chiefs said, in order to escape the man's wrath. 42 communists and criminals were two of Ubico's phobias. The third was intellectuals, for whom he felt an Olympian contempt. His disdain was tinged with mistrust. People who read might fall prey to subversive ideas, that is, to communism. Thus he made sure that no subversive books entered Guatemala, and that no subversive ideas perturbed the Guatemalan youth. We were political illiterates, recalls a student leader. Arrogant and suspicious, Ubico was loath to delegate authority. As a loyal minister stated, his overestimation of himself led him to take care of everything without seeking advice. He had developed, noted the FBI, a clever system of checking up on his ministers. He appointed their enemies as their deputies. In this way they keep a check on each other and report to the president. A U.S. official had seen this side of Ubico as early as 1923. During the hour and a half that I spent with the general, I was impressed with the almost Anglo-Saxon frankness of the man. He is what is known here as the white type, untainted by mixed blood. The accession of General Ubico as president would be, however, the accession of a dictator. He has the suggestion complex, imagining that he is Napoleon, whom he does strongly resemble. This physiological state of mind is immediately apparent when one enters his drawing room. In conspicuous places are busts of Napoleon. Above these statues is a large photograph of General Ubico *. Ubico may have had delusions of grandeur, but his world was narrow. He lacked the statesman's vision. *7 His was the Guatemala of the past, and he was suspicious of all change. He opposed industrial development because factories spawned a proletariat from which the communists would emerge. When Bata, a leading shoe manufacturer, sought to establish itself in Guatemala in the early 1940s, Ubico categorically rejected the proposal. 48 Ubico's bravery was legendary, as was his bravado. I have no friends, but only domesticated enemies. Be careful. I am a tiger, you are monkeys. 49 Considering Guatemala to be his personal domain, Ubico ruled the country as if it were his hamlet. He controlled everything. It is true that there was less theft under Ubico. The only man with the freedom to steal was Ubico himself. A 1944 U.S. intelligence report noted that after taking office, Ubico became the greatest private landowner in Guatemala. Despite his much publicized campaign for honesty in government, he bought many properties at a price fixed by himself. He also made sure that his salary and perquisites were generously increased while he slashed the bureaucrats' salaries, and he graciously accepted, in 1940, a gift of $200,000 from a servile Congress. This spontaneous token of gratitude aroused resentment, but the begrudgers were swiftly silenced. The legation has heard, the U.S. minister reported, that some 90 persons in Guatemala have been put in jail for speaking out of turn regarding this gift. Those who offended the dictator were harshly punished. The secret police has earned for itself the odious title of the Guatemalan Gestapo, a U.S. official noted. 5. The spy network was organized wisely and carefully. There were informers in all social classes. The servant was a spy, and so was his master. The lady was a spy, and so was the whore. The priest was a spy, and so was the teacher? As a result, recalls the son of a senior official, in my friends' homes and even in my home in the streets, everyone spoke in hushed tones. Suspicion was rife. The immense majority of the elite submitted to the dictator's will, participated in his personality cult, and turned against those whom he branded as his enemies even when they were friends or relatives. In return, they were allowed to live the lives of petty feudal lords. Cold and contemptuous toward the Guatemalan upper class, Ubico was gentle with the United States. To be sure, the men he admired were not Roosevelt and Cordell Hull, but Franco and Mussolini. Admiration, however, did not stand in the way of common sense. The Caribbean belonged to the United States. Moreover, Ubico saw the Americans as a valuable shield against Mexico, a neighbor that in the 19th century had annexed vast regions claimed by Guatemala and had become, or so Ubico and his class believed, a breeding ground for communist infection. The United States, by contrast, was relatively healthy, even though Ubico at times doubted Roosevelt's steadfastness. He was worried, he told a U.S. diplomat in 1941, about communistic activities and so many strikes in the United States. The American Communist Party may have been small, but the smallest rat left unmolested in a mansion would in time do considerable boring. Whether in Guatemala or the United States, he stressed, the communists should be given a dose of lead, not freedom of speech. Degree only about communism did Ubico dare to offer advice to the United States. Otherwise, his attitude was that of the obsequious pupil. He diligently courted American officials, diplomats, and businessmen, exhibited preference for Yankee investors, and showed considerable imagination in discovering ways to demonstrate his support. For example, he appointed a U.S. officer as director of the Escuela Politecnica, an unprecedented gesture. Except for a few months in 1943, U.S. officers occupied that prestigious post throughout Ubico's 13 years. Other U.S. officers were among the Academy's professors. Degree 8 After hostilities broke out in Europe, Ubico asserted that Guatemala was with the United States in any needed capacity all of the way. Degree He declared war on Japan on December 8, one day after Pearl Harbor, on Italy and Germany on December 11, the day they declared war on the United States. General Ubico, the U.S. military attaché, reported, has always been quick to follow the lead of the United States in the war measures dictated by that country. He has given many unheard of concessions to the U.S. Army. American troops were stationed in Guatemala, and Ubico cooperated in the maintenance of harmonious relations with United States military personnel. Copyright. At Washington's behest, Ubico moved against the German community in Guatemala. 5,000 to 6,000 individuals, mainly Guatemalans of German origin. This small but economically influential group had supported the dictator loyally, and there is no indication that he considered them a threat to his rule. The Americans wanted action, and he complied. Following Guatemala's declaration of war on Germany, Ubico allowed the FBI to deport several hundred German citizens and Guatemalans of German origin to the United States. Others faced discriminatory measures that culminated, in June 1944, in the expropriation of all the coffee estates belonging to the German community. Degree. In the late 1930s, occasional articles in the U.S. press had castigated Ubico as sympathetic to the Axis powers. His behavior during the war allayed such fears. As a result, between 1940 and mid-1944, the American press displayed warm appreciation for Jorge Ubico, an exotic strongman who built roads, maintained stability, and exhibited a touching admiration for the United States and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Ubico, John Gunther told his many readers, is the biggest man in Central America. Given local conditions, he has done a lot. Relations between the United States and Guatemala are in every way excellent, better than they have ever been before. Registered. Ubico's treatment of American companies was exemplary. Not only did he respect their immense privileges, but he was forthcoming in the one case in which, for a less supple man, confrontation would have been inevitable. The matter involved a 1930 contract with the United Fruit Company, in return for a grant of 200,000 hectares at Tequisite on the Pacific coast, The company pledged to build a Pacific port within 7 years registered for the landed elite. This had one significant benefit: cheaper transportation costs. The coffee grown on the western Piedmont would no longer have to be carried by rail all the way to Puerto Barrios on the Atlantic, an economic absurdity from which the international railways of Central America extracted a hefty profit. Had UFCO honored the agreement, IRCA's losses would have been substantial. But the two American companies reached a friendly understanding, which was formalized in a September 1936 contract. UFCO, which already owned 17% of IRCA's stock, bought additional shares, bringing its total participation to 42.68%. It also pledged not to build a port on the Pacific. Thus the bananas from Tequizit would have to be transported, like the coffee, all the way to Puerto Barrios, but IRCA would charge UFCO less than half its usual freight rate. It was a deal that promised to benefit both companies' trademark. Without Ubico's gentle forbearance, the agreement would not have been possible. In March 1936, Guatemala had freed UFCO of its obligation to build the port because of the prevailing economic crisis. UFCO paid $50,000 and retained the land it had received for agreeing to build the port. The negotiations, UFCO's local manager told the American charge, had been carried on most amicably. Had not been subjected to any particular pressure degree. Once again, as so often in its empire building in the Caribbean basin, UFCO reaped the benefits of dictatorial rule. Whereas the 1930 contract had been preceded by long and acrimonious debates in the Guatemalan Congress and the press, the 1936 agreement was approved swiftly and without debate. There is no indication that U.S. officials intervened to help the company. Nor was such help requested by UFCO. Having just re-elected himself in violation of the Constitution, Ubico was particularly eager for American goodwill. He was also aware that in the early 1920s the State Department had applied massive pressure when the Guatemalan government had failed to satisfy the demands of American companies' copyright. Moreover, UFCO and IRCA were powerful enough in their own right to elicit sympathetic treatment. During his presidency, Ubico proved himself worthy of the Americans' favor, and the United States was not ungrateful. U.S. officials had welcomed Ubico's accession to the presidency in 1931, praising him in extravagant terms as the man who could best maintain pro-American stability in Guatemala during the world recession. Registered their approval was steadfast until the last months of the dictator's rule. Even useful dictators can become expendable. Throughout Latin America, the Depression had spawned strongmen. By the mid-1940s the economic crisis had waned, and the Allied victory over Hitler was spreading anti-dictatorial feelings among even the upper class. In the Caribbean arc, through the mid-1940s, dictators faltered and fell. Anastasio Somoza's control of Nicaragua was seriously threatened. Rafael Trujillo experienced difficulties in the Dominican Republic. In Cuba, Fulgencio Batista accepted defeat at the polls, while Isaías Medina Angarita was toppled in Venezuela. At the University of San Carlos, Guatemala's only center of higher education, some students began to shake off the torpor that had become the country. The creation of the Law Students Association in October 1942 and of a Federation of University Students 13 months later were tentative steps along a narrow path. The students appeared to eschew political issues and to seek only minimal academic freedom, but below the surface, tensions were rising. U.S. officials reported that Ubico's decision to continue for a third term created considerable public tension and latent opposition. Registered Ubico's police chief pointed to the Atlantic Charter as the cause of political unrest. He advised that the people read Allied propaganda posters about the four freedoms, and their ensuing thoughts on the matter led them to feel discontented under the present Guatemalan government. In fact, the middle class hated Ubico, and even the upper class was turning against him. It no longer needed the arrogant strongman. Ubico's departure was preceded by that of his Salvadoran colleague, General Maximiliano Hernández Martínez. After crushing a military revolt in April 1944, Martínez faced a mounting wave of urban strikes. Students and blue-collar workers led the unrest. The army wavered, and the U.S. Embassy, seeking an orderly transition, urged the beleaguered dictator to leave. On May 11, Martinez sought refuge in Guatemala. The fall of a neighboring dictator unnerved Ubico and inspired his restive subjects. Guatemala's university students were the first to react. Until late June their demands were confined to academic issues, but their assertiveness itself was a political challenge. The authorities responded with surprising irresolution, combining hesitant concessions with light punishments. A few students were detained briefly, and others lost their jobs as school teachers. The overall impression was one of weakness. The students were emboldened, and the grip of fear over the population began to loosen. In mid-June the ferment spread to the capital's teachers. The preparations for Teachers' Day provided the spark. As in every year, the teachers' martyrdom had begun. Without regard for age or sex, they had to assemble every afternoon at the Instituto Nacional Central de Varones. There they practiced marching for 2 hours without a break. Led by army officers, they would have to parade on Teachers' Day in perfect order, carrying heavy flags under the blazing Sunday. In growing numbers, the teachers boycotted the exercises. Soon other professionals, especially young lawyers, began to express their support for the students and to present demands of their own. But no one dared, as yet, to call for the dictator's resignation. Ubico responded on June 22 by suspending constitutional guarantees. While no such guarantees had existed during his rule, their formal suspension indicated that a showdown was imminent. In the words of a student leader, everyone held their breath that day and the next. Beneath the anxiety, a new spirit was rising, nurtured by the bravery of the students and the wholehearted support of the teachers. On Saturday, June 24, 2 brave souls brought a petition signed by 311 prominent Guatemalans to the presidential palace. In a respectful but firm tone, the document called for the re-establishment of constitutional guarantees. It was an act of audacity that Ubico viewed as painful betrayal. That same day, for the first time in the Ubico era, crowds gathered in the capital to demonstrate against the government. Also for the first time, voices were heard, a few at first, then a swelling chorus demanding the dictator's resignation. The poor joined the students, teachers, and other professionals in the streets. The first organized demonstration of the day, reported U.S. Ambassador Boaz Long, took place around noon when students marched quietly through the streets, cheering the United States and President Roosevelt as they passed the American Consulate General and the office occupied by the military and naval attaches. Throughout the day there was little violence. During the night, the police sent thugs to loot and riot in some areas of the capital. Several people were killed. The authorities blamed the demonstrators. By the next morning, Sunday, June 25, tension throughout the city had mounted with almost incredible rapidity. Long observed. Large crowds gathered. The police and the army intervened, wounding many. To any person who has been familiar with the 13 years of iron-bound discipline maintained by the Ubico administration, noted Long, it was difficult to believe that an incident at first confined to a small group comprised of university students should so swiftly have spread as to involve the entire city in a serious situation marked by public disorder and general civic disobedience. Registered in the afternoon, a 31-year-old schoolteacher, Marfa Chinchilla, was killed by a soldier. On Monday, June 26, all stores and business houses, gasoline stations, and newspaper offices closed. Guatemala City was challenging Ubico. The confrontation would be brief and bloodless. For the next few days the police and the army were the unchallenged masters of the streets of the capital, but most offices and shops remained closed. Then, on June 30, the news spread, Ubico, it was said, had resigned. And resign he did, on July 1. He abandoned a struggle he had not yet lost and might eventually have won. The capital was defiant, but the rest of the country was quiet, and the army had shown no sign of rebellion. Nor had the Americans asked Ubico to step down. They did not, however, intervened to prop him up. Throughout June they were non-committal. The State Department had told the embassy to limit its good offices, which had been requested by Yubico, exclusively to the transmission of messages between the contending factions. U.S. officials were beginning to see the dictator as an anachronism, they considered his handling of the crisis ineffectual, and they were confident that should Yubico be replaced, his successors would be friendly to Washington. American aloofness struck Yubico as a sharp rebuff, but it brought little comfort to his foes. A leader of the opposition contrasted the attitude of Ambassador Long to that of the Mexican ambassador after meeting them both in late June. Long was tight-lipped, he neither said nor did anything that could give us the least comfort. But the Mexican ambassador emphatically expressed his sympathy and that of his government for the Guatemalan people and the triumph of democracy in our country. 8° Mexican sympathy was welcome, but it was the attitude of the United States that could be decisive. Washington had not turned against the dictator. The army was still loyal. Yubico had a good chance to ride out the storm. Why then did he step down? Was he convinced that his position had become hopeless? Was he moved by bitter disappointment, having swallowed his sycophant's assurances that the people loved him? Yubico, reported Long on the morning of June 30, was deeply disillusioned and hurt with the realization that the majority of the country was against him. He was particularly embittered, Long added, by the petitions for his resignation submitted over the preceding days by a long list of prominent Guatemalans, including many whom he had considered absolutely loyal. Perhaps Yubico's decision was also influenced by his poor health, or even by the hope that soon he would be begged to return by a repentant people. No definitive answer has been offered by friend, foe, or even by Yubico himself. He left the presidential palace on the morning of July 1 with neither words nor overt emotion. He did not seek the safety of an embassy but went to his private residence in the capital, hardly the behavior of a cowed tyrant. What is certain, however, is that he selected his successor in a most bizarre fashion. After signing his resignation decree on the morning of July 1, he ordered an aide, General Rodrigo Anzueto, to choose 3 generals to take over the presidency. Anzueto decided to select men he thought he would be able to control. Stepping out of the president's office, he performed his task. To their great surprise, 3 undistinguished generals, Federico Ponce Vades, Eduardo Villagrana-Riza, and Buenaventura Pineda, learned that henceforth they would constitute a 3-man military junta and take the place of Yubico. When another general started to ask Yubico to stay, the dictator cut him short. "Shut up," he exclaimed. And he left. The first act of the new rulers, recalls the war minister, was to get drunk registered. On July 4, the most ambitious member of the junta, General Ponce, easily convinced a timorous Congress to elect him provisional president. A Thompson submachine gun is a very good persuader, the U.S. military attaché observed dryly. Ponce was effusive. "I never dreamt, I never imagined, that one day I would be entrusted with the weighty responsibility which you now offer to me," he told the congressman in his inaugural speech a few hours later. Registered in the weeks that followed, Ponce permitted the formation of political parties and trade unions and promised to hold free elections. Once again, students and teachers led the struggle. "The students," wrote Ambassador Long in August, "have injected themselves into all sorts of situations, labor, political, personal, congressional, ever since they succeeded in starting a movement which culminated in the resignation of President Yubico. The country's 2 strongest opposition parties were the Frente Popular Libertador, whose leaders were university students, and Renovación Nacional, led by school teachers. Their candidate, university professor Juan José Arevalo, emerged as the leading contender for the presidency. It became evident, however, that should elections indeed take place, they would be free only for those who were willing to choose General Ponce as Guatemala's next president. Emboldened by their victory over the formidable Yubico, the inhabitants of the capital responded with mounting unrest. Ferment spread to many provincial towns, but the countryside remained quiet. Hoping to quell the opposition, Ponce exploited the Ladinos' fear of an Indian revolt. Beginning in late August, Truckloads of Indians were carted to the capital to march in support of him. They were then shipped back to their villages, pawns in a struggle among Ladinos. The tactic culminated on Independence Day, September 15, with a parade of 2,000 imported Indians marching through Guatemala City swinging clubs and machetes and shouting slogans in honor of my President. Ponce registered. The government press praised the magnificent parade, the sincerity of the peasantry, and castigated those power-hungry politicians who have contempt for the Indian. Registered degree. The opposition offered a different assessment: sadness. This is the only possible response to the pathetic parade of September 15. What a sad spectacle. Would have only a typewriter and 2 chairs, no subordinates, not even a secretary. I felt humiliated. Yubico had dealt me a blow that was as unexpected as it was undeserved. I was a doctor of philosophy of education, I had studied abroad for 6 years, and I had been deemed unworthy to be the Undersecretary of Education. 2 years later, in 1936, Arevalo returned to Argentina to escape dictatorship, his admirers have claimed. To seek a better job, retort his critics, noting that while in Argentina he never once spoke out against the dictator. Degree. Probably both the desire for a better job and aversion to Yubico's rule motivated Arevalo. Back in Guatemala after the fall of Yubico, he was categorical: I left because I refused to submit to dictatorship. On July 2, 1944, in Guatemala City, 8 friends, 5 of whom were teachers, assembled at the house of Mario Efren Najera Farfan. Yubico had stepped down the previous day. It was time, they argued, to create a political party, a party that should immediately select a presidential candidate in a bid to capture the people's attention. We all agreed that our candidate had to be a new man, recalls Najera Farfan. Such a man was his friend Arevalo, who was a distinguished professor at the University of Tucumán, Juan José Orozco asserted. Most of those present knew Arevalo personally, and some had been his colleagues when he had been a schoolteacher. A few were familiar with his books, well written, elegant and instructive, registered. By the time the meeting adjourned, the 8 had formed Renovación Nacional, the teachers' party, and they had a candidate, Juan José Arevalo. On July 3, they sent Arevalo a telegram announcing their momentous decision and urging him to return at once. Arevalo accepted. In a matter of days, in a phenomenon unprecedented in Guatemala, the suggestion of one man became the cry of many. Arevalo's candidacy was endorsed by the Frente Popular Libertador in early August. By September 3, when he returned to Guatemala, Arevalo's name had become a household word in the capital, spread through the front pages of the opposition press and invoked at political rallies. He, who had fought neither in word nor in deed against Yubico, was suddenly the leader of a movement in search of a soul. He was the symbol of the new Guatemala. In 1944, recalls a witness, there were many who remembered Arevalo as an honorable man who had not been tainted by Ubiquismo. Registered. Those who had forgotten Arevalo and those who had never heard of him suddenly felt that they had long known and admired the man. Arevalo, the FPL's newspaper, El Libertador, announced on August 4, was a man without blemish, with the experience, the talent, the strength of character, and the idealism that our people need. While we Guatemalans were unaware of the virtues of Dr. Juan José Arevalo, several sophisticated nations, including Argentina, have benefited from the intellectual achievements of our compatriot and have honored him. Degree. Little if anything was known of his political views. Indeed, notes a judicious observer, Arevalo had been away long enough to have become personally anonymous, an immeasurable help in his candidacy, since he could be all things to all people. Degree. The fact that he was a professor fired the enthusiasm of students and teachers, the 2 groups that had led the struggle against Yubico and were now in the forefront of the opposition to Ponce. In Argentina, Arevalo is thought of as the new Sarmiento of the Americas, proclaimed an enthusiastic teacher. Being a philosopher, Dr. Arevalo understands the deepest yearnings of the human soul, explained E/Libertador with similar hyperbole a month before the philosopher had returned to Guatemala. Arévalo's relative youth was also to his advantage. At that time the word youth was a political catchword which held out the promise of something new and bypassed the discussion of social and economic problems. The fact that Arévalo was white and that his place of self-imposed exile had been Argentina, a white country ruled by conservatives, was reassuring to the Guatemalan landed elite. His books, which very few Guatemalans had read, had esoteric titles that bespoke of spiritual concerns, not socio-economic issues, and this too comforted the upper class. The crowds that welcomed Arévalo when he arrived in Guatemala were not disappointed. Arévalo won the elections the moment he stepped off the plane, recalls an eyewitness. Even his critics acknowledge his charisma. One noted his powerful physique, his eloquence, his exuberance, and his acute intelligence. Another remarked, if nothing else, Arévalo looked every inch the president. 6 feet tall, and weighing nearly 200 pounds, Arévalo furnished the young revolutionaries with a leader they could look up to, both literally and figuratively. The candidate stumped the country, a U.S. Embassy official recalled, spellbinding the common people with his impressive physical appearance and excellent oratory. His oratory, however, was as elusive as it was stirring. He mentioned the economy, but stressed the primacy of spiritual matters. He suggested the need for social reforms but emphasized his opposition to the naive redistribution of property. The old class hatreds have been overcome, he asserted, and spouting about materialism has been unmasked as the new propaganda tool of totalitarianism. 2 registered Sybil line statements reinforced the spiritual side of his message. In Guatemala there are no longer conservatives, even though there is an aristocracy. Aristocracy is not a political category. It is an aesthetic category, he proclaimed on one occasion, stating on another, the primary problems of Guatemala are spiritual problems. This is my theory, which is a little revolutionary and clashes with the materialist theories. As the December presidential elections drew near, several candidates withdrew in favor of Arévalo. The strongest of the remaining contenders was Adrian Recinos. A scholarly man who had long been Ubico's ambassador to the United States, Recinos was intelligent but uncharismatic. He enjoyed the support of a group of upper-class friends, but not of the upper class as a whole. And he was tainted by his long collaboration with Ubico. He was, in short, no match for Arévalo, who won the presidency with 85% of the votes cast by literate men. Arévalo's triumph represented the victory of the revolution, that is, no one's victory in particular. Time alone would reveal who Arévalo truly was and what the Guatemalan Revolution would mean. On March 15, 1945, Arévalo assumed the presidency of Guatemala. The country presented a desolate spectacle. Despite Ubico's roads, internal transportation was woefully inadequate. Illiteracy was over 70%. Although the republic's agricultural potential was impressive in soils and climate, noted the World Bank, few countries are better equipped for agricultural development. Agriculture was stifled by the pattern of land ownership. 2% of landowners owned 72% of agricultural land, less than 1% of the land was cultivated, while half of those who owned land were crowded onto parcels too small to sustain a family. Those who owned large estates directed them lackadaisically from afar, with the prevailing viewpoint that as long as the farm produces enough to provide a good financial return for the owner, nothing more need be done. Those who labored on these estates were trapped in the same cruel logic that had been noted in a U.S. report of 1925, while everyone desires to increase the productive power of Indian labor, no one will make this possible by the obvious method of bettering the Indian's social and physical condition. And this is due to a curious mental deduction. If the Indian's physical condition is improved, he will produce more, but he will demand more for his services, and then the essential element to national life, cheapness of labor, will be lost. The impact of this archaic culture on Guatemala's agricultural output is obvious: low productivity. While agriculture engaged at least 75% of the labor force, industry was virtually non-existent. According to the country's first industrial census of December 1946, there were 776 industrial establishments with 5 or more persons, for a total labor force of 23,914.35. The leading products were beverages, foodstuffs, and textiles. Poor management and inadequate technology characterized Guatemalan industry. Labor was cheap, plentiful, and inefficient. The Guatemalan worker is greatly handicapped, the World Bank pointed out in 1951. His general level of health is poor. Malaria and intestinal disorders reduce his capacity and ambition. His nutrition often is not such as to permit him to do intensive work for long hours. Although inherently able to learn special skills, the local worker frequently lacks even a good elementary education. Without this background, his vocational training is made more difficult. Degree As the World Bank stated, in Guatemala sound economic development required a marked improvement in the standard of living of the populace. This was the challenge Arevalo faced. In this daunting task, he enjoyed two economic advantages. Ubico had paid the country's external debt *, and the international price of coffee would continue to rise through his presidency. Arevalo's 6-year term was marked by the unprecedented existence of a multi-party system, the development of urban trade unions, and the enfranchisement of a large sector of the population. Yet democratization had severe limits. Illiterate women could not vote, and the vote of illiterate men had to be public. The Communist Party was still proscribed, and several communists and labor activists were deported. Trade unionism in the countryside was drastically restricted, first legally, later de facto. In the cities, unionization was accompanied by labor laws that brought significant benefits to the lower and middle classes. But these laws, or their implementation, did not extend to the countryside, home to 80% of the Guatemalan people. There, the government's failure to launch, or even to plan, an agrarian reform program overshadowed its timid efforts to improve the peasants' plight. The failures and the achievements of the Arevalo presidency were embellished by an extraordinary flowering of rhetoric. From the very day he returned to Guatemala as a presidential candidate, Arevalo boasted that he had a unique message for his countrymen: spiritual socialism, or, more prosaically, Arevalismo. Arevalismo, he explained, is the only political movement which has its own philosophy. We do not have simply a government program for the next 3 or 4 presidential terms, we have our own social and political theory. We have called it spiritual socialism, and it represents a true innovation for our America, which until now has been grappling with only conservatism, liberalism, and Marxism. Registered. Perhaps Arevalo believed that he had forged a new political doctrine. Modesty was not one of his virtues. He had the physique of a very big man, a former diplomat recalled, and his opinion of himself was also very big. With the passing of time, the president's ill-starred theories became the butt of jokes of varying acrimony. As he blanketed the country with his flowery dissertations, I was constantly trying to find out what the substance of spiritual socialism was, but I never succeeded, remarked a diplomat. More charitably, a sympathetic scholar concluded that the weakness of the doctrine of Arevalismo may well lie in its having been overly spiritual and too little eco. 37 The outstanding balance of a few $100,000 was paid by the Arevalo and Arbenz administrations. 38 Arevalo, Escritos Políticos, p. 162. 39 Interview with Steins. The presidency of Arevalo, 39 Nomic 4 degree. This may have been true of the government's efforts in the countryside, but the reforms in favor of the urban middle and lower classes showed a clear grasp of the importance of economics. The striking contradiction between Arevalo's urban and rural policies did not arise from the confused nature of spiritual socialism, its causes were concrete. In comparison to his predecessors, the president was exceptionally sympathetic to the rural masses. Yet, except geographically, the largely Indian world of the peasantry was far removed from that of Arevalo and the other middle-class leaders who formed the new political elite. This distance muted the echo of the peasants' suffering. Among the government forces, only the trade unions showed an active desire for real change in the countryside, but their influence was limited, and their immediate interest was in the cities. The only powerful pressure group with direct interests in the countryside was the upper class, and it opposed all change. Rather than a political theorist, Arevalo was a populist leader, personally honest, and without a comprehensive socio-economic program for his country. He was a master, however, of politics, that is, he possessed an uncanny ability to manipulate men, including his own key supporters, the leaders of the revolutionary parties *. These parties, which enjoyed a massive majority in Congress throughout Arevalo's term, were the Frente Popular Libertador, Renovación Nacional, and the Partido Acción en Revolucionaria. Created in November 1945 by the merger of the FPL and RN, the PAR survived the split of the FPL and RN 18 months later. In terms of age and social extraction, the leadership of the three parties was similar: middle-class urban youth, particularly those university students and teachers who had distinguished themselves in 1944. The splintering of the PAR was due to personal ambitions, political differences, and the influence of President Arevalo. Arevalo, noted a prominent administration figure, preferred to manipulate competing parties rather than to confront only one *. Until 1949, when it was crippled by internal strife, the FPL was the largest of the revolutionary parties. Increasingly resistant to social reform, it competed with the more centrist RN for Arevalo's affection. To the left of both stood the PAR, which was more sympathetic to organized labor, locked in a bitter feud with the FPL, and ever more distant from Arevalo. Within each party, rival factions clashed over the scope and speed of social reforms and over the division of the spoils of political power. Corruption was rampant, and graft became the order of the day at high levels. While most, if not all, officials of the present government came into power as poor men, a U.S. official wrote in 1949, few of them remain so today. The story of Mario Mendez Montenegro is a case in point. As a student leader in 1944, he had displayed bravery and charisma. He became, under Arevalo, one of the leaders of the FPL, but when he served as mayor of Guatemala City, he demanded bribes from those who sought to do business with the city government. Among and above the squabbling factions, Arevalo adroitly mediated, using his well-honed political skills, his great personal charm, and his largesse with political leaders. 4° True, as time went on, he lost some of his prestige. But from the pack of revolutionary politicians, no civilian emerged who could challenge the president. Like Arevalo, most of these politicians lacked a comprehensive program for the country. They had grown up in Ubicos, Guatemala, that is, in an intellectual desert. After 1944, much of their energy went to personal aggrandizement. There were exceptions, but they were few. Arevalo and the revolutionary parties were urged forward by a combative labor movement regrouped in two rival confederations, the Federación Sindical de Guatemala and the Confederación de Trabajadores de Guatemala. By early 1950, the FSG and the CTG claimed approximately 90,000 members. While many of their unions existed on paper only, the number of effectively organized workers still ran into several tens of thousands. Most were blue and white-collar urban workers. Copyright the presidency of Arevalo. 41 important differences separated the leaders of the FSG and the CTG. As U.S. scholars have observed, the leaders of the CTG were more honest and more committed to the workers' interests, but also more open to communist influences. The following comparison is representative. Arturo Morales Cubas, the FSG's Secretary General from its inception until January 1948, was considered moderate in his views. He might in time have furnished wider leadership to the labor movement had not his reputation and position been undercut by opportunism and corruption. He was unfortunately a union leader who used his position to pilfer union funds. By contrast, Victor Manuel Gutierrez, who became Secretary General of the CTG in October 1946, was *, known as the Franciscan. Because of his strict personal habits and devotion to work, he had a sense of the times and an urgent message for the laboring class. Gutierrez and the leaders of the CTG were the only ones who had a sure path to follow, a firm sense of direction. The FSG leaders, on the other hand, never appeared to exercise a firm and well-formulated approach either to their internal affairs or to the national problems. They were always the reluctant followers unable to seize the initiative. Their differences notwithstanding, the FSG and the CTG repeatedly joined together to press their demands on an often reluctant government. Using their leverage as the only group that could provide active support as well as votes to the various revolutionary parties, they achieved significant victories. The most important was the Labor Code promulgated on May 1, 1947. In a more advanced country, the code would have been a moderate document. In Guatemala, it was radical. It affirmed the right to unionize. It afforded protection from unfair dismissals and guaranteed the right to strike within a conciliation mechanism. The code also stipulated a 48-hour week, regulated the employment of women and adolescents, and established basic standards of health and safety in the workplace. The Labor Code was followed, in January 1948, by the inauguration of the Guatemalan Institute of Social Security. Financed by the state, the employers, and the workers, the IGSS was designed and directed by two young bureaucrats from Costa Rica. It soon earned the praise of even harsh critics of the Arevalo administration. The U.S. Embassy reported that it was undoubtedly the best administered and most effective of the social reforms of the Arevalo administration, and the conservative El Impartial noted its very constructive role, competently staffed by a well-paid bureaucracy, and shielded from outside interference. The IGSS was a signal exception to the morass of corruption, nepotism, and incompetence that engulfed the Arevalo administration. By March 1951, when Arevalo's term ended, several tens of thousands of blue and white-collar urban workers were insured by the IGSS, but rural workers remained unprotected. As time went by, the IGSS's financial straits worsened. The employers, particularly those in rural areas, did not pay their quotas, nor did many workers. In the summer of 1950, the IGSS asked the government for a special grant of $1 million. The alternative, it stressed, was closing down or cutting sharply into its services. The government did not help. Worse, it too was behind in the payment of its quotas. Likewise, many of the provisions of the Labor Code were implemented minimally or not at all. This was even true in the case of the urban workers, who were the main beneficiaries of the new legislation. Nonetheless, despite the inflation that plagued the Arevalo years, real wages for urban workers increased, at times significantly. The extent of the improvement often depended on the political muscle of individual unions, hence teachers and railwaymen were among those who fared best. Moreover, through occasional strikes, and more often through the conciliation mechanism established by the code, unionized workers were generally able to secure protection from arbitrary dismissals, and this, in Guatemala, was a dramatic improvement. The Arevalo years also brought political freedoms to the urban population: freedom to vote, freedom to express one's opinions, freedom to read a broader range of books and newspapers. Many members of the upper class soon branded these freedoms as intolerable excesses and began to reminisce about the times of Ubico, when social peace had reigned supreme. But to the lower and middle classes, Ubico had brought only hardship, and the political freedoms instituted by the 1944 revolution were very welcome. There was also change in the countryside. Forced labor and the vagrancy laws were not enforced after the fall of Ponce. The 1945 Constitution replaced Ubico's intendents with elected mayors. In 1947 the Labor Code established the right of agricultural workers to unionize as long as the union had at least 50 members, 2/3 of whom were literate. Finally, Arevalo sought to bring education to the countryside and asserted that the Indians were Guatemalans and citizens, as the law stated. But the cancer that rotted the countryside and the entire republic was the distribution of land. Prodded by organized labor, Congress established a committee to study the problem of agrarian reform. The members read books, made speeches, wrote reports. We proceeded very slowly, the chairman of the committee recalls. Nothing happened. Except for the passage of compulsory land rental legislation in 1950, no positive action was taken by the Arevalo administration in the field of agrarian reform, concluded the Office of Intelligence and Research of the U.S. State Department in 1953. The land rental legislation, a mild measure designed to assist sharecroppers, was honored far more in breach than in observance. When Arevalo assumed office, the Guatemalan state administered about 130 large estates, the fincas nacionales, the coffee estates of the German community that had been expropriated by Ubico in June 1944, and the estates of Ubico and some of his generals, which were confiscated a few days after the overthrow of Ponce. Together, these estates produced about 25% of the country's coffee crop. Had they been well administered, the fincas nacionales would have been a model of economic development and source of revenue. They could have improved the lot of tens of thousands of agricultural laborers and demonstrated that not only the landed elite could manage Guatemala's most important export crop. This opportunity was squandered. The administrators of the fincas nacionales were almost to a man as ignorant of agriculture as they were eager to enrich themselves. Following a tour of the Finca Santa Fe, a foreign scholar noted, the administrator appeared to know nothing and care less. The house and garden of the Germans was in an abandoned state. The majority of the machines were broken. After visiting several other fincas nacionales, the same scholar concluded, the directors of the various farms all hedged when questioned about production. Most of them seemed to lack knowledge of the functioning of their farms. Only one of the directors that I met appeared capable. This grim assessment was shared by most outside observers, including the World Bank. Sent corruption and incompetence also characterized the bureaucracy that oversaw the fincas from Guatemala City. Its director was inept and surrounded by corrupt aides. His one qualification was his birthright, he was the president's brother. It is hardly surprising that the output of the fincas nacionales decreased steadily. By 1950 their share of Guatemala's coffee production had fallen to 20%. Thus the state lost precious revenue and confirmed the landed barons in their conviction that they alone could manage Guatemala's agriculture. In lieu of agrarian reform, Arevalo attempted colonization, spending several $1 million to establish an agricultural colony on untilled state land at Poptun, in faraway El Patán. The project began, with much fanfare, on November 14, 1945. Road building is a major expense, an observer noted 3 years later. Most of the labor and equipment is devoted to this activity. The major problem is getting equipment. All equipment has to be flown to the colony. Actual colonization has not yet begun. Expenses soared because of the prohibitive transportation costs, inefficiency, and corruption. Arevalo was undaunted. Poptun was the country's greatest political and economic undertaking, yet another proof of the creative power of Arevalismo*. More soberly, the World Bank concluded, the $3,000 spent on each of the present Poptun houses would probably have been enough to set a farmer up in business. Guatemala was fortunate that this was Arevalo's only foray into colonization. As the president's term ended, Poptun accommodated only a few hundred colonists. All kinds of supplies had to be brought by plane and there were no great hopes of future market outlets. Consequently, the colony was successful only so long as it received a heavy subsidy, and it has been gradually dying as public funds assigned to it have been diminished, reported a Guatemalan economist a few years later. Of course, Arevalo was not an agronomist, he was an educator. And it was education, he asserted, that would transform the Indian into a citizen. The needs were immense, and his hopes were generous. But Arevalo's ambitious plans clashed with his country's strained budget and lack of human resources. Overwhelmingly Latinos, rural teachers could overcome neither the cultural barriers to the Indian world nor their own prejudice. Most of these teachers, moreover, were among Guatemala's least qualified. They were the empíricos, who lacked even a secondary school degree and worked in the countryside because they could not find employment elsewhere. All educational reform will ultimately fail, Arevalo had written in 1939. Unless laws and governments help to eliminate all types of economic exploitation. Registered as president, he chose to overlook these wise words. And in the absence of significant social reforms, minimal literacy in Spanish would not help the Indians to improve their lot. Their world would remain that of the agricultural laborer and minifundista eking out a substandard living. Books and newspapers would still belong to an alien world. Most Indian parents believed that schools would offer their children little beyond the teacher's scorn. And an Indian child, as Ruben Reina noted in a classic study, is needed for general assistance in the household and cannot easily be spared without causing sacrifice to his family. It was from the family, moreover, that children acquired the skills necessary for adult life. In 1950, 90% of the Indian children did not attend school. Copyright. All too often, there were no schools. When they existed, attendance was very low. While Arevalo's interest in rural education was genuine, his commitment to rural labor unions was less certain. Labor organizers in the countryside faced formidable obstacles. Legal restrictions were compounded by the remoteness of the rural world in a country sorely deficient in transportation. The labor confederations did not have the resources for a sustained campaign in the countryside. Indeed, noted a November 1948 report, the CTG had no vehicles of any kind, not even a horse, and the CTG delegates operating in the rural areas could only depend upon their legs. The FSG faced the same financial difficulties as the CTG registered, and the Arevalo administration refused to lend vehicles to the labor organizations. Most landowners resisted unionization by every means at their disposal, including floggings and even killings. They enjoyed the support of the church and the local authorities, who were unimpressed by the feeble admonitions emanating from the central government. There is no record of landowners or local officials who were successfully prosecuted or otherwise punished for acts of violence against their workers. Copyright. As a result, organized labor made only scant inroads in the countryside. The major exceptions were the labor unions that developed on the plantations of United Fruit. Registered elsewhere, noted a careful scholar, only on the coffee fincas owned by the national government did unionism make some headway, and even here the policies of the government were often contradictory and restrictive of unionism. By the late 1940s, the vagrancy laws were no longer enforced, but population growth and soil erosion had made them unnecessary. Lacking sufficient land to support themselves and their families, many Indians and some Latinos had no choice but to sell their labor in a market characterized by excess supply. The absence of labor unions sealed the landowner's advantage. NOMI. NAL wages for agricultural workers did increase in the Arevalo years, but inflation took its toll on the rural population. The Indian who does not own enough land to be self-sufficient in staple products must pay the higher price for the corn, noted a perceptive study. The dearth of adequate statistics prevents a definitive judgment, but the existing data support the conclusion of a scholar who was quite sympathetic to Arevalo. Corn, he wrote, sold on the market for between 1 cent and 2 cents per pound prior to the war. It now costs between 5 cents and 6 cents per pound. While cash wages have generally risen in most areas, many workers have experienced an overall decline in real wages. The payment in kind that many of these workers received generally failed to increase through the 1940s. Arevalo's failure to bring real change to the countryside was not due solely to the opposition of the powerful in Guatemalan society. Arevalo came from a family of middle-class landowners, recalls the president of the Guatemalan Congress. He had no interest in agrarian reform. Arevalo had indicated as much in an unusually candid speech in April 1945. In Guatemala there is no agrarian problem, he averred. The problem is that the peasants have lost their desire to till the soil because of the attitudes and politics of the past. My government will motivate them, but without resorting to any measures that hurt other classes. The urban-based labor movement above all, the CTG was virtually alone in pressing for agrarian reform and rural unionization. These measures, the CTG leaders argued, were also in the interest of the urban workers, for the labor movement would remain small, and hence weak, without the participation of the rural masses. Moreover, they stressed, agrarian reform would increase agricultural productivity and result in more abundant and cheaper foodstuffs for the cities. A less poor peasantry, they also noted, would be able to buy some of the products of the Guatemalan industries, production would increase and so would employment and wages in the cities. Finally, agrarian reform and rural unions would sap the power of the landed elite, organized labor's most bitter foe. Only a few PAR leaders truly supported these demands. In the final analysis, the Arevalo administration sought to cure some of the symptoms of the sickness that consumed Guatemala's rural world, not the sickness itself. For little could be done to improve the Indians' lot without first dealing with the country's land tenure system. Eloquent laws stating that the Indian was a citizen could not temper the contempt that most Latinos felt for the Indians, that is, the age-old racism that justified extreme exploitation. Only a lessening of this exploitation could eventually transform the Indian into a full-fledged citizen. If Arevalo's measures were sadly inadequate in terms of the peasants' needs, they seemed revolutionary to the Guatemalan latifundistas. To them any concession was excessive and dangerous. The conservative elements, the U.S. military attaché reported, attribute labor unrest to communism, look with horror on social reforms and reflect that it was easier to do business, easier to make money, and easier and safer to live during the dictator era, and so the upper class's honeymoon with Arevalo gave way, in 1946, to rising hostility. E/Impartial, the Republic's major newspaper, reflected the mounting disappointment of its owners and their conservative friends. As Congress debated about the labor code, E/Impartial fustigated against the impatience of the workers, both in city and country. Copyright on February 1, 1947, the code was approved by the Congress, and the labor confederations intensified their demands for social and economic change in the countryside. How far have the seeds of subversion been cast? Asked El Impartial. The impact has been worst in the countryside. Day after day we read of discord, strikes, and riots occurring in many areas where the Indians are a majority. Not that the Indian is to blame, intellectually and socially he is a child. He believes what he is told by those who seek to excite his base desires and passions. No one can foresee the consequences of a struggle that would engulf the entire republic. Until now we Guatemalans have looked to our army as the source of stability in the hour of danger. Who can be sure that the will of the army has not been sapped by the subversives? Will Indian soldiers participate in a war of extermination against their own race? Seeking the support of the Church, the upper class rose in defense of the values of Christian Guatemala, which were endangered by the government's threats and attacks against the Catholic sensibilities of our people. Registered led by Archbishop Mariano Rosal y Arellano, this was a deeply conservative church, whose model of political democracy and social justice was Franco's Spain. Deprived of its property in the 1870s, the church had achieved a comfortable modus vivendi with Ubico, who had eased some of the restrictions to which it had been subjected. The 1945 Constitution had further improved the church's position, but it had not gone far enough in the eyes of Rosal y Arellano and his clergy. Therefore, the church began its feud with the revolution. For too long the Guatemalan elite had lived under the shadow of dictators. Under Arevalo, right-wing parties remained ephemeral, unable to unite and reminiscent of social clubs. The scions of the upper class were not willing to invest energy or money in electoral politics, a distasteful and bothersome distraction from social and economic pursuits. They countered the Arevalista threat with invectives in the media and overtures to the church. Above all, they resorted to their traditional ploy, they sought a military caudillo who would seize power and protect them. To this end they plotted, while raising their monotonous and shrill refrain. The government, they claimed, had fallen into the hands of communists. Chapter 3. The death of Francisco Arana. From this day forward the Guatemalan army will be an institution of impeccable professionalism, Arevalo promised in his inaugural address. Led by men who have proven their patriotism and their love of the Guatemalan people, it will be the guardian of our domestic peace, and it will join in the great cultural awakening of our country. Heady words, but as Arevalo knew, more tangible inducements were necessary to assure the army's loyalty. And so the officer corps became the pampered child of the revolution through large salary increases, generous scholarships to study abroad, well-paid positions in the government bureaucracy, and other alluring benefits. Aware of the limits of his power, the civilian president carefully refrained from interfering in military matters. It was, for the officer corps, a welcome change. Major Francisco Arana and Captain Jacobo Arbenz were the two most influential officers when Arevalo's presidency began. Within the officer corps they were perhaps equal in prestige, but not in power. Arana was not only Arbenz' senior in age and rank, but luck had allowed him to play the decisive role in the overthrow of Ponce. Arana's emergence as one of the three leaders of the revolution was, as the U.S. Embassy reported, something of an accident. He joined the plot only in its late stages, at the insistence of Major Aldana Sandoval. He was, however, the commander of the tank unit at the Guardia de Honor, that is, of the country's only tanks. The sudden defection of Aldana Sandoval on the eve of the revolt propelled Arana into the role of a leader found at the last minute. In the hours that followed, he fought with bravery and imagination. Since 1937, Jacobo Arbenz had been a professor at the Escuela Politecnica, a post that gave him prestige but no troops. In the summer of 1944, he and Aldana Sandoval began to organize the uprising. He plotted as a civilian, having resigned from the army in early July to protest Ponce's takeover. Dressed as a civilian, leading a group of students, he had appeared on the night of October 19 at the Guardia de Honor, where Arana was already in charge. His brilliant career at the military academy and his role against Ponce earned Arbenz the respect of many officers, particularly those de Escuela, who, like him, had graduated from the academy. During the uprising, Arbenz and Arana fought with equal distinction. But Arana led the Guardia de Honor. As a result, he became the senior member of the three-man junta. Arevalo first met Arbenz and Arana in the presidential palace a few days after the fall of Ponce. The first to appear was a blond and blue-eyed young man, wearing a blue suit and a narrow red tie, Arevalo later wrote. The son of lower-middle-class parents, the 39-year-old Arana was of mixed Spanish and Indian blood, an embassy official observed, with the latter strain somewhat in predominance. He had ascended from the ranks. He was not a crusader in any sense of the word registered. The U.S. military attaché succinctly captured his personality. Arana's Guatemalan contemporaries concurred. He was intelligent, canny like a peasant, and he could be charming, a political foe remembers. A poor speaker in public, he was persuasive in small groups. He might have lacked formal education, but he was intellectually curious and well read by the pitiful standards of the Guatemalan officers, particularly those de linea. Generous with his friends, convivial, he excelled at telling jokes. He projected the image of a good fellow who had some charisma. This good fellow was now the most powerful man in the Guatemalan army. Time alone will tell, an embassy official mused in March 1945, whether Arana possesses the capacity to fill his role as intended, rather than using it. To handpick the next candidate for the presidency, there was an undercurrent of uncertainty in embassy dispatches about Arana. Arana has sufficient of the phlegmatic Indian strain to give him the laconic dignity, fearlessness, and astuteness which seem frequently to be qualities that gravitate into positions of dictatorial control in the Latin American melting pot. Had Arana had his way, Arevalo would not have become president. After the fall of Ponce, Arana urged Arbenz and Torriello first to postpone the elections, then to disavow the results. "Don't forget," he wrote Torriello in a personal letter dated April 26, 1947, "what a hard time you had the discussions, the arguments convincing me to accept this situation, which I never wanted because I knew that it meant handing the revolution over to civilians who would reap the benefits of what we, the military, had accomplished." After Torriello indiscreetly published this letter, Arana issued a terse statement to the effect that, since the armed forces were apolitical, he would remain silent. The damage had been done. Arana's letter to Torriello, noted the U.S. Embassy, quite frankly indicates his belief that the government should not have been turned over to the civilian elements, for Torriello and Arbenz demanded that the duly elected Arevalo be allowed to assume the presidency, and Arana finally agreed, but he exacted a price: the new constitution must guarantee his dominant position in the military. After 2 private meetings with Arana, President-elect Arevalo had little choice but to agree. The 1945 constitution, prepared by an assembly dominated by Arevalo's supporters, established a new military position, patently absurd in an army of a few thousand men. Henceforth, there would be a chief of the armed forces, largely free of civilian control and more powerful than the Minister of Defense. Military appointments, the Constitution stipulated, shall be made by the Chief of the Armed Forces, through the Minister of Defense. His term would be 6 years. Unlike any other appointed official, he could be removed only by Congress, and then only if he had broken the law. Registered decree upon Arevalo's inauguration, Arbenz became the Minister of Defense, Arana, the Chief of the Armed Forces. Arana's ambitions continued to grow. Soon an opportunity presented itself. On December 16, 1945, while cavorting in the countryside with a young American journalist, Arevalo drove his car into a deep ravine. It seemed at first that the president would be incapacitated for a long time. Fearing that Arana might exploit the situation to seize power, a group of leaders of the PAR approached him. A secret deal was struck, the Pacto del Barranco. In exchange for Arana's promise to refrain from a military coup, these leaders pledged in writing that their party would support his candidacy in the November 1950 presidential elections. Arevalo, who in fact recovered swiftly, reluctantly endorsed the arrangement. The U.S. State Department did not learn of the Pacto del Barranco until January 15, 1947. Lt. Col. Morgan, former assistant military attaché in Guatemala, called on Mr. Newbegin and told him that there was one bit of highly secret political information on Guatemala which had never been reported but was of great importance in analyzing current political trends in that country. This was the existence of an agreement between Col. Arana and PAR, the dominant political party. Under this agreement, Arana would be the candidate of PAR in the presidential election of 1951. This agreement, according to Colonel Morgan, explains Arana's unwillingness to join any movement to overthrow Arevalo. Arana does not want to incur unpopularity with his strongest supporters, the political party and liberal elements in the country, nor does he wish to endanger the institution of a 6-year presidential term. This agreement, Colonel Morgan stated, is written and is known only to a very few people in Guatemala and is not known to anyone at the American Embassy. 9. Left alone, Arana might indeed have remained content in his role as the heir apparent. But Guatemala's landed elite sought a champion to defend their privileges, and they turned to Arana to use him as an instrument of disruption with an ardor that blossomed as their hostility toward Arevalo deepened. The proud scions of the coffee elite began their humiliating courtship. They flocked around Arana, whom, in happier circumstances, they would have shunned as a parvenu. They invited him to their parties and their country estates. They showered him with praise, urging him to save Guatemala and overthrow the communist, Arevalo. Arana's drama had begun. He had no desire to sully his hands with a military coup. He wanted to retain his cachet as the democratic hero of the uprising against Ponce. He was not a violent man, as long as he could get what he wanted by other means, and the Pacto del Barranco, Arevalo's repeated assurances, and his own military power seemed to guarantee that he would be president in 1951, a president elected by an admiring populace, not a usurper ruling through force. Yet Arana was not immune to the charm and the flattery of the elite. Lacking strong views on political and social affairs, he would not have complained about the government's reforms had it not been for the shrill protests of his new friends. He wanted their approval, but had no desire to antagonize the administration parties and the labor unions, the foot soldiers who would deliver the vote in the 1950 presidential elections. Caught between these contradictory desires, his behavior was inconsistent. He grumbled to his friends about the government's radicalism and labor's excesses, and occasionally he was outspoken to members of the government and to U.S. officials. Point 2. But these complaints very rarely translated into action. Arana was openly defiant on only a few occasions. In September 1947, for instance, he hid a right-wing plotter in his house and demanded that several labor leaders be deported. As a rule, he did not actively oppose the government's policies, and, whatever he may have said behind Arévalo's back, he visited the president in his house, in a respectful manner. To Arana's grumblings, his occasional defiance, and his ties to some of the government's most bitter foes bred suspicion among administration politicians and labor leaders. In 1948, a few began to criticize him openly. "We believe it to be a mistake," admonished the prominent PAR leader Augusto Charnaud MacDonald, "to govern by force." Colonel Arana tried to deport 2 members of the FPL and the PAR whom he considered hostile to him. A violent act such as forcing 2 citizens to leave their country stabs democracy in the back. For his part, Arana began to doubt the Revolutionary Party's commitment to his presidential aspirations. In the November 1948 congressional elections, he ran his own slate of supporters. It was an inept effort, directed by men, like Ricardo Barrios Pina, who were more adept at plotting than at running a campaign. The outcome has been described by Clemente Marroquín Rojas, the most brilliant of Guatemala's right-wing journalists. In 1948 half of the Congress was up for re-election. Colonel Arana lent his support to several candidates, but he chose undistinguished individuals who were virtually unknown. Worse, he gave his money away indiscriminately, both to his friends and to his enemies. More than $30,000 from the Defense Ministry went to his enemies. Not one of Arana's candidates was elected to Congress, for this futile attempt further strained Arana's relations with the revolutionary parties. A few days before the elections, the Guatemalan Congress overwhelmingly approved an unprecedented resolution that was clearly intended as a rebuke to Arana. "The legislature," it stated, "has learned that some members of the army have been interfering in the congressional campaign." Arana responded promptly with a curt statement that can only be interpreted, explained the U.S. Embassy. As a sharp rebuff a few days later, the embassy added, "Some months ago, there was considerable talk of an understanding between Colonel Arana and the Frente Popular Libertador. However, recent developments cast doubts upon this possibility." Arana's relations with the more leftist Partido Acción Revolucionaria and Renovación Nacional also obviously have cooled during recent weeks. The action of Congress in protesting the alleged intervention of the armed forces in politics unquestionably has worsened Arana's relations with the Aravalista political parties. It is common knowledge that Congress gave serious consideration to adopting a curt resolution reaffirming its previous charge, in response to Arana's official communication of denial. However, wiser counsel prevailed, and for the moment, at least, the incident was officially closed. With the foregoing as background, it is difficult not to attach greater significance to current rumors that Colonel Arana has reached the end of his patience with the present revolutionary government, and is seeking the right opportunity and a reasonable excuse for a military coup d'état. Although the embassy believes that Arana sincerely desires to preserve constitutional government, and hopes to become president by means of the ballot, it must be admitted that all indications point to his having personal ambitions, as well as personal antipathy toward the extremism which all too frequently is identified with the Arévalo regime. For this reason, one may not rule out the possibility that the force of political developments may turn his ambitions in revolutionary channels. Degree. After his electoral fiasco, Arana still sought, through a combination of veiled threats and suasion, to secure the support of the leaders of the revolutionary parties, and they too wanted to avoid an open break. In early 1949, for instance, Arana twice approached José Manuel Fortuny, the leader of the radical wing of the PAR. In Fortuny's words, Arana asked, "Why don't you and your friends like me? I'm not a man of the right." Arana was very direct. "I am going to be a candidate," and he asked for the PAR's support. "The truth," he complained, "is that you people are ingrates." Fortuny responded, "We are not against you. We appreciate the role that you played in the revolt against Ponce. It's just that you have no sympathy for labor." He avoided stating categorically that the PAR would not support Arana. The party, he claimed, had not yet made a decision. The faltering minuet that had begun with the Pacto del Barranco was drawing to a close. The hostility of the PAR and RN toward Arana was obvious. Within the FPL, the most conservative of the revolutionary parties, only the faction led by Mario Mendez Montenegro still supported Arana. Some of them were motivated by loyalty, others, by opportunism. Their reasoning was, chided a critic, "The man with the weapons will win, it's best to back the winner." We're for Arana, registered. But in April 1949, the FPL held its first national convention and the Aranistas were soundly defeated. They bolted from the party and created the FPL Ortodoxo. In the following weeks, recalls an observer sympathetic to Arana, in almost all the departments of the Republic the dissidents began to organize Arana supporters. This premature campaign caused a lot of tension. He was not a candidate, Arana explained to inquiring journalists, but he would run should the people of Guatemala so demand. Meanwhile, writes another friendly witness, many complained that his B_Javier was dishonorable because he was, in fact, running a presidential campaign while he was still chief of the armed forces, and he was funding it with government money. Throughout the country one saw army jeeps carrying Aranista propaganda. And Arana himself would appear in uniform. In order to open branches of the FPL Ortodoxo? Yet Arana's chances appeared increasingly slim. The FPL Ortodoxo lacked popular appeal, the revolutionary parties were hostile, as was the labor movement. When some members of the powerful railway union declared their support of Arana's candidacy in January 1949, they were promptly rebuked by the SAMF leadership and by the country's two labor confederations. Meanwhile, interest was growing in the government camp about the possible candidacy of Lieutenant Colonel Arbenz, the enigmatic Minister of Defense, who seemed to be sympathetic to labor and respectful of the Constitution. The first overtures toward Arbenz had taken place in September 1947, after the discovery of both a right-wing conspiracy to overthrow the government and an attempt by a few individuals to create a communist party. Directing his anger only at the subversives of the left, Arana had demanded that the government deport several labor leaders whom he considered particularly dangerous. Arbenz, who was usually reserved when non-military matters were discussed in the cabinet, clashed violently with Arana. His intervention limited the purge. A few days later, several PAR leaders sought a meeting with Arbenz to become better acquainted with the colonel who had sprung to the defense of the labor movement. 4 By mid-1949, many PAR, RN, and labor leaders had privately decided to back Arbenz. In a country in which the military was the most powerful institution, only a military man would have any chance to beat Arana, and in their opinion Arbenz was the most progressive officer. It never came to a vote. On July 18, 1949, Arana was killed at the Puente de la Gloria, not far from the capital. His murderers were never apprehended. Ignoring the published accounts of Arbenz and other government officials, some authors imply that the assassins were from the upper class. Many of Arana's friends felt that they would profit from his death in that he had obstructed several coups against Arevalo, thus casting a shadow on his loyalty. His murder would at one stroke remove him and cast blame and subsequent public revulsion on Arbenz. This reasoning defies logic. Arana was the elite's only hope to seize power. Arevalo had faced a plethora of plots, perhaps as many as 30. As the former president himself remarked, some were family affairs, concocted behind closed doors. The police would arrive and cart them away. Others were military affairs. Tangay, for example, entered from Mexico and seized several villages in the department of San Marcos. The local police hauled him in before the army arrived. Not one of these plots threatened Arevalo because not one had the support of either of the army's major factions, led by Arana and Arbenz. Arbenz would not plot against Arevalo. Therefore, the elite's only hope was Arana, alive Arana, not a martyr, but a caudillo who could lead a revolt. And while it is true that Arana had withstood many pleas to overthrow Arevalo, his scruples had weakened as his electoral chances had waned. One evening in September or October 1948, Captain Carlos Paz Tejeda, a respected young officer, was invited to dine with Arana. They spent the evening at a country estate, the Quinta Sameo. Also present were leading Aranista officers and Ricardo Barrios Pigia, the scion of one of Guatemala's most illustrious families and a close advisor to Arana. After listening to bitter denunciations of the government by Arana and his friends, Paz Tejeda made an impassioned plea to the colonel not to become another Ubico. "You took the wind from our sails," Barrios P. told Paz Tejeda a few years later. "We were about to launch the coup indeed," Barrios P. stresses, "we already had Paco convinced." In the late spring of 1949, senior Aranista officers, on Arana's instructions, assembled one night at the Guardia de Honor. Arana would come, he had promised, to lead them against the government. They waited until dawn, but Arana did not appear. He had spent the night, they later learned, drinking with Arevalo in the presidential palace. Arana knew that if he were to launch a coup, he would succeed. True, Arbenz had many supporters within the officer corps. There were also minor cliques that retained their independence, and many officers who remained indifferent. But Arana had used his authority as chief of the armed forces to place his supporters in key positions. They controlled the Guardia de Honor and the Base Milita, the two important military units in the capital. Aranistas were the commanders of each of the country's 7 zonas militas. The sole Arbencista officer in command of troops was Colonel Francisco Cosenza, the head of the minuscule air force. The police force, under Arevalo's brother-in-law Colonel Victor Sandoval, was not Aranista, but, poorly armed and poorly trained, its power was negligible. And Arevalo's presidential guard consisted of only a few men under a loyal officer. What held Arana back was not fear of defeat, but his inner conflict for. As long as he hoped that he could reach the presidency by more respectable means, Arana could not bring himself to launch a coup. This explains why at the Quinta Sameo he was moved by the plea of Paz Tejeda, an officer with much prestige but little power. By July 1949, however, Arana could dally no longer. Facing the opposition of the revolutionary parties and labor unions, and unable to create a strong Aranista party, he would need the army to deliver the peasant vote. Yet his control of the military was threatened. The Constitution stipulated that a military officer could be elected president only if he quit active duty at least 6 months before election day. Arana would have to step down as armed forces chief by May 1950. His successor would be selected by the Guatemalan Congress from a list of 3 names submitted by the Consejo Superior de la Defensa, an advisory body composed of 23 officers*. The 1946 elections for the CSD had attracted little attention, but by the spring of 1949 the CSD had acquired unforeseen importance. For it was obvious that the Guatemalan Congress, if offered the opportunity, would appoint a non-Aranista as chief of the armed forces. From Arana's perspective, therefore, it was imperative that the CSD submit the names of 3 Aranista officers. Arana lacked a clear majority within the CSD, but some of its members were up for re-election in early July 1949. Through May and June 1949, a quiet tug-of-war was waged within the CSD. Ostensibly at issue were the rules for the forthcoming elections. The Aranistas wanted to ensure that the commanders of the zonas militas and the unit commanders had as much influence as possible over the ballot. Their opponents wanted to ensure that the vote be secret and free. The outcome of an unfettered ballot among the more than 700 active duty officers was unpredictable. As a witness recalls, the situation within the officer corps was confused. The discussions in the CSD grew increasingly acrimonious. Arana and Arbenz, both members ex officio, rarely attended. They were kept informed by their supporters as election day approached. Arana convoked an extraordinary session of the CSD. This time both he and Arbenz participated. It was an extremely tense session, recalls the president of the CSD. Paz Tejeda. Arbenz remained cold, impassive, arguing points of law. No agreement was reached beyond the decision to postpone the elections until late July. On Friday, July 15, came the anticlimactic denouement. In a session of the CSD, the Aranistas suddenly accepted their opponents' demands. The elections would not be supervised by the local commanders. Instead, teams of officers would be sent from the capital to oversee the vote in the different zonas militas. They would bring back the ballot boxes. Each commission would include both Aranistas and non-Aranistas. The elections would begin in 3 days. That same Friday, Arana suddenly replaced Colonel Cosenza, the Arbencista commander of the Air Force, with one of his men, Colonel Arturo Altalaguirre. His order was promptly executed even though it had not been issued through the Defense Ministry, as required by the Constitution. The following morning, Paz Tejeda expressed his surprise at the unexpected turn of events within the CSD to Arbenz. They gave in without a struggle. Arbenz replied, "They don't care anymore. They've made up their minds to go for a coup." Arbenz was right. Arana had tired of waiting, of arguing, pleading and threatening. His advisor Barrios Pifia explains. He had been, or so he believed, exceedingly patient, listening to his own scruples rather than to his friend's advice. He had accepted rebuffs from upstart politicians who had conveniently forgotten that it was he who had overthrown Ponce in 1944, thereby enabling them to embark on their profitable careers. Their impudence was now imitated within the CSD by a clique of officers without troops. To be sure, Arevalo continued to reassure him of his presidential prospects, but the facts belied the president's promises. It was time to act. On the afternoon of Saturday, July 16, Arana went to the presidential palace and confronted Arevalo in his office. Had he launched a straightforward coup, Arana would have succeeded. But overconfidence and the lingering remnants of his inner conflict led him along a more tortuous path. He still longed to be a properly elected president. Instead of toppling Arevalo, he delivered an ultimatum: Arevalo must dismiss his cabinet and replace his ministers with those of Arana's choice. Arbenz and his followers would be retired from the army. If Arevalo complied, he would be allowed to complete his presidential term. If he refused, he would be deposed. Arevalo listened with apparent resignation and asked only for a few days' time so that he could implement the changes in an orderly manner. Arana consented. The ultimatum would expire at 10 p.m. on Monday, July 18. Arana left triumphant. Arevalo, remarks Barrios Pina, willfully deceived Arana. In vain had Arana's advisors pleaded with him, before he went to the presidential palace, to forego complicated games and simply seize power. In vain did they argue, after he returned from the palace, that he could not rely on Arevalo's promises. In vain did they stress that in a coup d'état there's no time for talk, you act or you fail. Arrogance and wishful thinking blinded Arana. He believed that Arevalo, lacking the means to resist, would capitulate. He believed that Arbenz, who could count only on officers without troops, would acquiesce in his own dismissal, just as he had acquiesced to the removal of Colonel Cosenza. The departure of Arbenz and senior Arbencistas, Arana concluded, would cinch his control of the military. Congress would be cowed, and Arevalo would be in his pocket. Who, then, would dare resist his presidential ambitions? He would be a constitutional president, not a golpista. This Arana predicted on Sunday afternoon, July 17, to his skeptical friend Barrios Pifa in the latter's estate in the department of Escuintla, a few hours from the capital. "It was the last time I saw Paco," he was sure that he had won. Arevalo had no intention of giving up so easily. While the details vary according to the informants, the main lines of what took place within the government are clear. After Arana left, Arevalo summoned Arbans and other key aides and informed them of the ultimatum. They readily agreed that Arana must be sent into exile. The next day, while Arana dallied at Barrios Pifa's estate, the Permanent Committee of the Guatemalan Congress met in secret session and voted unanimously that Arana be dismissed. At the request of his friend Arevalo, Cuban President Carlos Prio Socarrás agreed to give Arana asylum in his country. Colonel Cosenza would fly the disgraced plotter to Havana. A formidable problem remained: how would these bold decisions be enforced? The government's hope was to seize Arana without warning, and even then, the likely response of the Aranista commanders would be a military uprising. No clear plan of action emerged, only the decision that somehow, somewhere, Arbans would capture Arana the next day, Monday, July 18. It was Arana himself, on Monday morning, who gave the government the help it needed. Appearing unexpectedly at the presidential palace, he told Arevalo that he was on his way to El Morlan, the presidential chalet on the shores of nearby Lake Amatitlan, to seize a cache of weapons that was hidden there. The previous spring, with Arana's grudging consent, Arevalo had provided weapons and other assistance to Dominican exiles seeking to free their country from the Trujillo dictatorship. Some of these weapons had been seized by the Mexican authorities while the exiles were in Cozumel, Quintana Roo. In early July, the weapons were returned to the Guatemalan government, and they were placed at the small air base of San Jose. On Arbans' orders, and with the complicity of Colonel Cosenza, the weapons were spirited away to El Morlan, the chief of Army Intelligence told Arana on July 14. But Arana's attention was focused on his ultimatum to Arevalo, not on a paltry cache of arms. He took no steps to seize the weapons for 3 days. Then, on the morning of the 18th, he went to see Arevalo. Arevalo says now that on the 18th Arana and I did not quarrel, much less exchange insults, but at the time he told his aides that Arana had spoken to him in an abusive and very threatening manner, that the armed forces chief had upbraided him as though he had been a disrespectful student, alternating threats with sarcastic remarks about his propensity to hide weapons. Whatever the true tone of the conversation, Arana announced that he was on his way to El Morlan 6 and to recover the weapons. Registered. The real reasons for Arana's visit to Arevalo can only be surmised. Arana knew that the arms stored at El Morlan 6 and 200 rifles without ammunition in no way altered the balance of power, nor did he anticipate any resistance to his July 16 ultimatum. Furthermore, he had no need to go in person to El Morlan 6 and or, for that matter, to inform Arevalo of his whereabouts. Arana, an impulsive man whose patience was exhausted, went to the palace to flaunt his power and hurry the humbled president into the swift execution of his ultimatum. Once again, Arevalo deceived Arana. He raised no objection to Arana's decision to go to El Morlan 6 and even suggested that the commander of his presidential guard, Colonel Felipe Antonio Giron, go with him. Arana left the presidential palace savoring another Pyrrhic victory. He drove to El Morlan 16 and accompanied only by his driver Francisco Palacios, his aide Major Absol 6 and Peralta, and the hapless Giron. Arana, recalls a colonel who knew him well, was very sure of himself. He knew that the officers in command of the troops were loyal to him. He never imagined that Arbans and Arevalo would stand up to him, and his confidence was reinforced by the fact that he was accompanied on his trip to El Morlan by Arevalo's chief of staff. Registered upon Arana's departure, Arevalo contacted Arbans. Now was the time. On Arbans' orders, several armed men sped from the capital in 2 cars to intercept Arana as he returned from El Morlan. They were led by the Deputy Chief of Police, Lt. Colonel Enrique Blanco, and by the chairman of the Congressional Armed Forces Committee, Alfonso Martinez, who was a retired army officer and a close friend of Arbenz, registered. Near a small bridge, the Puente de la Gloria, they waited. Their wait was not long. Arana's business at El Morlan was swiftly concluded. According to his driver, they had found the chalet locked. After blowing the horn several times, a man appeared from the garden, and they went to one of the boathouses where a red truck loaded with rifles was found. Soon thereafter Colonel Juan José de Leon appeared with an army truck and 2 or 3 soldiers. And Colonel Arana said to him, "You already know what I ordered you." Leaving de Leon at the boathouse to load the weapons, Arana and his party began the return trip to Guatemala City. As they reached the Puente de la Gloria, there was, on the other side, a gray Dodge, because of which, seeing that it was impossible to cross the bridge, Col. Arana stopped his car. Registered. The death of Francisco Arana, 67. A brief shootout ensued and 3 men lay dead: Arana, his aide Peralta, and Lt. Colonel Blanco. Others were wounded, including Arbenz's friend Alfonso Martinez. Did the ambushers open fire, without warning, as Arana's driver has claimed? Or did Peralta fire first, after Blanco had told Arana that he was under arrest and an argument had broken out? There is no definitive proof, but even some of Arana's friends believe that the order was to capture Arana, not to kill him, that his death was accidental. Registered. Absalón Peralta and Blanco first traded insults, then shots. Registered. News of Arana's death spread through the capital in a matter of hours. The Guardia de Honor rose in revolt. For more than 24 hours the battle raged in the city. The rest of the country waited in tense expectation. More than once on the 18th, Arana's supporters seemed close to victory, but several factors were against them. Their intended victims had struck first, killing their caudillo and forcing them into a hasty reaction. While Arbenz led the loyalist forces with sang-froid and skill, no one rose to lead the rebels. Lt. Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas, possibly the most able of Arana's officers, was in Mazatenango, overseeing the elections for the CSD. He lacked the nerve to return to the capital. Copyright. The commander of the Guardia de Honor, Colonel Juan Francisco Oliva, had been summoned by Arbenz to the Defense Ministry less than an hour after Arana's death. Unaware of what had happened, he went and was arrested. Another Aranista, Colonel Gabino Santizo, the commander of the base Milita, sided with the government. A few days later, with his customary eloquence, Arevalo told the people of Guatemala about the dialogue that, he said, had taken place between Arbenz and Santizo at the outset of the revolt. Colonel Arbenz got in touch with Colonel Gabino Santizo, a loyal soldier who immediately swore, "My duty is to defend the government and the Constitution, and I guarantee you that all my commanders and officers will do their duty." The truth was more tawdry. Santizo had been bought for $75,000. That afternoon, while the Aranista officers at the base watched in sullen passivity, a group of loyalist officers arrived from the Defense Ministry to place themselves under Santizo's orders, as the official story gently stated, or, more truthfully, to take control of his troops. Copyright. Still, it was hours before the base Milita stood solidly on the government's side, and in the meantime Arbenz had only the police, the tiny Presidential Guard, and loyal officers without troops. There were only a few weapons to arm the growing number of civilian volunteers. The rebel officers squandered their advantage in ill-planned and poorly led attacks. Such were the incompetence and the disarray that effective command of the Guardia de Honor was assumed by a civilian, Mario Mendez Montenegro, the leader of the Aranista FPL Ortodoxo. Mendez Montenegro was brave, but untrained in military matters. Meanwhile, some of the rebel colonels were busy drinking. Registered by Dawn. On July 19, the government was winning. The presidential palace and the police headquarters, the main targets of the rebels' attacks the previous day, were in government hands. Government officers were now firmly in control of the base Milita. The Air Force was also loyal. On Arbenz's orders, Colonel Cosenza arrested the officer whom Arana had appointed as his successor and resumed command. Civilian volunteers, mainly labor union members, had swelled the government ranks. They were armed with weapons from the base Milita and the arms depot at Fort Matamoros, a small army barracks that Arbenz had seized during the night. Loyal officers and the cadets from the military academy hurriedly trained the volunteers. By late morning, soldiers from the base Milita and armed civilians began to attack the Guardia de Honor. The Air Force's venerable planes strafed the rebel barracks and dropped a few bombs that rarely exploded. Even though the planes caused little physical damage, they deepened the rebels' demoralization. Through the nuncio, at 1 p.m., the rebels sought negotiations. Desultory conversations ensued between representatives of both sides at the Salvadoran embassy. The government demanded unconditional surrender. The fighting resumed. At 5 p.m. the white flag was raised at the Guardia de Honor. The rebellion of the Aranistas had collapsed with approximately 150 dead and over 200 wounded. In the words of a foe of Arbenz, the rebels' ineptitude and the skill of the Minister of Defense determined the outcome of the battle. It remained for Arevalo to explain to the people of Guatemala the circumstances of Arana's death. On July 21, he declared 5 days of national mourning. Then, in a lengthy communiqué, he spun his tale. Arana, Arevalo stated, was not blameless. Waylaid by the lure of the presidency and by self-seeking sycophants, each day that passed he linked himself more and more closely with the political circles hostile to the president. But he resolutely resisted their entreaties that he overthrow the government. This refusal had cost him his life. Arevalo did not name Arana's assassins, but he impugned the conservative opposition. The murderers were reactionaries who had finally realized that the colonel would never lead a coup d'état. Arana's death, the communiqué concluded, was a grave loss for the nation, for the army, for the government, and above all for his friend, President Arevalo. 7. Before its publication, notes a PAR leader, the official communiqué was discussed in the cabinet. It was opposed by Arbenz, Foreign Minister Enrique Mufazmini, and Carlos Aldana Sandoval, Minister of Public Works. These three asserted that Arevalo should tell the true story of Arana's death. Arevalo insisted on his version that, he explained, would avoid further inflaming passions. The other ministers agreed with the president. The next day, the official Diario de Centro America praised Arevalo's communiqué and drew a moral lesson. Its eloquence has calmed us and given us the gift of truth, which comforts us. Honesty seems defenseless, but it possesses a hidden weapon, truth, which always triumphs. For few Guatemalans agreed. Few were so naive as to believe that Arana had been killed by his conservative friends. This contradicted both common sense and widely known facts. It was no secret, for instance, that Alfonso Martinez had been wounded at the Puente de la Gloria and that Martinez was close to Arbenz, not to the conservative opposition. Thus, the rumors and speculation surrounding the death of Arana took root. At a massive rally in support of the administration, a prominent PAR leader, Carlos Manuel Pellicer, flatly contradicted the official story and alluded to Arana's disloyalty and to the true circumstances of his death. The government rejects and officially condemns Pellicer's declarations, a senior official announced the following day, on Arevalo's instructions. Pellicer was fired from his post in the Ministry of Education. You were right to tell the truth, Arbenz later told him. In July 1950, on the first anniversary of the shootout at the Puente de la Gloria, opposition groups organized demonstrations accusing the government of the murder of Arana. Arevalo stuck to the official version. Arbenz remained silent, seeking to avoid an open break with the president. In the years that followed, first as president and then in lonely exile, Arbenz persisted in his silence even though he, far more than Arevalo, was branded as Arana's murderer. Shy, introverted, with a strict personal code of honor, he kept his promise not to speak out unless Arevalo agreed. The longer his silence, moreover, the more awkward a sudden reversal. Copyright on one occasion, recalls his wife, he tried to convince Arevalo to give a full and public account of the circumstances of Arana's death. It was in Montevideo, in the late 1950s, in one of the two ex-president's rare encounters during the years of exile. But Arevalo said that it was better not to discuss it and changed the subject. Only in 1968, 3 years before his own death, did Arbenz finally state what had happened to Francisco Arana in those distant days of July 1949.78. Others did not wait so long. In July 1950, the communist weekly Octubre wrote that prior to July 18, Arana was ready to seize power, but it provided no details. That same year, the communist leader Victor Manuel Gutierrez told a labor congress that Arana had died in an armed confrontation with police Coronel Enrique Blanco, who had a warrant for his arrest because he was plotting to overthrow Arevalo. Therefore, comrade delegates, Arana was not assassinated, he died resisting arrest. Registered degree information on the true circumstances of Arana's death was also provided in a 1956 book by Manuel Galick, who, as Secretary General of the FPL, had played a key role in July 1949.3. But Arevalo has remained evasive. At times he claims, as in a 1979 interview, that Arana's death is still an enigma, and probably will remain a mystery forever. Registered. On other occasions, as in a 1982 public letter, he has stated that he will reveal the truth in his memoirs, which will be published after his death. Registered. Why did Arevalo choose to cover up the facts? Perhaps in 1949 he honestly believed that his tale was the best way to restore domestic peace. Or perhaps he was keeping his options open, perhaps he believed that the Aranistas would one day regain power and that it was therefore not in his interest to malign their fallen hero. Or perhaps, as Arbenz speculated years later, Arevalo played a very dirty trick on me. Registered asterisk. For the residue of the official communiqué THIRD Arbenz, in the absence of a plausible alternative and in the presence of the president's avowal of Arana's loyalty, speculation centered on the theory that Arana had been killed by Arbenzistas in a showdown between military factions. As a key advisor to Arana Muses, Arevalo was very wily. He shifted all suspicion onto Arbenz. Registered. Chapter 4. The election of Jacobo Arbenz. It was the hour of Jacobo Arbenz, the surviving military hero of 1944, the man who had led the government's defense against the Aranistas. After the rebels' defeat, senior officers loyal to Arana were deported, others were retired, like Castillo Armas, or were shifted to positions of little importance. Men loyal to Jacobo Arbenz now held the key military posts. On July 25, 1949, at Arbenz's request, Congress chose 31-year-old Paz Tejeda as chief of the armed forces. Major Paz Tejeda, noted the U.S. Embassy, was likable, well-educated, well-prepared for his job, and enjoyed an unusual reputation for incorruptibility. He was also known for his independence of mind. Paz Tejeda had joined the Arbenzista group in order to counter the dictatorial propensities of Francisco Arana, but he remained very much his own man, and although he respected Arbenz, they were not close friends. He might become a powerful military leader, the embassy speculated, particularly if Arbenz's hold over the army were to weaken. This appeared, for the moment, an unlikely prospect. While the balance of power in the military had changed dramatically, the army's position in the country was unaffected. The military was, if anything, more powerful than before, because it was more united. And it retained its monopoly of the country's weapons. During the revolt, as many as 2,000 civilians, mainly students and union members, had been armed in the capital. At times, particularly on July 19, the volunteers had been asked their names and their addresses. On other occasions, the distribution had been indiscriminate *. But after the rebels' defeat, the government, prodded by the army, cajoled and threatened the civilians to return their weapons. As in October 1944, the labor leaders assisted the government, they feared a confrontation with the military that they were bound to lose. While troops searched entire blocks of the city, the labor unions organized searches of their own and threatened to denounce all those found to be hiding weapons. In a matter of days, most of the arms had been returned. "We are surrendering the weapons that were given to us to defend our government," wrote the country's two foremost labor leaders to Arbenz. "We trust that they will be returned to us, should seditious officers again threaten our freedom." Arbenz's behavior during the July uprising, firm in his support of the government, decisive in his military leadership, had reinforced his prestige, and the fact that there was no civilian who could unify the quarrelsome components of the government coalition and restrain the competing ambitions of a host of politicians further enhanced his status. Leaders such as Charnaud and Fortuny from the PAR and Gutierrez from organized labor had first approached Arbenz out of expediency but had become his friends. They believed that they knew the true Jacobo, and that this man, so silent in public, would be not only an able leader but also a progressive one. By late 1949, the powerful PAR, the RN, and the country's two largest labor confederations were ready to declare their support of Jacobo Arbenz. Still another group was ready to raise Arbenz's standard, a handful of rich landowners and industrialists, most of whom, like Arbenz, hailed from Quetzaltenango, Guatemala's second largest city. Having known the defense minister for many years, they too believed that they knew the private Jacobo. Arbenz, they argued, was courting the PAR and the labor movement because he needed their votes. As president, he would tolerate only modest social change. These men, unlike the immense majority of their peers, believed that limited concessions to the lower classes not only were politically necessary, but also would be economically beneficial. What Arbenz needed, they concluded, was the advice of well-bred and pragmatic friends. They were ready to educate the prince. In late 1949, these men, including Nicolas Brawl, Joaquin Rivera Cunza, and Hector Mazariegos, created the Partido de Integridad Nacional to back Arbenz. Reflecting the geographical base of its leaders, the PIN was a regional party, with headquarters in Quetzaltenango. Registered who would launch Arbenz's candidacy? The PAR, RN, and PIN bickered for the honor, until Arbenz, heeding the advice of a few friends, the leaders of Guatemala's clandestine Communist Party, chose the PIN because it would lend an image of moderation to his candidacy. On February 5, 1950, the PIN proudly nominated Jacobo Arbenz. This was followed, in short order, by the endorsements of the PAR, RN, and organized labor. Registered only the most conservative Revolutionary Party, the decaying FPL, held back. After protracted infighting, it nominated Health Minister Victor Manuel Jordani. But some party members had already defected in order to support another moderate civilian, Jorge Garcia Granados, and still others endorsed Arbenz. Meanwhile, the FPL's frustrated Secretary-General, the able and ambitious Manuel Galic, expelled Jordani and was proclaimed presidential candidate by his own supporters. On February 20, Arbenz resigned as defense minister and announced his decision to run for the presidency. Arevalo responded with an effusive letter addressed to "my great and dear friend." While it was obvious that Arbenz was the administration's candidate, it was equally obvious that he was not Arevalo's choice. The relationship between the exuberant, self-centered president and his laconic minister, while always correct, lacked warmth. Arevalo didn't trust Arbenz, the president of Congress remembers, because he considered him too leftist, nor did Arevalo, by 1950, have much in common with the PAR, whose leaders he also judged too radical and too independent. His sympathies went instead to the moribund FPL. Left to his own devices, he would have endorsed his close friend Jordani. But the army and the civilian groups that formed the backbone of the administration supported Arbenz. Jordani stood no chance. Under Arbenz, Arevalo would play no major political role. He could expect, however, honors and material rewards, provided he behaved graciously while Arbenz was still a candidate. He behaved graciously, and he was rewarded. While a few members of the upper class supported Arbenz, many more believed that he too was a communist like Arevalo. Others were unsure, and some were even hopeful. Though of merely middle-class extraction, Arbenz was white and had married an upper-class Salvadoran. Above all, he was a military officer. As president, he might behave as army officers had always behaved in Guatemala and control the rabble. But rather than bank on an uncertain prospect, most members of the elite sought a candidate they could trust unconditionally. They found him in 55-year-old Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes. Of Ubico's many generals, Ydígoras alone had discovered the virtues of democracy at dawn on October 20, 1944, a few hours after the first rebel troops had left the Guardia de Honor to overthrow Ponce. The department will recall, a U.S. official later wrote, that Ydígoras Fuentes put in an appearance at our embassy divested of all insignia. To offer his services as mediator, to be useful, as he put it, in any negotiations that might be undertaken. He made the same offer to the rebels. Indeed, he was very active throughout the day, but he did not fight. In short, noted the same U.S. official, Ydígoras' role had been ambiguous and odd, yet his last-moment betrayal of Ponce and his eagerness to serve the new rulers proved fruitful. The junta eventually appointed him Guatemala's minister to London, and he continued in the same post under Arévalo. In addition to his diplomatic duties, he cultivated Trujillo. He told the Dominican that Arévalo was a communist, that his immediate ouster was imperative, and that he, Ydígoras, was the man for the job. He would need, he added, $50,000. In the spring of 1950, the frustrated rebel returned from London to make his bid for the presidency, supported by conservatives and ex-partisans of the dictator Ubico, as a State Department official put it. He was not, by Ubiquista standards, a bloody man, he was merely corrupt. Bewailing the stupidity of his conservative friends, Marroquín Rojas later wrote, when they should have chosen a well-known, experienced, and resolute candidate, they chose the shadow of dictatorship. When many people told me that they were supporting Ydígoras because he would resort to arms if he lost the elections, I assured them that Ydígoras was not the man to lead a heroic rebellion. Marroquín Rojas was right, on all counts. The presidential campaign had just begun when an open letter was handed to the Secretary General of the PAR. It was signed by 10 prominent PAR members. Among them were the men who would later constitute the Secretariat of the Communist Party of Guatemala, José Manuel Fortuny, Alfredo Guerra Borges, Bernardo Alvarado Monzo 6N, Mario Silva Janama, and José Luis Ramos. In their letter, they announced their irrevocable resignation from the PAR and intimated their intention to create a vanguard party, a party of the proletariat based on Marxism-Leninism, registered 1 month later, on June 21, 1950, Octubre was launched. Edited by Fortuny, it carried on its masthead, for a great communist party, vanguard of the workers, the peasants, and the people. Would a communist party soon emerge, in open defiance of Arévalo? The party already existed. The first attempt to reconstitute a communist party after its destruction by Ubico had been foiled by the police in September 1947, but no informer alerted the authorities 2 years later when a clandestine congress was held. To avoid suspicion, recalls Guerra Borges, we only met on weekends and, occasionally, on weekday evenings. No wonder, then, that the Congress lasted from September 28 to December 18, 1949. In numbers, the Congress was not an impressive affair. The participants were less than 50, most likely they were 43. No foreign party was represented, and none played a role in the creation of the Communist Party of Guatemala. We met without any formalities, recalls Carlos Manuel Pellicer, and we didn't give any thought to foreign delegates. At age 33, Fortuny, who was elected Secretary General, seemed almost avuncular. The other leaders were in their mid-20s. They all shared urban lower middle class or middle class backgrounds. Most were teachers or university students, who until 1944 had never lived outside Guatemala. 7. Some, like 24-year-old Guerra Borges, had been totally apolitical when Ubico fell. Others, like Fortuny, had belonged to that restless youth that began the struggle against the dictator in late 1942. Not one had been a Marxist, let alone a Marxist-Leninist, not even Carlos Manuel Pellicer, who had lived in Mexico from 1940 to 1944 after a stint in Ubico's jails. In Mexico, Pellicer had been preoccupied with earning a living, not with Marxism. My love affair with communism, he later wrote, began in Paris in 1947, when I read Report from the Gallows by Fusick. The old communists who emerged from the dictator's jails in 1944 played only a marginal role in the creation of the PCG. After 12 years of harsh imprisonment, they had forgotten what little they had known of Marxism. 3 more influential were several exiles who had returned to Guatemala in 1944. But their effectiveness was hampered by the fact that they were Marxists, not Marxist-Leninists like the new leaders, and by their arrogance. Their wisdom, they believed, gave them the right to lead. This was particularly true of the writer Luis Cardozo y Aragon. Foreigners, particularly a handful of Salvadoran communists, were the major formative influence on the future leaders of the PCG. These men and women had not been sent by their party or by the Kremlin to spread the credo to Guatemala. They were exiles fleeing persecution. At home their party was in full disarray. In a cruel twist, just one day after Ponce surrendered in Guatemala, a military coup closed the democratic parenthesis in El Salvador that had been ushered in by the fall of Martinez, just as El Salvador had been a haven for Guatemalans between May and October 1944, so Guatemala became a refuge for Salvadorans. Among those who arrived in late 1944 were Miguel Marmol, Graciela Garcia, Matilda Elena Lépez, and Virgilio Guerra, Communist Party members of many years' standing, well-versed in clandestine work and familiar with Marxist-Leninist theory. They went into action at once, helping to mold the labor movement, working tirelessly, often unable to buy themselves a square meal. The trade unions didn't have the money to pay their activists, let alone feed them. So I just ate whatever could, whenever I could, and wherever I could, recalls Marmol. For these Salvadorans were instrumental in the creation, in July 1945, of the labor school Escuela Claridad, which taught both labor organization and Marxism-Leninism. In the course of their work, they were harassed, and some were jailed for brief periods or deported. Yet their efforts bore fruit in the quality if not the quantity of their disciples. The Guatemalans who assembled at the founding Congress in September 1949 could boast of impressive credentials: prominent journalists, congressmen, labor leaders, senior members of the PAR. They brought to the party a combination of dynamism, intellect, and integrity that was and would remain unequaled in Guatemalan politics. 2 men, in particular, stood out: a 26-year-old teacher, Victor Manuel Gutierrez, who was a congressman and the Secretary General of the CTG, Degree and Fortuny, also a member of Congress, a brilliant journalist and, until March 1949, the Secretary General of the PAR. These may seem bold judgments, yet they parallel the conclusions that were reached by the U.S. Embassy in the early 1950s, and they echo the conclusions of U.S. journalists and others whose anti-communist credentials are above suspicion, including those few, particularly Ronald Schneider, who have probed the vast documentary evidence in the Guatemalan transcripts. Schneider presents Gutierrez as the honest, humble, and soft-spoken Gutierrez, the revered leader of Guatemalan workers. Nicknamed the Franciscan for his ascetic manner of living, Gutierrez used his scarce free time to study and gave the bulk of his salary as a congressman to the party and the Labor Confederation, keeping only the bare minimum for himself. He neither sought nor accepted personal favors or privileges. 78 Of course, not all the communist leaders were pillars of virtue like Gutierrez. Schneider points to Fortuny. In spite of his obvious talents as a writer, speaker, and theoretician, he states, Fortuny's effectiveness was hampered by an unpleasant personality and the lack of morality in his private life. While Fortuny's contributions to the Guatemalan communist movement cannot be underestimated, he, less than any other leader, fits the image of the selfless, dedicated champion of the people, Fortuny could indeed be abrasive. Sure of his moral and intellectual superiority, he lacked Gutierrez's modesty. His occasional extramarital flings contrast with Gutierrez's impeccable private life. But not even the U.S. Embassy, which devoted many hours to Fortuny, so much as hinted at an instance of corruption on his part. 1 year after the fall of Arbenz, the New York Times noted that the communist leaders, unlike the other politicians, had not grown rich on their careers. Fortuny, in particular, owned only a $200 share in the Communist Daily Tribune, a popular degree, a remarkable feat for a man who had been one of Guatemala's most influential politicians and the president's closest friend. And if Fortuny was scrupulously honest, he was equally gifted, hard-working, and devoted to the party that he has continued to serve, often under the most dangerous circumstances. 3. Marroquín Rojas first crossed swords with him during the 1945 Constituent Assembly. Fortuny is, he wrote, rebellious, invincible, a courageous congressman, indefatigable, astute and audacious. Fortuny. Once passionate and vigorous. He is an extremist. Asterisk. Some PCG leaders were temperamentally similar to Fortuny, others were more like Gutierrez. They shared, however, honesty and dedication, setting their world far apart from that of Guatemala's other political groups. This was to be a great asset to the party and one of the sources of the ever-growing attraction it held for Jacobo Arbenz. Fortuny began considering himself a Marxist-Leninist in 1948, after joining Guerra Borges, Silva Janama, Alvarado Monzon, and other PAR members in the Marxist circle Vanguardia Democratica. Together, they tried to lead the PAR toward Marxist positions. Their growing radicalism placed them in a minority within the party's councils. Increasingly, they clashed with the anti-communist factions led by Charnaud MacDonald and Humberto González Juárez. At the PAR's convention of March 1949, they were decisively defeated. We were massacred by a 382 to 120 vote in the name of party unity. They were given posts within the leadership, but they could no longer hope to sway the PAR's course. Aware that a communist party would be able to operate freely once Arbenz had assumed the presidency, they created the PCG in late 1949. A few months later, writes a PCG leader, we decided that it was time for some of us to go public, while the others stayed underground to protect the party in case Arevalo struck. On May 20, 1950, Fortuny and his 9 friends resigned from the PAR and intimated in their open letter their intention to create a communist party. Then on June 21 the first issue of Octubre appeared, and on September 8 the Jacobo. Now a fervent anti-communist and no friend of Fortuny, asserts. Fortuny was an honest man, an extremely honest man. He hated anything with even a whiff of corruption. This was typical of the leaders of the Communist Party. It impressed and attracted me. Sanchez Labor School was inaugurated. The school, explained Octubre, would offer a short and basic course on Marxism. It was more than the government could tolerate. On September 13, the police closed Octubre. The communists had the right to express their views privately, but not to proselytize, explained Arevalo. Copyright 2 weeks later, the police closed the Jacobo Sanchez School, and arrested those who were found on the premises, 40 in all. They also confiscated all written material, and even the paintings on the walls. Through Arbenz's personal intervention with the chief of police, those who had been detained were set free within a few hours. Octubre reappeared in November. The Jacobo Sanchez School was closed for 2 years. Registered at first to assuage anti-communist sensitivities during the electoral campaign, later because the communists had reassessed their priorities. They had too few qualified persons for too many tasks, a problem that would persist throughout the Arbenz years. As labor leaders, members of Congress, journalists, and members of Arbenz's inner circle, they were very busy with the electoral campaign, in addition to their tasks within the PCG. Fortuny, in particular, had a delicate assignment. At Arbenz's request, he wrote his campaign speeches, seeking to put a moderate spin on the issues that Arbenz wanted to address. Unwitting praise for Fortuny's skill came from an exacting source. The Office of Intelligence and Research of the U.S. State Department noted, in late October, that Arben's speeches have been essentially moderate in tone, containing few statements which could be construed as communist-inspired. 4°. While Arbenz was campaigning, Lt. Colonel Castillo Armas, the former Arenista commander, was plotting. His escapades would hardly deserve a foot. Note were it not that in 1953 he was selected by the CIA to lead the liberation of Guatemala. Castillo Armas and his plotters were united by their opposition to Arbenz and by their lack of realism. Some were former Arenista officers, like Castillo Armas. They had been dismissed from the army after the failure of the July uprising and were now bent on avenging their dead leader and their own disgrace. Others belonged to the landed elite. One was the former chief of Ubico's secret police, the notorious José Bernabe Linares, fresh out of jail. With the landowner Juan Cordova Serna acting as intermediary, Castillo Armas approached General Idígoras Fuentes. This was the first in a series of attempts at collaboration between these two intensely ambitious men. Idígoras did indeed welcome the prospect of a military coup, but only if he lost the elections, that once, if the government refused to honor his victory. A coup, he stressed, should be undertaken only to secure his claim to the presidency. This was not an attitude Castillo Armas could appreciate. His contacts with Idígoras dragged on in growing acrimony as he continued to hatch his own plot. He struck on November 5, 5 days before the polls opened. With 70 men he attacked the base milita in the capital, confident that the element of surprise and the complicity of a few junior officers within the barracks would guarantee his success. His initial victory, he believed, would spark a revolt in the army, a most bizarre proposition, since loyalist officers were in command of the troops. As late as November 4, Lieutenant Montenegro, one of Castillo Armas' followers, had tried to reason with him. The revolt, he argued, was hopeless even if they could seize the base milita, but Castillo Armas didn't even seize the base. One of his accomplices betrayed him. The attackers were met with heavy fire and swiftly routed. Castillo Armas was wounded and captured. After spending some weeks in the military hospital, he was sent to the penitentiary to await trial. 9 escape like the Count of Monte Cristo, Blaird-impartial on June 12, 1951. Castillo Armas, helped by other prisoners, had dug a long tunnel under the outer wall, or so he and his admirers have claimed, despite the fact that this would have required the guards to have been blind as well as deaf. A less stirring but more plausible explanation is that some prison officials had been bribed, and the tunnel had been dug with their connivance in order to mask the true circumstances of the escape. Whatever the truth, Castillo Armas went straight from the penitentiary to the Embassy of Colombia, where he sought asylum. On July 3, he left for Bogotá. He was the last of the Arenistas, a brave man who had failed to join the revolt of his friends on July 18, 1949, and who had now vindicated himself through his hopeless rebellion. Castillo Armas was still in jail when on March 15, 1951, Arbenz was inaugurated president of Guatemala. Arbenz' victory at the polls, on November 10 to 12, 1950, had been massive, 258,987 out of 404,739 ballots cast. Idígoras had come second, with 72,796 votes, while Garcia Granados trailed as a distant third, followed by Giordani. In a field of 10 candidates, Arbenz' victory had been assured. Idígoras was the landowner's choice, but he lacked personal appeal and military support. Garcia Granados and Giordani, two distinguished civilians who tempered their support for the revolution with pleas for moderation, had neither charisma nor political base. Arbenz, on the other hand, had the fervent backing of the country's two major political parties and of organized labor, which worked tirelessly on his behalf. He would have won even had the elections been completely free, but in the Guatemala of 1950 elections could not be genuinely free. The 1945 Constitution gave illiterate males only a public vote and disenfranchised illiterate women. it is naive to imagine that many Indians would have dared vote against the authorities' candidate, be it Yubico, Arana, Arbans, or Idigueras. Centuries of oppression had taught them the proper behavior. In the past, the army and the landowners had usually proceeded hand in hand, now they were divided. The military's influence reached farther than that of the landowners, and Arbans was the military's candidate. But Arbans also won a majority of the secret vote, conceded Marroquín Rojas, himself a defeated candidate. Despite a few incidents, he added, the campaign was fair, and the elections were free as they could be in Guatemala. *degree. Chapter 5. The United States and Arevalo's sins. In 1944, the United States had believed that Guatemala, with or without Yubico, would remain the docile little neighbor it had been for decades. Washington's confidence was soon shaken. Arevalo refused to show the customary deference to the State Department's friendly representations. This disquieting departure could be explained, many Americans believed, only by immaturity and the thrall of communism. During the previous half-century, only one regime in all of Central America had offended Washington's sensibilities more, that of President José Santos Zelaya in Nicaragua, forced out by the United States in 1909. Washington's reaction to the Arevalo administration must be analyzed against this background of the past servility of Guatemala and the present servility of the other banana republics. While minor problems heightened tensions, the Guatemalans' major sins were two: their persecution * of American companies and their irresponsible attitude toward communism. In the eyes of most Americans, it was self-evident that the country of Jefferson was not, and had never been, an imperialist power. The threat to the well-being and the sovereignty of the banana republics came from across the Atlantic. Monroe had been the first to challenge the ambitions of the European powers. Wilson had turned them back, nearly a century later, with his protective imperialism. If at times the United States had been overbearing toward its Latin neighbors, the good neighbor policy of Franklin Delano Roosevelt had removed all reasonable grounds for complaint. Now, in the late 1940s, a new enemy threatened the banana republics, Soviet imperialism, as barbarous as German Nazism, but even more dangerous. Once again, America called her little sisters to a crusade against a common foe. But Guatemala's new leaders failed to respond with proper enthusiasm, despite the fact that most of them were anti-communists. They acknowledged that the Soviet Union was an imperialist power, and they proclaimed their solidarity with the United States. But they lacked the zeal of a Somoza or a Trujillo. While Soviet armies threatened European countries, Europe was far away, and it was difficult to blame Russia for the trampled dignity of a banana republic. And the distinguishing mark of the middle-class leaders who came to sudden prominence after the fall of Yubico was their sense of national dignity. Many would discard their idealism as the rewards of power drew them from their roots, but few would discard their nationalism. The United States may have been the champion of the free world, but it was the United States that interfered in Guatemala's internal affairs, and it was American companies that held a stranglehold over the country's economy. American companies in Guatemala. Total U.S. investment in Guatemala in 1944 was about $93 million, concentrated in three companies: the Empresa Eléctrica de Guatemala, a subsidiary of Electric Bond and Share, the International Railways of Central America, and the United Fruit Company. Empresa Eléctrica, originally a German company, had been seized by the Guatemalan government during World War I. The Wilson administration was as eager to pry this thriving concern from its new owners as the Guatemalans were reluctant to relinquish it. President Manuel Estrada Cabrera refused to sell the company to the Americans. He was overthrown in April 1920. His successor, Carlos Herrera, proved equally obtuse. In December 1921, he too was toppled. Herrera's successor eagerly agreed to the sale. Nationalistic Guatemalans did not forget this story. Nor did they forget the paltry price that were exorbitant. With equal fervor, the company proclaimed its innocence. In 1951, the World Bank concluded that while IRCA's rates for passenger traffic were reasonable, its average freight rates exceed those of many other countries. They were higher, for instance, than comparable rates in the United States, although, the report pointed out, the reverse should have been true. It is quite possible, the bank observed with customary caution, that they are higher than they should be, and it went on to stress the absence of effective competition and the lack of any governmental control over IRCA's rates. To one customer, however, IRCA charged a bargain basement price. United Fruit, which owned 42.68% of IRCA's shares, paid about half the normal rate. Special treatment extended beyond price setting. In 1953, the United Nations observed, "The community of interest between the railroad company and the banana company has created a situation that does not always benefit the economy of the country. The trains that carry bananas are given absolute priority. When they are running, all other trains must wait in a siding. Furthermore, they receive special treatment in the ports and have priority in loading and unloading. Therefore the trains and ships that do not carry bananas are forced to wait. In fact, the loading and unloading of other goods is interrupted in order to attend to the bananas." The World Bank flatly concluded, "to all intents and purposes, is under the complete control of the United Fruit Company and the International Railways Company. That control extends over the movement of practically all import and export cargo through the Atlantic area *. If IRCA was powerful, United Fruit was a colossus. It had been created in 1899, the result of a merger between the personal empire of Minor Keith, who built railroads in Central America, and the Boston Fruit Company, which imported bananas from the Caribbean islands. Managed with ruthlessness, skill, and ambition, UFCO earned its sobriquet, the Octopus. As Arevalo ascended to the presidency, it was the world's greatest grower and exporter of bananas. The heart of its empire was in Guatemala, Honduras, and Costa Rica, where it owned well over 1 million acres of banana plantations, but it also had plantations in Panama, Colombia, Ecuador, Jamaica, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic. The Great White Fleet 85 ships carried UFCO's bananas to North America and Europe, making the company the largest carrier of the fruit. The ships also carried a significant percentage of the foreign trade of many of the smaller republics in which UFCO operated, as well as some passenger traffic. The fleet was more than a source of income, it was a symbol of the company's dominions at home, in the tropics, and on the seven seas. Still another tentacle had been added to UFCO in 1913, when the Tropical Radio Telegraph Company was incorporated to assure communications between the field and UFCO's Boston headquarters. By 1945, it controlled an important part of the international radio and cable traffic of Central America. The last major component of this well-integrated empire was the railroad. UFCO itself owned 1,400 miles of rail, mostly within its plantations. It also owned 42.6% of IRCA, whose 794 miles of railroad constituted the most extensive rail network between Mexico and Panama. Registered UFCO's annual budget was larger than those of the Central American countries in which it operated. Although by U.S. standards the largest company in Central America was not a giant, it was a well-respected and well-connected company, particularly in Massachusetts. This was evident in the Massachusetts delegation to the U.S. Congress. UFCO's shareholders included the Venerable Cabot Thomas, was briefly the company's president in 1948, and his brother, John Moores, was Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs in 1953. Several high-powered lobbyists were on call to remind the State Department and influential Americans that United Fruit deserved their affection and their support. These included the former Senator, Robert La Follette, who could boast impressive liberal credentials, and the prominent Washington lawyer, Thomas Corcoran. In the early 1940s, UFCO had hired yet another liberal, Edward Bernays, the father of public relations and the biggest name in his field. A battery of lawyers from America's most prominent law firms complemented the lobbyists' efforts. Indeed, as many authors have stressed, when the prestigious law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell negotiated UFCO's contract with Ubico in 1936, one of the firm's senior associates was John Foster Dulles *degree. UFCO had expanded swiftly and efficiently in Guatemala. In a 1924 agreement with President Orellana, it consolidated and enlarged its holdings on the Caribbean coast, creating the immense division of Bananera. In 1930 it moved onto Guatemala's Pacific shore, receiving an expansive tract at Tequizit. By 1945, it was the country's largest private landowner and biggest employer, dwarfing all others with its 566,000 acres of land and more than 15,000 workers. For years, apologists and critics of United Fruit have engaged in fierce debate. After diplomatically conceding that the record is not untarnished, the apologists point out that UFCO was not forced on Guatemala by gunboat diplomacy. They add that it played a very positive role in the development of the country's resources and paid millions of dollars in taxes. It centered its activities in undeveloped areas that otherwise might have remained closed to settlement and productive use for many decades. And it introduced medical and sanitation services. The company's workers, they stress, were better paid, better fed, and better housed than those who toiled for other landowners. There is some truth to these claims. Until the presidency of Arevalo, the State Department never intervened formally on behalf of UFCO. The company had never required such assistance. Yet there are more subtle forms of pressure. During the negotiations that led to the 1930 contract with President Chassin, the dispatches of the U.S. Embassy to Washington expressed warm sympathy for UFCO's demands. And it is inconceivable that the embassy hid the sympathy from the Guatemalan authorities. Although UFCO developed previously neglected regions, it did so in return for immense privileges. Indeed, after the fall of Ubico, an internal State Department document acknowledged, foreign companies, through arrangements favorable to the dictator in power at the moment, have been able to obtain large concessions and large privileges. Among these privileges were the tax breaks granted to UFCO, IRCA, and Empresa Electrica, which were in no way modified under Arevalo. In a detailed 1950 study, 3 U.S. financial experts concluded, a careful estimate indicates that in all 3 cases the tax liability is in the neighborhood of 1/2 of what it would be in the absence of the contracts. But Empresa Electrica and UFCO evaded even their paltry fiscal obligations. As the Guatemalan government discovered when it audited the company in 1953, Empresa Electrica had consistently resorted to creative accounting, and UFCO, like all large landowners in Guatemala, regularly undervalued its land in its tax declarations. Going beyond such elementary cheating, it also used methods that local landowners could not imitate. When UFCO shipped bananas to subsidiaries in North America and Europe, it recorded the sales at below market prices. The fraud was exposed by the Canadian Trade Commissioner in a 1949 article. In total trade with Canada, Guatemala achieved a balance in her favor of $499,969, according to Guatemalan statistics. Canadian statistics show this balance to be much larger. This is due to the fact that the United Fruit Company, in its intercompany trading between Guatemala and the United States, only places a small nominal value on banana exports. On entry into Canada, they are recorded at their proper value, which is some 700% higher than recorded in the Guatemalan export returns. Had UFCO declared the true value of the bananas, stated a 1950 CIA report, bananas will be seen to contribute at least 39% of the total exports and coffee 47% or less, rather than the official averages of 20% and 60% respectively. Reminiscing in 1976, a former United Fruit vice president cited other ways the company evaded its taxes. These gimmicks, he said, had become more sophisticated since the 1950s, but no one ever resorted to the shell game with one shred more enthusiasm than United Fruit demonstrated in those simpler days. Starting with its very beginning, registered until the fall of Ubico, the Guatemalan state allowed UFCO to operate as a private fiefdom, never interfering on behalf of the workers. While Guatemalan employers were similarly protected, UFCO had a special advantage. Because of its power and the power of the American flag, it was spared the dictator's whims. Neither Estrada Cabrera nor Ubico tolerated any show of disrespect toward United Fruit. Only in the 1920s, between dictators, did UFCO experience minor annoyances. Some criticism was voiced in the Guatemalan Congress and press, and there were uncharacteristic delays when the company requested more concessions. Worse, in 1923 UFCO faced an assault from an unlikely quarter. Its laborers went on strike. The work is so well paid that certain hidden motives must be behind the strike, company officials told the U.S. Embassy. Agitators were intimidating peaceful employees, and spreading all kinds of Bolsheviki propaganda. The Guatemalan government promptly sent in the troops, but the company was not satisfied. The Minister of Development had urged UFCO to recognize the labor union, an attitude that was nothing short of Bolshevism. Once Ubico assumed power, there were no more wayward ministers or ungrateful laborers, and UFCO remained undisturbed until 1944, an aloof feudal lord entrenched in its outlying domains and respected by the weak sovereign of the land. Dictatorship had served UFCO well in Guatemala, so well, in fact, that the company had become complacent and was unruffled at Ubico's fall. UFCO's record on labor relations was indeed superior to that of the coffee elite. UFCO's workers were treated harshly by their white overlords*, but the coffee barons paid wages that were even more miserable, and their brutality was seldom tempered by their much vaunted paternalism. Second to none in the virulence of their racism, they considered their Indian workers savages*. UFCO entered the Arevalo period confident of its power, its legal rights, and its position as Guatemala's model employer. It extended the hand of friendship to the new authorities, ready to entertain with them the same warm relations it had enjoyed with Ubico. It would not be long, however, before the company felt betrayed and persecuted. These feelings were shared by Empresa Electrica and IRCA, but UFCO would lead the struggle against the new government and, later, against Arbans. One of UFCO's grievances had some validity. The Arevalo administration was more vigorous in its protection of UFCO's workers than of other rural laborers. It may seem peculiar that a government so timid toward the native elite dared to disturb the American giant. In part, the paradox is explained by the nationalism of the revolutionary leaders. More disturbing than the plight of the peasants was the presence in their midst of an imperial enclave. Another consideration was equally significant. Unlike those who tilled the land of the coffee elite, UFCO's 15,000 workers had begun to organize in the summer of 1944, they had actively supported the candidacy of Arevalo, and they were closely connected with the urban labor movement. How grave were the sins of the Guatemalan government against United Fruit? Beyond offering some legal protection to the company's workers, Arevalo did not disturb UFCO's privileges. The day would come when, reeling under Arbans' blows, United Fruit would remember Arevalo's extremism with something akin to nostalgia. At the time, however, the company was outraged by the Guatemalans' aggressions. While minor disputes between U.S. companies and the government had surfaced soon after Ponce's overthrow, registered organized labor posed no serious challenge to UFCO until 1947. The strike that broke out at Bananera in early October 1946 was only an annoyance. The strikers demanded higher wages and an improvement in living conditions and treatment. It was the first strike in 2 decades, and it spread rapidly through the plantation. Even the maids working for Americans have quit, noted the conservative El Impartial. For the first time in the history of Bananera, white American women are doing all their own housework, running errands and even cleaning their houses. UFCO refused to negotiate. El Impartial itself contrasted the intransigence of the company with the good behavior of the strikers and the moderate nature of their demands. Intransigence triumphed. When work resumed at the end of October, the company's only concession was to promise that it would take no reprisals. The settlement galled many Guatemalans. In May 1947, the labor code was enacted. For the remainder of the Arevalo presidency, this labor code was, to UFCO, the symbol of its persecution. While the list of the offending articles was long, one principle particularly riled UFCO. This principle established different degrees of protection and benefits for workers in industrial, commercial, or agricultural enterprises. Agricultural laborers employed in estates of 500 or more permanent workers were granted many of the rights of industrial workers. While several fincas nacionales and at least 4 Guatemalan landowners fell into this category, so too did UFCO. The principle was blatantly discriminatory, UFCO charged. The offending articles had to be modified or removed. Registered. The company turned to the State Department for support. The details of UFCO's interaction with the U.S. government during the presidencies of Arevalo and Arbenz will be known only when the company's archives are opened, and this, one of its lobbyists has delicately noted, may take a very long time, since they may consider the record damning. The available evidence indicates that the American Republic's area of the State Department showed an immediate grasp of the problem presented to the United Fruit Company by the Labor Code, as an appreciative lobbyist wrote to Assistant Secretary Spruy Braden. Braden's grasp was indeed so acute that he began to upbraid the Guatemalan ambassador without bothering to wait for the legal office of the State Department to determine whether the Labor Code was in fact discriminatory. In mid-July, the legal advisor submitted his report. After conceding that 2 minor articles might be discriminatory, he categorically rejected the crux of UFCO's case. The State Department, he warned, could hardly maintain that the code's distinction between larger and smaller agricultural enterprises was discriminatory, since this same principle was recognized in labor laws in the United States as well as in foreign countries. ERA was not perturbed. In late July, a senior ERA official left Washington for Guatemala. UFCO had requested that the State Department send a good strong man to press the company's case on the Guatemalan authorities. Ever obliging, UFCO had even selected the ideal envoy, Raymond Geist, a Foreign Service officer stationed in Mexico. Braden, however, believed that it would be better if the special envoy spoke Spanish, not one of Geist's talents. He suggested the chief of ERA's Division of Central America and Panama Affairs, Robert Newbegin, a person of backbone and initiative, who, he assured lobbyist La Follette, could be relied on to present our case forcefully. 4. And so, Newbegin descended on Guatemala, as did several UFCO lobbyists and officials offering moral support and guidance. Newbegin was, indeed, a man of backbone and initiative. He began by informing the Guatemalan foreign minister that the purpose of his trip was solely to discuss the labor code and to urge the government to rewrite the offending articles so that the company could operate with sufficient guarantees and assurances. While he resisted UFCO's suggestion that he file an immediate protest, he sternly warned the Guatemalans that their treatment of UFCO might well have a serious effect upon relations between the two countries. It was a performance, concluded La Follette, that impressed the Guatemalan authorities. Nevertheless, the Guatemalan government did not remove the offending articles, and UFCO's labor unions began to demand that the company comply with the code. While pressure mounted, UFCO officials and lobbyists flooded the State Department and the embassy with complaints and prognostications. At times they contended that the economic burden of compliance would be intolerable. More often, they argued from a loftier height. It was not the cost that troubled them, but the injustice. UFCO was being penalized because it was owned by Americans. The history of the Labor Code, explained lobbyist Corcoran, indicated clearly that it had been adopted in order to discriminate against the United Fruit Company. Where would appeasement lead? More than the survival of American investment in Guatemala was at stake. Surrender in Guatemala would encourage legal and pseudo-legal assaults on foreign enterprises in many places of Latin America. The discriminatory nature of the labor code was the result, UFCO asserted, of more than the greed of the labor leaders and the chauvinism of the Guatemalan authorities. Far more dangerous forces were at work. The Arevalo administration was subjected to communistic influences emanating from outside Guatemala. Addressing this accusation squarely, in June 1947 a junior official at the embassy in Guatemala introduced a note of caution. In its opening paragraph, the United Fruit Company memorandum states that foreign influence has evidently been very effective in the preparation of the code. This is of course true, since one of the principal drafters of the code was Licenciado Oscar Barahona Streber, a Costa Rican. Most of the code is modeled on the similar Costa Rican document. The Labor Commission of the Guatemalan legislature appears to have made every effort to take into consideration the observations of all sectors affected by the code, and apparently took the advice of the United Fruit Company and the International Railways of Central America in many cases. The final document cannot be considered radical or revolutionary in any sense, except that no coordinated labor legislation existed in this country previously. No one else in the embassy expressed such iconoclastic views, not even the amiable Edwin Kyle, who served as U.S. ambassador from May 1945 to August 1948. Kyle was not unsympathetic to the Guatemalan government, and he believed that the suspicions of communist influence were without foundation, at least insofar as President Arevalo is concerned. Judiciously, Kyle pointed out that a great deal of the criticism directed at the Arevalo administration came from the country's wealthy property owners, and that it reminded him of opinions expressed by some of his wealthy fellow Texans relative to President Roosevelt. It apparently never occurred to him that UFCO might also be a biased critic. On the contrary, he had only praise for the company. In June 1947, the same month that one of his subordinates challenged UFCO's assessment of the labor code, Kyle wrote, "I have every possible confidence in the United Fruit Company. As I told the foreign minister, I am convinced that next to what the Standard Oil Company is doing for the people and government of Venezuela, that the United Fruit Company comes next in all of the Central and South American countries as doing the most for the territory in which it operates." His views did not change in the following year when the conflict between the company and the host government deepened. UFCO, he told the State Department as he returned to private life in the summer of 1948, was doing a really constructive job in its Latin American relations. For no one should accuse the unflappable Kyle of opportunism. He was an elderly dean of agriculture from Texas who had not sought to be an ambassador and who looked forward to retirement. Like a great many Americans, he believed in the virtues of big business and in the positive role it played in backward countries. He saw no contradiction between his exuberant praise of UFCO and his goodwill toward the Arevalo administration. He failed to realize that this praise lent credibility to UFCO's claim that sinister forces were at work in the Guatemalan government. In July 1948, the legal advisor to the State Department intervened a second time, urging that until we can establish that the United Fruit Company is, in practice, being discriminated against, we should take some steps to have the embassy diminish its vigorous pressure on the Guatemalan government. Greater than 6 such qualms did not trouble the officials at ERA. What concerned them was the communist threat. Nor was the new ambassador, Richard Patterson, who replaced Kyle in the summer of 1948, given to legalistic caution. Patterson was as arrogant as Kyle had been courteous. He was devoid of sympathy for the Guatemalan government and highly receptive to allegations of communist influence. He was, in short, in tune with United Fruit, as well as with the senior embassy staff and ERA officials in Washington. Initially the U.S. had viewed neither the revolution nor Arevalo with suspicion. There was some uneasiness, however, about the region as a whole. An August 1945 intelligence analysis had remarked that in Latin America mass discontent is more acute than at any time in the past century, and it had listed Guatemala as one of the countries where the old forms of society and government have completely broken down and new forms are in process of emergence. The assessment of the Arevalo administration was favorable. The only reservation was whether it would have the ability to direct the difficult transition. Registered such concerns about the future of Latin America were amorphous and fleeting. A December 1946 intelligence report on Soviet objectives in the Western Hemisphere, for example, expressed no anxiety about communism in Central America, except in Costa Rica. In the other 4 republics, the report Noted, the Communist Party was banned, and there is no indication that if any real communists exist, they have an appreciable influence degree. It was United Fruit that first raised the specter of serious communist infiltration in Guatemala, and it was the introduction of the labor code that provoked it to do so. In the months that followed, the company's accusations fell on fertile ground. It was evident that several labor leaders and politicians had veered sharply to the left. Registered moreover, the labor code encouraged the fledgling labor movement and exasperated the upper class, which began to brandish charges of communist infiltration with even greater gusto than did UFCO. Meanwhile the Cold War deepened. In 1945 and 1946 the Truman administration had shown antipathy toward dictatorial rule and sympathy for democratic regimes in its Latin American policy. By 1948, this stance had changed into appreciation for dictators as the strongest defense against communism. Many U.S. officials accepted that social reforms were long overdue in Latin America, and some even intimated that such reforms could be the best antidote to communism. But reforms were acceptable only if they did not enhance the prestige of men whom Washington distrusted, such as Guatemala's labor leaders. Furthermore, these reforms must respect established American economic interests, and they must not antagonize the elites, those stalwart friends of the United States who benefited from the injustice of the status quo. Although U.S. officials conceded that American firms abroad were at times persecuted simply because of the host government's naivete, greed, and chauvinism, they were also on guard to the ever-present danger of communism. Very close scrutiny of the reformers was in order. The standards against which the Arevalo administration was judged were Ubicos Guatemala and the undemocratic regimes of El Salvador, Honduras, and Nicaragua. U.S. officials were ill-equipped to assess the men who led Guatemala. They also lacked accurate information. They had been accustomed to a country where even in the moments of political opening the relevant actors were few, well-known, and predictable, the upper class and aspiring military caudillos. Information was gathered in the beautiful houses of the upper class or by summoning the protagonists to the embassy. At other times, the relevant actors were even fewer. In Ubico's 13 years, only one man mattered. With the fall of Ponce, the United States faced a whirlwind of new groups, such as organized labor and the political parties of the middle class, groups that talked of changing Guatemalan society, although their rhetoric tended to be far more ardent than their actions, groups that were led by men with whom embassy officials were usually ill at ease, groups that were motivated by a nationalism that stood in sharp contrast to the accommodating greed of the leaders of happier days. No one of the former governing class of old good families was or has since been a member of this government, a U.S. diplomat lamented in 1949. To penetrate this strange new world of young revolutionary leaders, the embassy turned to those Guatemalans who appeared unswervingly pro-American, those who would be honest enough to acknowledge that the labor code was discriminatory, and that UFCO and its sister companies were being victimized, those who were sensitive to the communist threat. Not surprisingly, these worthies were found among Arevalo's enemies and particularly among the genteel upper class. These were the men who were eager to convince the Americans of the burgeoning communist threat. To be sure, Washington was not unaware that these men had their own agenda. But their warnings, U.S. officials believed, contained elements of truth. The more dangerous seemed the Arevalo regime, the less shrill seemed its critics. Governments hostile to Guatemala added damning information. Again, Washington did not uncritically accept these reports, but the accusations reinforced the mood of distrust. Registered the Truman administration, and in particular the embassy in Guatemala, had another source of information, the one they valued most highly, those Americans who had long lived in the country. These men were the representatives of U.S. companies in Guatemala. Foremost among them were two intelligent, persuasive and outspoken individuals, William Talon, general manager of UFCO, and Thomas Bradshaw, president of IRCA. Milton Wells, the Foreign Service officer who essentially ran the embassy under both Kyle and Patterson, entertained close ties with Talon and Bradshaw, recalls an embassy official degree. Thus by the late 1940s, the Truman administration saw Guatemala as a nightmarish world infested not only by communists, but also by ill-defined yet dangerous species such as pro-communists, fellow travelers, extreme leftists, and radical leftists. There was some truth to these fears. That Gutierrez, for example, had become a communist was a fact that he himself hardly sought to hide. The same was true of a handful of labor leaders close to him. But U.S. officials also branded as communists or communist sympathizers men who were at most mild leftists or even right of center. The prominent PAR leader Charnaud was not considered a proven communist in the card-carrying sense, yet his strong pro-communist orientation was flagrant. Since 1944 at least registered. In fact, Charnaud, who hardly knew who Marx was in 1944, was, by the end of Arévalo's term, an eloquent populist with slight leftist proclivities. The same virulent red virus allegedly contaminated Foreign Minister Muffiazmini, another moderate leftist whose major sins were strong hostility to dictatorship and sincere nationalism. Registered other cases were still more far-fetched. U.S. officials were not sure whether Jorge Garcia Granados, a moderate candidate in the 1950 presidential elections, was a card-carrying communist, but he was certainly a communist sympathizer and a dangerous man. The Honduran exile Medardo Mejia, who held mid-level positions in the Guatemalan bureaucracy and wrote in the pro-government press, was correctly identified as a close friend of Arévalo. It was the Honduran minister in Guatemala who had revealed Mejia's secret to the American embassy. He was one of the principal agents of communist penetration in Guatemala. This information was accepted by U.S. officials even though it came from an obviously partisan source. Mejia, who shared the confused populist views of Arévalo, became, for the Americans, a dangerous character and was placed in the same gallery of scoundrels as Graciela Garcia, a Salvadoran communist of many years standing whom Arévalo had deported in 1947. Even Clemente Marroquín Rojas, a prominent right-wing intellectual, aroused the suspicions of U.S. officials. His nationalism, which was tinged with criticism of the United States, confused them, for they were accustomed to Guatemalan conservatives who loudly sang the praises of all things American. His daily La Hora, which had attacked Arévalo and his policies as extremist since late 1947, was branded as leftist. Given this hypersensitivity, it is hardly surprising that U.S. officials saw the revolutionary parties as ravaged by the red virus. Once again, a distorted assessment grew around a grain of truth. The PAR had harbored communists Fortuny and his friends. But even after their resignation, U.S. officials believed that communist influence in the PAR was significant, not an unreasonable conclusion, given that they considered the party's major leader, the anti-communist Charnaud, to be at least a fellow traveler. U.S. officials also concluded that the infection had spread to RN, albeit to a less pronounced degree, and suspicions were even raised about the docile FPL. With hindsight, the embassy concluded that demagogic incitement of the masses against the status quo marked the first 3 years of the Arévalo administration. A bold assessment that was not consonant with the embassy's own reporting in 1945 and 1946. The same hindsight colored the embassy's interpretation of the labor code. In 1947, U.S. officials had condemned merely its discriminatory nature, while UFCO had warned that it bore the signs of communist influence. By 1948, the embassy had discovered that the code was a drastic document which, if enforced literally, would greatly facilitate the communist objective of state or worker control of industry. It warned that the social policies of the Arévalo administration were motivated in part by a calculated effort to further class warfare, rather than being limited in scope to a sincere effort to bring about much-needed social and economic adjustments. While Washington's preoccupation with communism in Guatemala grew, American companies locked into an increasingly bitter conflict with the host government and organized labor. Once again, United Fruit led the way, resisting the demands of its labor unions that the labor code be implemented and that wages be increased. The company remained firm. The code was discriminatory, and UFCO's wages were already the highest paid to agricultural workers in Guatemala. In a still recent past, UFCO would have fired the insubordinate workers, and the government would have readily enforced the company's will. But now the labor code stipulated that workers could not be summarily dismissed and provided for inspectors to verify the union's complaints. Furthermore, United Fruit was expected to use the mechanisms of conciliation and arbitration established by the new legislation. The government's persecution of UFCO, however, should not be exaggerated. Between the summer of 1947 and early 1949, when the smoldering conflict erupted into a dangerous crisis, labor inspectors repeatedly found UFCO guilty of violations of the labor code, yet the total amount of the fines levied against the company was $690.74. What exasperated UFCO, sure of its moral superiority and jealous of its autonomy, was the idea of any outside interference, even if this interference came from the sovereign government of the land. Egged on by UFCO, the State Department exerted unrelenting pressure on the Arevalo administration to modify the labor code and to halt its persecution of American companies. In late July 1948, the legal advisor of the State Department had criticized ARA's stance, arguing that the discriminatory nature of the code had not yet been proven. ARA eventually conceded the point, and on November 2 it instructed the embassy to ascertain, in as discreet a manner as possible, whether UFCO was indeed a victim of discrimination. The nature of the debate, and its swift conclusion, were well summarized in a December 1948 memorandum to Robert Lovett, the Undersecretary of State. In February 1947 there was enacted in Guatemala a labor code of more than 400 articles. In 4 of these, special benefits are conferred on employees of agricultural enterprises with more than 500 workers. In the specific Guatemalan setting, it appeared clear that these articles were intended to place a special burden on the United Fruit Company. Consequently, the American Embassy, with the department's backing, in due course protested the seemingly discriminatory articles. Later, doubts arose within the department as to whether our government could, in view of much of its own legislation and the jurisprudence built up around it, properly represent that the 4 disputed articles were prima facie discriminatory in a legal sense. The views first expressed by our ambassador to the Guatemalan government were never retracted, but these doubts were discussed by the department with counsel and officers of the United Fruit Company. It was agreed between the department and the company that the company would gather and present evidence to the department as to whether there were enterprises besides the United Fruit Company covered by the articles in question, and, if so, whether such enterprises were complying with the law. These enterprises would possibly include a number of large farms operated by the Guatemalan government itself. The department could not and did not require of the United Fruit Company that it present clear and incontrovertible evidence on these points before proceeding further. In the nature of things Guatemalan, it would be practically impossible for the company and our embassy to develop such evidence. It was only on December 9, 1948, that the company was able to present to the department sufficient information to enable it to take a further step. On December 10, by telegram, the department transmitted this information to the new ambassador in Guatemala, Richard C. Patterson, Jr., and instructed him to verify it and then to renew representations in protection of the United Fruit Company's interests. Representations were in the first instance begun by our embassy as soon as the position in which the Guatemalan Labor Code placed the United Fruit Company had become clear, and these representations were vigorously pushed by Ambassador Kyle. Our government's stand has never been altered, and with the new information at hand the case of the United Fruit Company will be vigorously pressed. Sent. Thus ended the ineffectual debate, in which United Fruit had been its own prosecutor, and the jury had been a most sympathetic embassy. A more serious investigation would have shown, as the Guatemalan government contended, that there were several agricultural enterprises with more than 500 permanent workers, and that in some of these, some provisions of the labor code were enforced. The analysis would also have shown that the impetus to implement the code came from UFCO's labor unions, not from the Arevalo administration, as the Guatemalan Ambassador had pointed out, agricultural workers elsewhere were far less combative. The conclusion of the debate within the State Department came at a most opportune moment. Less than a month later, United Fruit declared war on the Guatemalan government. Ordered by the government to submit its dispute with the labor unions to arbitration in the labor courts, UFCO responded by firing a large number of workers and stopping all shipping at Puerto Barrios. The impasse continued throughout February, while Arevalo threatened to sequester the company's properties, and Ambassador Patterson, implementing Washington's orders with gusto, made it clear to Arevalo that the United States held his administration responsible for the conflict. Recent developments of deepest concern U.S. government and business circles, he warned, and being watched as testability and even willingness. Government to give American enterprises this country the fair deal which certainly has been denied them during past 3 years registered it was an unequal contest. In March, a compromise was reached that re-established normal relations between the company and the host government, that is, relations of extreme distrust. United Fruit had made good its refusal to submit to arbitration, and the unions had obtained only modest concessions, principally a wage increase of less than 10%. It is clear, concluded El Impartial, that our country is too weak to challenge powerful American business interests for the remainder of the Arevalo presidency. Embassy reports and State Department communications referred repeatedly to Guatemala's victimization of American companies. Persecution was the monotonous refrain. With rising irritation, Patterson lectured Arevalo about Guatemala's sins, and State Department officials administered the same medicine to the hapless Guatemalan ambassador in Washington. And yet, in 1950, reviewing the record of many years of persecution, the State Department concluded that American companies in Guatemala have suffered no serious harm. Registered degree. This relatively happy situation, U.S. officials believed, had been possible only because of their spirited defense of the companies, and they had a point. In spite of UFCO's economic power, it is unlikely that Arevalo would have been as forgiving had it not been for the heckling of the State Department. After December 1948, the record indicates only one instance when a U.S. official dared to suggest that the Guatemalan government was anything less than the villain of the peace. In a comprehensive memorandum, the labor officer of the Office of Regional American Affairs, John Fishburne, boldly stated that the State Department's embrace of UFCO was wrong. With only one exception, Fishburne argued, the discriminatory articles of the Labor Code were in fact legitimate in terms of modern thinking. Noting UFCO's claim that it treated its Guatemalan workers generously, Fishburne responded, the company will have to learn that labor often does not appreciate paternalism, but wishes to share in determining its fate. This trend to extend democracy in industrial relations is very powerful. Presciently, he warned, if UFCO should attempt, with or without embassy assistance, to fight this inevitable trend, it will probably lead to the same conclusion experienced by the American and British oil companies in Mexico, that is, expropriation. He concluded. With respect to this government's relations to the case, it would appear most unwise for us to be tied to the company's position, without regard for Guatemala's aspirations or sovereign feelings. It is my judgment that our unfortunate and necessarily ineffectual attempts to help the company have permitted the communists to pose as champions of labor and of national sovereignty, and have thereby aided them in achieving control over organized labor in Guatemala. The embassy in Guatemala shot off a sharply worded 6-page rebuttal. Registered Edward W. Clark, of the Office of Middle American Affairs, wrote to Milton Wells, the U.S. charge in Guatemala, all of us here in Mid think Fishburne is way off the beam in his thinking on this matter and have told him so. A few days earlier, continued Clark, at the weekly meeting of assistant secretaries the situation relating to our relations with Guatemala was discussed thoroughly and full approval was given to the policy which we are presently following. Registered U.S. officials did not dispute Fishburne's assertion that the communists were profiting from the labor conflicts and discrediting both UFCO and the U.S. government. But they believed that Fishburne's analysis was naive, Any concessions on UFCO's part would have encouraged the communist bosses to raise new demands and enhance their prestige among the workers. At fault was not the State Department's support of UFCO, but the Guatemalan government's tolerance, and even encouragement, of these communists. This connivance added an ominous dimension to the labor conflict and heightened U.S. suspicions about Arevalo. The Caribbean Legion. Not only did Arevalo persecute American companies and show a disquieting tenderness toward communist agitators, his foreign policy was equally reckless. Guatemala, the State Department asserted in 1950, was one of the principal causes of unrest and instability in the Caribbean. The accusation was not baseless. No government helped the semi-mythical Caribbean Legion more than that of Arevalo. Arevalo's involvement with the Caribbean Legion illuminates both his personality and the struggles that stirred the Caribbean in the late 1940s. Further, it highlights the paranoia that had seized the Truman administration. In a less distorted world, Arevalo's support for the Caribbean Legion would have been proof that the president was an anti-communist, or at least that he was not a communist. Instead, it was added to the indictment as evidence of his communist proclivities. Indeed, it was partly this worldview that made the Caribbean Legion seem more powerful to Washington than it ever was. As a structured, formal organization, the Caribbean Legion never existed. What did exist were nuclei of exiled leaders from various countries who were, at times, able to coordinate their activities and mobilize foot soldiers. Exiles living throughout the region registered. In the twilight of the Second World War, the sudden emergence of democracy in Cuba, Guatemala, and Venezuela had swelled the hopes of exiles from the less fortunate republics in the region. No longer lonely outcasts, they could now count on the assistance of friendly governments. Freedom was contagious, they believed, and resistance to dictatorship was growing in their own countries. Among the dictators, Trujillo and Somoza were the pillars of tyranny. Should they be toppled, the wind of democracy in the Caribbean would prove irresistible. While others plotted, the Dominican exiles acted. In the summer of 1947, with the complicity of President Ramon Grau San Martin and other high Cuban officials, they assembled the largest exile force that had ever congregated in the Caribbean. A potpourri of approximately 1,200 armed men, mainly Cuban volunteers and Dominicans with a sprinkling of Hondurans and other exiles, gathered in Cuba at Cayo Confites. The leaders of the expedition were confident of their own strength and that of the underground that awaited their arrival in the Dominican Republic. The underground did indeed exist, although they exaggerated its power. Had the exiles invaded, Trujillo would have been the likely victor. Had they invaded, secrecy was a virtue that the exiles and their Cuban protectors had spurned. The preparations for the invasion were public knowledge, and Cuban complicity was flagrant. While Trujillo's complaints grew, the United States pressed Grau to desist, as did Cuban opposition politicians and even government officials. Grau capitulated. In late September, the Cuban military detained the entire expeditionary force. In a matter of days, the exiles were set free, but their hopes had been shattered. The chastened Cuban government was no longer willing to offer its country as a base for future expeditions. Worse, it confiscated the weapons that the exiles had accumulated so laboriously. It was at this juncture that Arevalo assumed center stage. The previous summer, while the Dominicans had been organizing in Cuba under Grau's protection, Arevalo had acted as their intermediary to buy weapons in Argentina, using his good contacts with the Buenos Aires government and claiming that the arms were for Guatemala registered. He had also broken diplomatic relations with Trujillo in July 1947. It had been a useful, though secondary, role. But now that Grau had abandoned the exiles, Arevalo stepped forward as the champion of the Caribbean Legion. He was to retain this role for 2 years, and he acted with far more discretion than had Grau. In Guatemala, Arevalo's policy, which was never discussed publicly, was endorsed by leaders of the revolutionary parties. Within the military, Arbenz was sympathetic, and Arana grumbled. Yet he went along, as was his wont registered sincere hostility to dictators only partially explains Arévalo's daring role between 1947 and 1949 registered degree. A dream that had deep roots in Central American history moved him to risk a confrontation with Trujillo and Somoza and to incur Washington's anger. It was a passionate longing that Arévalo had expressed in 2 essays written in his youth and that he reiterated in his inaugural address. There is no Guatemalan who does not dream of the greater motherland of Central America. We feel impotent whenever we pause to consider the fact that we are still 5 small republics, exposed to the machinations of any adventurer and the exploitation of the powerful. Terrible enemies keep us apart. These enemies are our very own governments. The Federation of Central America would exist now if our governments had renounced their selfish interests. The Federation is not an illusion, it could become a reality in the near future. We need only to unite. In order to resurrect the Central American nation as a great democracy, with a powerful economy and a modern army. Upon becoming president, Arévalo sought to achieve his goal by diplomatic means, expounding the idea of a gradual but steady federative process for the 5 Central American republics. His efforts led, in 1945 and again in 1946, to 2 highly publicized meetings with General Salvador Castaneda Castro, the strongman who ruled El Salvador. Florid treaties for the progressive unification of the 2 countries were signed. Meanwhile, the other 3 Central American governments remained aloof. By 1947 it was clear that the treaties were worthless. In the words of a sympathetic scholar, Arévalo had become completely disillusioned as far as the possibility of a successful unification effort was concerned. Yet his zeal was unquenched. The failure of his diplomatic efforts merely led him to conclude that the dictators themselves were the obstacle to Central American unification and that with their overthrow Central America would be one and democratic. It was this conviction that moved him, in the wake of the Cuban fiasco, to respond to the Dominicans' appeal for help. On their behalf, he urged his friend, President Grau, to release the weapons of CONFITES. Grau surrendered some of the weapons. He gave them, however, not to the exiles but to the Guatemalan government. Thus Guatemala became Mecca, and Arévalo the prophet. Dominicans, Hondurans, and leaders of rival Nicaraguan exile factions flocked to him. Also present was an eloquent Costa Rican, José Figueres. To be sure, Figueres could hardly qualify as an exile. Deported from Costa Rica in 1942, he had returned in 1944. Since then he had indulged unmolested in one of his fondest occupations, inveighing in scathing and scurrilous public denunciations of the administrations of Presidents Rafael Angel Calderon Guardia and Teodoro Picado. More discreetly, Figueres was busy plotting against the government *. Within that cacophony, Arévalo arbitrated with the assurance of the man who holds all the cards. Under his firm guidance the exiles were forced to patch up their differences and to sign, on December 17, 1947, a most extraordinary document, the Pacto del Caribe. The pact established an alliance of the groups representing the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. As we overthrow each of these dictators, the resources of the liberated countries will be used to reinforce our common endeavor while explicitly targeting only Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, and Nicaragua. The Pacto del Caribe had a more ambitious scope. All groups representing the oppressed peoples of the Caribbean are invited to join this pact, so that they too with our help can liberate their own countries. The ultimate aim, so dear to Arévalo, was powerfully stated. We, the undersigned, declare that the immediate re-establishment of the Republic of Central America is necessary for this continent. This principle will be affirmed in the new constitutions of the liberated countries, and each new government will immediately work to implement it with all the resources at its disposal. The liberated countries pledge to establish a democratic alliance of the Caribbean, which will be open to all the democracies of the Caribbean, as well as to El Salvador and Ecuador. The Democratic Alliance of the Caribbean will constitute an indivisible bloc in all international crises. Its fundamental aims will be, to strengthen democracy in the region, to demand the respect of the international community for each of its members, to liberate the European colonies that still exist in the Caribbean, to promote the creation of the Republic of the Lesser Antilles, to act as one in defense of our common economic, military, and political interests. Discreetly, Arevalo refrained from signing the document, yet his hand was evident in the flowery language that was his trademark. All differences in the interpretation and implementation of this pact, the document concluded, will be submitted to the irrevocable decision of President Juan José Arevalo, in whose ability, honesty, and impartiality we place full trust. We are confident that he will not withhold the invaluable gift of his wisdom trademark *, of course, to brand the governments of Calderón and Picado as dictatorships as the Pacto del Caribe did was hyperbole, and to lump Costa Rica with Trujillo's Dominican Republic and Somoza's Nicaragua was sheer nonsense. Costa Rica had a hybrid system where electoral fraud alternated with clean elections. Under President Calderón, and above all under Picado, the foremost authority on the period points out, the opposition could act almost freely. It was rarely cowed and responded in kind to the government's excesses. By Costa Rica's previous standards, democracy did not fare badly under Calderón and Picado. It was comparable to that of Cuba under Grau. Furthermore, the administrations of Calderón and Picado contrasted with those of their predecessors in their advocacy of social reforms and in their alliance with the Communist Party, which had polled 10% of the votes in the 1940 elections. It was this strong reformist bent, and the alliance with the Communists, that exasperated the Costa Rican upper class, which had blithely overlooked the brazen electoral fraud and high-handed practices of Calderón's predecessor, Lenin Cortés. Figueres shared the upper class's hostility toward Calderón and Picado, not because he opposed social reform, but because he wanted power. Costa Rica's domestic politics were of little concern to the Caribbean exiles, even though many disapproved of Calderón's and Picado's association with the Communists. However, in the eyes of many exiles, Calderón and Picado were guilty of a particularly heinous crime. Intent on domestic reforms and aware of the military weakness of their country, they remained aloof from the struggle against dictatorship in the Caribbean, and they strove to maintain proper relations with the powerful Somoza. This policy led a faction of Nicaraguan exiles to strike an alliance with Figueres in 1943. With their help, Figueres eventually won over Edilberto Torres Espinosa and Roberto Brands Meson, Nicaraguan and Costa Rican intellectuals who were friends of Arevalo. With them, and then with Arevalo in late 1947, Figueres argued a case that was as simple as it was straightforward. Given its border with Nicaragua, Costa Rica was the ideal base from which to launch an attack against Somoza. Should he, Figueres, seize power, he would offer his country and its resources to assist in the liberation of Nicaragua. With its risible army of 300 men, the Costa Rican regime would be easily toppled. Figueres was eloquent, and Torres and Brands were venerable figures. Although the Pacto del Caribe had established no sequence among the three regimes that were explicitly targeted for destruction, Arevalo had made his choice. Costa Rica would be first, followed by Nicaragua. Then, in ever stronger waves, other targets would be hit, until no dictator remained in the Caribbean. The Dominican exiles, the rightful owners of the weapons they no longer controlled, had no alternative but to accept this decision, which delayed their hour, but at least held out a promise of liberation for their country. On March 1, 1948, the Costa Rican government annulled the February presidential elections, which had been won by the opposition, and thereby handed a welcome pretext to those who had already decreed its destruction. When, on March 12, the uprising that Figueres had been preparing for 6 years finally broke out, Arevalo promptly sent the weapons of CONFites to the rebels. Degree 8. Without this aid, a successful revolt could hardly have been staged, for Figueres had no arms. A handful of well-trained Caribbean exiles accompanied the weapons from Guatemala. They supplied critical military skills that the traditionally Pacific Costa Ricans lacked, and provided the insurgents With a technical military advantage over the regular forces of the Costa Rican army, an army whose officers demonstrated neither the ability nor the will to resist, Arevalo had honored his pledge to Figueres. Now it was Figueres' turn. Yet once in power, the Costa Rican was unable, and probably unwilling, to fulfill his promises. Granted, the Nicaraguan exiles who flocked to the country after Figueres' victory did not help their own cause. They were more interested in San Jose spars than in military training. Their indiscreet, boisterous behavior alienated not only the Costa Rican public but also Figueres' supporters, who had not been privy to the commitments undertaken by their leader in the Pacto del Caribe and who had little desire to court unnecessary danger by challenging the mighty Somoza. In vain did Arevalo try to stiffen the resolve of the elusive Figueres. In vain did he beseech his erstwhile protege to honor the Pacto del Caribe, a pact, he pleaded, signed in good conscience and that even included an oath to be loyal and disciplined until the fall of the last dictator. Months of inactivity were followed, in December 1948, by a small invasion of Costa Rica launched from Nicaragua by supporters of former President Calderón. At Figueres' urgent request, the Organization of American States intervened and swiftly rendered its predictable verdict: both Nicaragua and Costa Rica were guilty. Nicaragua of actual aggression, Costa Rica of potential aggression. They should desist at once and adhere strictly to the policy of non-intervention. Both governments happily complied. Somoza, who had intended merely to frighten Figueres, urged the invaders to withdraw to Nicaragua. Figueres, to the great joy of his supporters, told the Nicaraguan exiles to leave Costa Rica. Once again, it was to Guatemala that the leaders of Nicaraguan, Dominican, and other exile groups flocked, and it was to Guatemala that Figueres returned the bulk of the weapons that he had received from Arevalo. Arevalo was prepared to make a final effort. This time, rather than to the discredited and faction-ridden Nicaraguans, his support went to the more cohesive Dominicans. Basically, one of these Dominicans has written, "Our plan was the following: several groups of rebels with weapons for 500 or 600 men would be flown to the Dominican Republic. Unlike Coconfites, this would not be a full-fledged invasion, and we would not immediately confront Trujillo's army. We had decided to land in 3 different places, and we would arrive by air, not by sea like in Coconfites. About 60 men would participate in the invasion." At Arevalo's behest, the Dominican exiles were trained at Guatemalan military facilities and were given the well-traveled weapons of Coconfites. Since President Piero, who replaced Grau in 1948, would not allow the rebels' planes to refuel in Cuba while en route to the Dominican Republic, Arevalo helped to persuade senior Mexican officials to permit refueling at the military airport of Cozumel in Quintana Roo. Thus, while Figueres apparently contributed a small amount of money, and Piero a lame expression of sympathy, Arevalo was the only president to give active assistance to those fighting against the dictators. The Dominicans' plan was as foolhardy as it was brave. Due to bad weather and poor coordination at Cozumel, only one of the 6 planes of the invading squadron reached the Dominican Republic, landing near the town of Luparan on June 19, 1949, with 15 men aboard, including the pilots. Had 10 times their number arrived, disaster would have been inevitable. The underground no longer existed, some of its members had been killed, others were in jail, and those who had escaped detection were trying to forget that they had ever dared to plot against Trujillo. The rebels who landed near Luparan were desperately alone. Within a few hours, 10 had been killed. The others became Trujillo's prisoners. Their public trial would expose the machinations of international communism against the peace-loving democracy of Generalissimo Trujillo. The tragedy of Luparan closed the parenthesis of hope that had opened in 1944. The Caribbean Legion had fought its last battle. Washington welcomed its demise. By the late 1940s, the Truman administration considered Trujillo and Somoza to be stalwart members of the inter-American family. Their anti-communism and their loyalty to the United States were above reproach, something that could be said neither of Arevalo nor Washington believed, of the exiles of the Caribbean Legion. These political malcontents trademark threatened the Pax Americana with their plots and counterplots. They had sown division among the countries of the area, distracting them from the all-consuming East-West confrontation. The turmoil provoked by the Caribbean exiles, lamented Secretary of State Dean Acheson in a September 1949 address, had created a situation repugnant to the entire fabric of the inter-American system. The sacred principle of non-intervention had been violated, and the United States could not be faithful to its international obligations if it did not condemn it in the strongest terms. Degree 5. Repeatedly in 1948 and 1949, the U.S. Embassy had urged Arevalo to renounce his support of the Caribbean Legion. Repeatedly, he had denied all involvement. Washington knew these denials to be untrue. In calmer times, U.S. officials would have explained Guatemala's behavior in the same way that they had explained Cuba's involvement in the Cayo-Confites expedition, a mixture of adventurism, naivete, and hostility to the tropical dictators. But this was not 1947, and Arevalo was not Grau. Moreover, Washington harbored new doubts about the Caribbean Legion. It was in the communists' interest, the argument ran, to create turmoil and dissension in the region. Might not, then, communist agents be at work in the Caribbean Legion? This was, noted a major intelligence report, another ambiguous situation in which Guatemalan foreign policy could be explained either by anti-dictatorial inclinations or by communist proclivities. Degree and the latter possibility was particularly credible because Foreign Minister Muñoz Mini, whose communist sympathies were beyond doubt, was, reported Ambassador Patterson, copyright up to his neck in Caribbean Legion affairs. It was, recalls a CIA analyst, one of those areas where there was disagreement within the intelligence community. 8 At times, however, the tension between the different interpretations gave way to a less complicated conclusion. The communists have influenced the government to support the so-called Caribbean Legion, asserted the Undersecretary of State in a September 1950 memorandum to Truman. In its indignation with those who dared violate the principle of non-intervention without U.S. permission, and blinded by its bias, Washington failed to see that Arevalo had helped the anti-communist and pro-American figures to overthrow the only government in the hemisphere that still accepted the Communist Party as an ally. It also failed to see that the leaders of the Caribbean Legion opposed communism and would side with the United States against Soviet imperialism. Indeed, the secret Pacto del Caribe had stated, with Arevalo's approval, that the members of the future Democratic Alliance of the Caribbean would ally themselves in perpetuity with the United States and Mexico for the common defense. Chapter 6. The United States and Arevalo, the U.S. response. Being a sincere nationalist, Arevalo could never have been the malleable friend that the United States expected the president of a banana republic to be. Yet he had hoped to maintain cordial relations with Washington. The rhetoric of spiritual socialism notwithstanding, ideology did not separate Arevalo from the Americans, for he believed in capitalism and sharply condemned communism. His opposition to Soviet imperialism made him all the more ready to accept the geopolitical reality that Guatemala was in the U.S. sphere of influence. Arevalo asked only that his country begin to develop from satellite to ally, and he sought to restrain the American companies that dominated Guatemala's economy. But imperial attitudes are long in dying. Perhaps the most striking aspect of U.S. behavior toward the Arevalo regime was its self-righteousness. U.S. officials were convinced that legitimate American interests were being victimized. While they readily conceded that Ubico had been one of the most ruthless of all Guatemalan dictators, they held up their relations with Ubico as exemplary. Given this model, Assistant Secretary of State Edward Miller was correct in emphasizing the growing lack of concern of the Guatemalan government for the traditional good relations between the two countries, nor was Undersecretary James Webb wrong when he stated that Guatemala currently was not following its traditional policy of cooperation with the U.S. to Washington's conviction that it had observed a policy of patience and forbearance vis-a-vis Guatemala, was sincere, as was its indignation when, in March 1950, Arevalo requested the recall of Ambassador Patterson because of his persistent meddling in Guatemala's internal affairs. This unprecedented demand was seen as one more example of Guatemala's hostility, patently inspired by the communists. Patterson was clearly innocent. He had merely executed his superior's policy to support the legitimate aspirations of the Guatemalan people and to respect that country's sovereignty. The New York Times joined the chorus of critics. The present Guatemalan government arose out of a revolt against a particularly unsavory dictator. This revolt had at first some promising features. Now it seems fairly obvious that the present leaders of the Guatemalan government are permitting themselves to be manipulated by communist revolutionaries. They fail to realize or for political purposes refuse to admit that the United States one's not trying to block social and economic progress, but is interested rather in seeing that Guatemala becomes a liberal democracy and not a totalitarian slave state. We want to be friends with the Guatemalan people, but we do not believe the road to friendship lies through the uncomplaining acceptance of insults and discriminations. We applaud the State Department for its categorical rejection of such a policy. Unable to discern the blessings of traditional U.S. Guatemalan relations, Arevalo saw in the behavior of the Truman administration neither generosity nor forbearance, but intolerance and contempt. If Arevalo had never been the Americans' friend by Washington's standards, by the time he left the presidency he was not their friend by any standard degree. The same evolution marked the leaders of the revolutionary parties. Their bitter frustration, fueled by their impotence vis-a-vis their generous neighbor to the north, explains their occasional acts of defiance. At the Central American and Caribbean Games won in Guatemala City in February 1950, the Puerto Rican athletes were honored with a white flag bearing the Puerto Rican shield rather than the stars and stripes, and a military band played La Borinquena instead of the Star-Spangled Banner. The cooperative education program established in 1945 with the U.S. Institute of Inter-American Affairs was not renewed in 1950 and the Guatemalan Congress postponed the ratification of the 1947 Rio Treaty until September 1950, a delay that was harshly criticized by Truman and was explained by ERA as a pertinent example of the influence on government thinking by communist-minded individuals. To wary U.S. officials, these actions were further proof of communist influence. But to what extent was the Guatemalan government dominated by the communists? To those who sought to unravel the mysteries of Guatemalan politics, the biggest enigma was Arevalo. On occasion, U.S. officials conceded, he had adopted repressive measures against overt manifestations of communist tendencies. But as U.S. suspicions waxed, the significance given to these measures waned. Arevalo deported very few communists relative to the number Washington had branded as Reds. For Arevalo did condemn communism in his speeches and writings, but these protestations of devotion to purely democratic principles, noted Charge Wells, were more and more difficult to reconcile with his friendship with international communists such as the Chilean Pablo Neruda. Neruda had not only been allowed to visit Guatemala, but he had been treated virtually as a state guest. Two different views of democracy were clashing. In the United States the anti-communist witch hunt was well underway. Not only was the party persecuted, but so too were individual communists and fellow travelers of every shade. No true American could have any ties, personal or professional, with them. McCarthyism antedated the notoriety of the man and continued well after him. But Arevalo, the obscure president of a banana republic, refused to humor Washington's paranoia. Anti-communism did not blind him, nor did it blind most of the revolutionary leaders. They believed a communist could be an honest and honorable person, he could even be a friend, as the Chilean communist Cesar Godoy was Arevalo's friend. In Neruda they saw genius, not depravity. It was difficult for Arevalo and the revolutionary leaders to take the red threat seriously when there were so few communists in Guatemala. Had the communists conspired against the country's first democratic government, Arevalo would have moved against them. Their identities are known, he told Wells. Come a crisis, they would be rounded up in 24 hours. The communists, however, were not the plotters were the pillars of the upper class. American officials could not imagine that the president of a banana republic might hold a broader view of political democracy than did they. They also believed that communist influence in Guatemala was more pervasive than Arevalo claimed. His lofty anti-communist rhetoric rang hollow to them and did not mask the truth. Arevalo and company are responsible for inviting, yielding to, and instigating the move toward communism. 8. While the indictment appeared devastating, the verdict was not yet in. There was a lot of debate at all levels in the U.S. Embassy as to whether Arevalo and his government were communist, crypto-communist, under communist influence or not communist at all, recalls an embassy official. The embassy's views were not always consistent. An extreme mood was reflected in a November 3, 1949, report by the Guatemala desk officer of the State Department. Many sources allege that the present government of Guatemala is communist-directed. When I visited there recently, our embassy did not go so far as that, but did characterize the Guatemalan government as almost in that category and certainly as a menace to inter-American unity and defense. Furthermore, some embassy officers maintained that the present Guatemalan government is so far involved with international communism that there is no possibility of its disentanglement. At other times more sober counsel prevailed. The embassy's most influential official, Milton Wells, pointed out in May 1948 that the saying "one is known by the company he keeps" definitively adds to the case against Arevalo and compiled a long list of Arevalo's sins. And yet, his conclusion was equivocal. On balance, the writer is convinced that, despite these disturbing circumstances, the record does not make a closed case against Arevalo for alleged communism. It is felt that he is more of a political opportunist of the extreme left. With abrupt swings toward greater pessimism, this centrist view prevailed, both in the embassy and in Washington, for the remaining 2 years of the Arevalo presidency. Despite their fears and their irritation, U.S. officials conceded occasionally in 1949 and 1950 that Arevalo and his government could act in a constructive manner. In 1949, Guatemala renewed the agreement allowing 2 U.S. military missions to operate in the country. And in September 1950, the Guatemalan Congress finally ratified the Rio Treaty by an overwhelming majority over stubborn communist opposition. Furthermore, after the Korean War broke out in June 1950, a July 14 memo stated, while equivocal at first, Guatemala has since given evidence of support for the United Nations and for the United States. In the following weeks, at the UN General Assembly, the Guatemalan foreign minister condemned the aggression perpetrated upon the Republic of Korea and reiterated that Guatemala fully supports the Security Council's timely and vigorous action, while on Arevalo's behalf the Guatemalan ambassador informed the State Department that his country was 100% behind the United States and the United Nations, that if the United States needed bases in Guatemala it could have them, and that Guatemala was prepared to make available to the United Nations men for the armed forces if needed. He had been authorized to put the president's offer in the form of a note if the department so desired. 3. These developments should have reassured U.S. officials. Instead they confused them and strengthened their belief that, whatever his precise ideology, Arevalo was a master at intrigue despite his protestations of being just a simple school teacher. 24. This, at least, was an accurate perception. Amid their confusion and their suspicions, U.S. officials acknowledged that the communists faced formidable obstacles in Guatemala. While influential both within the government and without, especially in the labor unions, the communists were fewer than 500, and their influence rested on the personal patronage of Arevalo or members of his immediate official family. They faced countervailing forces, including the church, the upper class, and, above all, the Guatemalan armed forces. The key to the situation, stressed the embassy. U.S. reporting on the Guatemalan military was bizarre yet consistent with the Americans' confused analysis of the country. This is illustrated by the 2 major U.S. reports on communism in Guatemala in the Arevalo years, a 28-page study written by a senior embassy official in 1948, and a 120-page analysis prepared by the State Department's Office of Intelligence and Research in 1950. In both reports, the reader frequently has the feeling that the communists are in control of Guatemala, or at least that the threat is severe and accelerating. Pages are devoted to minor aspects of communist infiltration, such as the possible emigration to Guatemala of Spanish exiles who, U.S. officials suspect, would include a goodly number of Reds. There follows a brief treatment of the Guatemalan armed forces, less than half a page in the 1948 study, less than 3 in the lengthier 1950 report. 7** Suddenly, we enter the realm of objectivity. While the Guatemalan upper class claimed that the army was deeply infiltrated by the communists, U.S. officials disagreed. There is better reason to believe that communist infiltration is non-consequential, argued the May 1948 report, not a mean concession from an embassy so prone to see communists everywhere. Infiltration was virtually non-existent at present, concluded the 1950 study. Throughout the Arevalo presidency, no U.S. report even raised the possibility that the communists had infiltrated the military. Rather, the army was a keystone of stability. The military, the embassy noted, occupies a relatively privileged position, officers are well paid, and many have handsomely profited since the 1944 revolution. Degree Unlike labor unions and middle-class politicians, the army was, for U.S. officials, a familiar institution, and one they had dealt with for decades. Their reports indicate a dearth of information about the internal politics of the military, but the Americans believed they understood the Guatemalan officer. He might be opportunistic and corrupt, but he was fundamentally anti-communist. And he would never risk his privileged status in suicidal adventures in the heart of the American sphere of influence. It was, as events would demonstrate, a sound assessment. It was Arana, U.S. officials believed, who controlled the military, and he was the soul of moderation. If anyone within the present government is well disposed towards the United States, it is Arana. His anti-communism was above question. Embassy reports consistently stressed that his concern regarding communist infiltration in this country is genuine, praised his sympathetic stance in favor of American companies, and noted how on more than one occasion demonstrated undisguised antipathy towards certain government policies and towards certain individuals closely identified with Arevalo and his government. Arana had actively cultivated the embassy's goodwill, informing U.S. officials of his devotion to American ideals and his sympathy for American companies, yet he did not mention his schemes and plots. The evidence persuasively indicates that the United States was unaware of his bid for power in the weeks that preceded his death. Indeed, in early June 1949 an embassy dispatch had indicated that Arana and Arbenz had composed their differences. Arana's death and the defeat of his followers alarmed U.S. officials. Arana has always represented only positive conservative element in Arevalo administration and was determined run for the presidency, a senior era official lamented on July 19. Regardless responsibility assassination, cabled Patterson on July 20. End result eliminates important moderate elements government and strengthens leftist materially. The following day he warned, consensus, that developments forecast sharp leftist trend within government. Arbenz was now the strongest man in the military. U.S. officials did not know him well, but their initial sympathy for this highly idealistic officer had given way, as Arbenz had moved to the left, to wariness and distrust. For no one suggested that he was a communist or a communist sympathizer but, cabled Patterson on July 22, 1949, Arbenz is associated politically with Par. Tito Acción Revolucionaria and is identified with the more radical fringe of the Arevalo regime. These were not good references. U.S. fears quickly subsided. As early as July 29, 1949, an ERA official, Ernest Siracusa, who had a close association with the situation in Guatemala, degree struck a far more positive note. While not excluding the possibility that Arbenz may decide to string along with Arevalo, thereby making the possibility of further leftism very real, Siracusa outlined a more comforting scenario, based on his conclusion that Arbenz was dishonest and shallow. Arbenz is not, in my opinion, a person with any deep-seated intellectual alliance to the leftist cause, and, as such, no real sympathy for the lower classes or for the many outside communists who have infiltrated Guatemala. Arbenz is, in my opinion, essentially an opportunist who has strung along with the Arevalo bandwagon principally as a means of accumulating personal wealth and of giving ascendancy to his own political star. He has no admixtures of Indian blood, and is basically of an autocratic character. Arbenz seems strongly to want to be president, and he has a wife, with strong ideas, who wants to be first lady. The conclusion is this: Arbenz might effect a coup d'état, using as his excuse the necessity of saving Guatemala from communism. Not being an intellectual nor an honest leftist, Arbenz would make of himself a strong dictator, a necessary thing if he is to rid Guatemala of its leftist penetration. He will also have to be a strong dictator in order to remove from Guatemala some of the truly liberal gains of the revolution. My estimation of Arbenz is that he is the type of man who could and might do just this, and who could be truly ruthless if necessary. My judgment of him is that I don't and never have liked him, as a man. He has appeared to me to be shifty and not trustworthy. Such an eventuality would probably mean the end of the coercion of U.S. capital, a return of Guatemala to cooperation with the United States, and the end of any personal freedom in Guatemala*. The thrust of the argument was clear: Arbenz was an unsavory character with whom the United States could work well. Syracuse's assessment was echoed within the State Department, where another Guatemala watcher argued 2 weeks later, if Arbenz continues to ally himself with the leftists, this will probably be only a temporary move in the interests of expediency. 38 Abandoning his earlier pessimism, Patterson heartily concurred. After the defeat of the Aranistas, he wrote to UFCO's president, "The first inclination of most people here was that it forecast a sharper leftward move in the government. All along I have felt that this is not necessarily the case because of the kind of man I believe Arbenz to be. He is an opportunist with no deep-seated leftist convictions. Since he wants to be president and is clever, his best bet is an alliance with the United States. Therefore, if he remains in the saddle, it means better results for American interests and the possible eradication of the foreign communist element. In any event, I believe that United Fruit and other interests will not suffer because of the revolution." Degree. Over the ensuing months, through the presidential elections of November 1950 and into the first weeks of the Arbenz presidency, this became the dominant view of U.S. officials, although a slight feeling of uneasiness persisted. From Guatemala, the State Department received comforting reports of conversations that senior embassy officials held with Arbenz between August 1949 and March 1951. It is difficult to determine what most deluded U.S. officials in these conversations. Was it what Arbenz said, though judging from the embassy's reports he seldom ventured beyond banalities? Or was it, as his wife suggests, the polite silence with which he listened to the Americans' diatribes about developments in Guatemala? In any case, U.S. officials were certainly led astray by their own bias. They had already decided that Arbenz was a man devoid of strong political beliefs. Moreover, he was a military officer. A left-wing colonel was an unknown species in Central America. In August 1949, Milton Wells provided a rare glimpse of a different Arbenz. With obvious sincerity and clarity of language, Colonel Arbenz spoke at length on the basic aims of the 1944 revolution and the Arevalo regime, which, in simple terms, are to bring social and economic betterment to the people, and to establish a decent, democratic way of life, which will make impossible the old-style military coups d'état and personal dictatorships under which the people have suffered for generations. It must be understood, he argued, that the laws of the land are general, affecting Guatemalan and United States firms and persons alike. This image of a compassionate man was utterly overlooked. Questions were raised neither by Wells, who wrote the report, nor by those who read it. Arbenz's opportunism had become an article of faith for U.S. officials. This opportunist would have few qualms, they argued, at betraying his friends from the PAR and organized labor after he had used them to win the elections. he would sacrifice them in order to curry the favor of the dominant player, the United States. The military would welcome the reversal of Arévalo's radical policies. The army is going to back Arbenz in a determined anti-communist policy, reported Wells. Thus, the embassy welcomed Arbenz's presidential victory with restrained optimism. On February 16, 1951, the embassy informed the State Department that the Communists are probably seeking to strengthen themselves against the possibility of finding themselves in disfavor with the future administration. Thus, the Truman administration reassured itself that under Arbenz the Guatemalan army would remain a formidable bulwark against communism. Arbenz was a dishonest and unsavory character, but self-interest would drive him into the familiar embrace of Washington. Aranda's death, which had initially unnerved the Americans, was not as disruptive as they had feared. The military, Guatemala's most powerful institution, was still healthy, that is, anti-communist. It is this conviction, held before Aranda's death and re-established soon after it, that explains why, their indignation and their concern notwithstanding, U.S. officials did not plot to overthrow Arévalo. But short of that, they exerted whatever diplomatic, economic, and psychological pressure they could on the Guatemalan regime. They were hampered by two constraints. They wanted to avoid causing undue damage to the inter-American system, and the most obvious sanction, the denial of economic aid, was hardly an option, given the minimal amount of aid offered to Latin America at the time. Fortunately or unfortunately, an embassy official moaned, "Our most obvious weapons are useless." Era officials briefly considered arraigning Guatemala before the Organization of American States, but they dismissed the idea because even they realized that none but the most servile of banana republics would have endorsed the proposition that Arévalo was the aggressor against the United States and a threat to inter-American security. In State Department parlance, this was translated into the bizarre observation that even though Latin American states might feel a deep concern with developments in Guatemala, there would doubtless be many which would censor any United States act or policy which was or appeared to be interventionist. Copyright. Obviously, it had not occurred to U.S. officials that their relentless diplomatic pressure on the Arévalo regime might already be considered interventionist. Until 1950, the Truman administration provided only insignificant amounts of aid to Latin America. A termination of the tiny U.S. program of technical assistance to Guatemala, the State Department concluded, would have little practical effect on that country, while supplying potent fodder for leftist propaganda. Hence, a policy of selective withholding of cooperation was adopted by default. This policy was extended to military affairs. Beginning in 1949, the United States imposed a systematic embargo on arms sales to Guatemala. Registered greater opportunities to punish the Arévalo administration arose in 1950, after Congress had approved Truman's Point 4 foreign aid program. Until such time as the overall situation in Guatemala changes, Secretary Acheson decreed, no Point 4 money would be given to it. In 1950 the World Bank, in which U.S. influence was decisive, refused a much-needed loan to Guatemala. As Assistant Secretary Miller later explained to Congress, the World Bank sent a mission down there to make some recommendations for loans. We asked not to do that, that we would exercise the veto power against such loans. There was only one significant deviation from this pattern of niggardly aid. Between 1945 and 1951, Washington contributed $6 million to the construction of the Guatemalan portion of the Inter-American Highway, which would link Texas to Panama. The project was beneficial to Guatemala but also to the United States, as Miller stressed in his forceful May 1950 congressional testimony. While there is no evidence that U.S. officials urged Aranda to overthrow Arévalo, the tenor of U.S. reports in 1948 and 1949 indicates that such a move would not have been unwelcome. This was in stark contrast to U.S. reports in 1945 and 1946, which had expressed frank opposition to any military coup. It is evident that, at least after 1947, Arana was restrained by his own scruples and hopes, not by Washington. and when he finally acted in July 1949, he did so without informing the United States. In May 1950, several months after Arana's death, UFCO's lobbyist Corcoran paid a visit to Thomas Mann, director of the State Department's Office of Middle American Affairs. He had been turning over in his mind the possibility that the American companies might agree between themselves on some method to bring moderate elements into power in Guatemala, and he wanted to know whether the State Department had any program for bringing about the election of a middle-of-the-road candidate in the November presidential contest. His overture was rebuffed by Mann, who argued that any attempt to interfere in the elections would become known, causing a backlash in Guatemala and throughout Latin America, and that it would, in any case, prove ineffectual. U.S. policy, Corcoran was told, was to wait and see. Although, Mann went on, I would not like to try to guess what the policy in the future might be if it were definitively determined that the Guatemalan government and people had fallen under the totalitarian control of communist elements. By the time this exchange took place, some U.S. officials had been advocating another form of punishment for the wayward Guatemalans. We should encourage outstanding newspapers and magazines to take an interest in happenings in Guatemala, to study them on the spot, and to report them forthrightly in an August 1949 cable to the State Department. Ambassador Patterson welcomed the appearance of a highly critical article in the Wall Street Journal. Degree. In the same vein, in the fall of 1950, UFCO's consultant Edward Bernays proposed that the company engage in a public relations offensive on the communist threat in Guatemala. UFCO executives, Bernays complains in his memoirs, were slow to appreciate the wisdom of his suggestions, and the offensive began in earnest only 2 years later. This delay, he concludes philosophically, was not unusual in corporate life, where do nothing is rather safer than taking a chance, for apparently UFCO, though having lost none of its arrogance, was no longer the risk-taking company it once had been. It preferred to rely on the exertions of the State Department and on its own economic muscle in its dealings with Arevalo. Companies, like people, an UFCO executive has remarked, have most of their energy when they are young, and as they age they lose their potency. When I joined United Fruit in 1952, the company was already well into middle age and its arteries had started to harden. Still, whether on their own initiative or prodded by the State Department, the conservative New York Herald Tribune and the liberal New York Times decided to probe developments in Guatemala. The results were strikingly similar. In February 1950, the Herald Tribune published a 5-part series by Fitzberg Turner entitled Communism in the Caribbean, which was followed in June by Will Lisner's New York Times series on the same subject. Both front-page news. Degree. Copyright. The two series closely echoed the views of the State Department, with shrill cries about the communist threat and unabashed praise of UFCO. Turner and Lisner were instant experts who hid their ignorance behind glibness. Reading their articles, one had the impression that Guatemala's communist agents had trooped into the journalists' hotel rooms to confess their dastardly schemes. More likely, however, the revelations came from more respectable sources, embassy officials, representatives of the American companies, and upper-class Guatemalans. Lurid details laced the stories. Communist goons resembling New York mobsters bullied students, workers, intellectuals. Democrats lived in terror for their lives, and so on. And the moral, as a result of the persecution of American companies, the Guatemalan people suffered while, thanks to Truman's Point 4, business was booming elsewhere in Central America. While Arevalo connived with the communists, rulers like Somoza were looking after the welfare of their people. It was yellow journalism in the style of the 1890s, and it was also typical of American journalists dealing with banana republics in the late 1940s. Cold War paranoia and sheer ignorance were more powerful than all the manipulations of Edward Bernays and other skillful minions in the pay of United Fruit. A systematic press campaign against Guatemala was not underway. To be sure, by 1949 and 1950 friendly references to the Arevalo regime were extremely rare, The most conspicuous example was an article in The Nation in January 1950.57 Communist penetration of Guatemala and Guatemala's persecution of American companies were generally treated in tandem. Even the liberal Hispanic American report The Voice of Stanford University on Latin American Affairs heaped scorn on the *red-stained Arevalo, the unmistakable party line nature of many of his policies, and the communist tendencies of his government. Guatemala, however, did not loom large in the American press. Between listeners' diatribe and the end of Arevalo's term, only 4 major stories appeared. In The Reporter, Theodore Draper presented the Guatemalan government as naughty and inept, but not communist. Compared to the other stories, this was restrained. The Reader's Digest exposed Guatemala's role in the Communists' global master plan against the United States. The Saturday Evening Post revealed that Arevalismo was a systematic effort to make the Guatemalan Revolution follow the course of the October Revolution in Russia, and Life ran a 5-page spread, replete with photographs, on Sam the Banana Man, the generous, misunderstood Samuel Zamuri, president of UFCO Degree. The Congress of the United States occasionally turned its attention to Arevalo's Guatemala. The August body first noticed the tiny country in February 1949. 2 issues sparked the congressman's interest: UFCO's travails and Truman's Point 4. Not surprisingly, the Massachusetts delegation led the attack. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge delivered the first broadside on February 14. UFCO was being persecuted in Guatemala through actions which, I am informed, can be directly traced to communist influences. Aid was a two-way street, conditioned on the principle of just and equal treatment. Guatemala had disqualified itself from the benefits of Point 4. Within the month, 2 other senators and 3 representatives shared their wisdom on Guatemalan affairs with Congress. UFCO was being persecuted, the company's record deserved strong praise, and the communists were scheming. After the congressional outburst of February 1949 and the settlement between UFCO and the unions in March, Congress was silent on Guatemala for the rest of the year. There was a lone exception: Senator Francis Myers, noting the Diario de Centro America's tribute to George Washington on the 4th of July, placed a tribute to Guatemalan and Central American independence in the congressional record registered in 1950. Only 2 congressmen spoke out in Congress about Guatemala. Spurred by the Patterson incident, Alexander Wiley, a prominent member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, warned that while redder pastures appear in the distance in Europe and in China, right on this continent we have a red pasture. The same warning had been given in the House a few days earlier by Representative John McCormack, who combined his scathing attacks on the Arevalo administration with unabashed praise of United Fruit, registered for a Congress that was busy unmasking traitors at home and debating the loss of China, entanglement in Europe, and war in Korea. Guatemala was a minor and unglamorous issue, an issue, moreover, that could not be exploited for partisan purposes. The Republicans had no quarrel with the administration's handling of Guatemalan matters. Even crusty Senator Wiley, at first suspicious that the State Department might not be 100% behind Patterson after the ambassador had been booted out of Guatemala by a Red-controlled government, was mollified by the visit of a State Department delegation to the office of his legislative assistant. Guatemala was not yet perceived as the Soviet beachhead in the Western Hemisphere. It remained terra incognita for the immense majority of Americans. To President Truman and the senior members of his administration, Guatemala was but an eddy in a sea of worries. Washington was willing to give the unsavory Arbans a chance. But American patience was not infinite. If the Arbans administration fails to take a positive stand, public opinion in the United States and elsewhere in the hemisphere would probably support a more direct approach to the problem. The State Department concluded. Registered. The words were not vehement, but the implications were ominous. Chapter 7. The World of Jacobo Arbenz. Jacobo Arbenz betrayed the hopes of the Truman administration. Had he been the opportunist the Americans anticipated, had he been the cynic they expected, he would have used the power of the presidency to court the Americans. Had he chosen this path, it is difficult to see who could have stopped him. The officer corps was loyal and had no desire for more reforms, Urban labor was weak and unarmed, the countryside was quiet. Arbenz could easily have imposed a pause in the revolution. Instead he advanced along an unprecedented and increasingly dangerous road. His presidency would be marked by three departures: agrarian reform, close ties with the Communist Party, stubborn defiance of the United States. As he pressed forward, he lost touch with his original power base, the military. He became a lonely man who had to act on two levels: the private Arbenz who confided only in his wife and the leaders of the Communist Party, and the public Arbenz who hid his true beliefs. This secretive and increasingly harried man accomplished a unique feat, the first true agrarian reform of Central America. As in a Greek tragedy, the more he accomplished, the closer he came to his destruction and the destruction of his dream. When he fell, in June 1954, he was mentally and physically exhausted. Many explanations have been offered for the fate of this enigmatic man. Conservative critics have seen in him a man driven by ambition and greed. Liberal analysts have seen in him a well-intentioned reformer who became to some degree a prisoner of the communists' embrace. Radical authors have spurned him as a petty bourgeois who was either unwilling or unable to deepen the revolution. A major influence on Jacobo Arbenz, friends and foes agree, was his Salvadoran wife, Maria Villanova. Indeed, some have described her husband as putty in her hands. Jacobo and Maria were, in fact, partners in a process of radicalization that began slowly and became increasingly rapid. They shared the same evolution, the same beliefs, and the same friends. They met in 1938, while Maria was spending a few weeks in Guatemala, her mother's country. She was immediately attracted to the good-looking and riotous young officer, who spoke and laughed little, but had, at times, a smile that made me fall in love. And yet they seemed very different. From a rich Salvadoran family, Maria had studied in the United States, was relatively well-read, liked classical music and painting, and combined a deep intellectual curiosity with a gregarious personality. Jacobo had never left Guatemala, showed little interest in the arts, and found it difficult to express his feelings. Maria recalls of their courtship, "At times, I would ask him, 'Do you like Beethoven?' There would be a silence. Then, very seriously, he would answer, 'I have never heard Beethoven.' I would ask him, 'Do you like this book?' Again, silence, and then, always very serious, he would answer, 'I have never read this book,' and I would despair, and wonder, why am I falling in love with this man, so different from me, with whom I share so few interests? But then, once, I asked him, 'What would you like to be?' And very seriously he answered, 'I would like to be a reformer,' and then I thought, yes, we do have something very important in common." Neither could have explained what it meant to be a reformer or how and what one should reform. They simply shared a feeling that something was wrong, deeply wrong, in the society that surrounded them. They were married a few months later, in early 1939, without the permission of Maria's parents, who bitterly disapproved of their daughter's match with a penniless lieutenant. Jacobo was 26 and his bride 24 years old. Two people who would deeply influence one another had joined together. Maria had enjoyed a comfortable youth, untroubled by family dramas. Her father, a rich landowner, sent her to the College of Notre Dame in Belmont, California, but at the onset of the Great Depression she had returned to El Salvador. The family was rich, but not rich enough to afford the luxury of maintaining a daughter in the United States during an economic crisis. In a few years she would marry, and a woman of her class would have no need to work. It was, on the face of it, a most banal story. Less banal was that Maria, who spent her summers on her father's estates, became uneasy about the desperate plight of the peasants. Her father's participation in the Peasants' Massacre of 1932 troubled her. And her grandmother's piety failed to reassure her. Something was terribly wrong, even though she hardly knew what and why. Registered these were just doubts, shadows of questions that a conventional marriage might well have stifled. Instead she met Arbenz. Arben's youth had been far less comfortable and was scarred by personal tragedy. His father, a Swiss German, had come to Guatemala in 1901 and had settled in Quetzaltenango, the country's second city. There he had opened a pharmacy and married a middle-class Ladino woman. Born in 1913, Jacobo grew up in comfortable circumstances, with the cachet of a European father whose Nordic complexion he inherited. Then disaster struck. Jacobo's father became addicted to morphine. He neglected his business. The pharmacy went bankrupt and the family was forced to retire to a small estate in the vicinity of Quetzaltenango that a German friend put at their disposal out of charity. This was a trauma the young Jacobo never forgot. Registered. The family's financial disaster meant that Jacobo could no longer hope to go to the university. He would have liked to have been an economist or an engineer. He had no desire to enter the military, but if he won a scholarship he could get a free education at the Escuela Politecnica. He applied, passed the entrance examinations, and in 1932 entered the academy as a cadet. 2 years later, his father committed suicide. In the Escuela Politecnica, Jacobo Arbenz was occasionally rebellious and always reserved. He was also an exceptional student, in the words of a 1971 history published by the Guatemalan Armed Forces. Degree excelling both in athletics and in academics, he became first sergeant, the highest honor to which a cadet could aspire and a distinction that only 6 other cadets achieved between 1924 and 1944. Indeed, notes a fellow officer, his abilities were such that the officers treated him with a respect which was rarely granted to a cadet. This respect was shared by Major John Considine, the American director of the Escuela Politecnica, and the other U.S. officers who served in the academy. Arbenz graduated in December 1935, having so impressed his superiors that they had him transferred back to the academy in early 1937, when a position became vacant. In the interval Arbenz experienced the squalid life of a junior officer in Ubico's army, serving first at Fort San Jose in the capital and then in the tiny army garrison in the small town of San Juan Zacatepeques * under an illiterate colonel. While at San Jose, he, like the other officers, had to lead squads of soldiers who escorted chain gangs of convicts to perform forced labor. For Arbenz, it was yet another trauma. He felt like a capataz. It was then that he first met Arana, who was stationed at Fort Matamoros, also in the capital. They met while watching their convicts, jailers performing a degrading task. From March 1937 until the fall of Ubico, Arbenz was stationed at the Escuela Politecnica, an oasis in the grim world of the Guatemalan Armed Forces. In a dismal lethargic army, the U.S. military attaché reported, it is the only alert unit. Instead of supervising convicts and serving under illiterate colonels, he was in daily contact with competent military officers, the Americans on loan to the academy. In addition to his other duties, he became a professor, teaching cadets a wide range of courses and, in the process, broadening his own limited education. In 1943 he was promoted to captain and placed in command of the entire Corps of Cadets. It was the third highest position in the academy and one of the most prestigious posts to which a young officer could aspire. Registered. The brilliant cadet had grown into a superb officer. Even colleagues who later turned against him remember his magnetism, and readily acknowledge that he was a born leader. Characteristics that helped him, in later years, to retain the respect, if not the loyalty, of the Guatemalan officer corps. His keen intelligence was nourished by a growing interest in books that his wife helped to stimulate. Arbenz could be affable, but he remained inscrutable. It was difficult to know what he thought. Registered. He had many acquaintances but few friends. He lived in his own world, thinking his own thoughts. Recalls a cadet who served under him. He was a reformer who encouraged some of us to read books that other officers considered subversive. A professor at the academy remembers Arbenz as an officer whose grasp of civilian and military matters was unusually broad for a man of his age and surroundings, and whose concern for the future of his country was intense. One night when Arbenz was on duty, he saw me arrive among those who were to be punished, writes Carlos Manuel Pellicer, who was then a cadet. He called me to his office and poured me a strong coffee. He gave me a copy of the essays of Emerson. Yes, the essays of the North American philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson, and he told me, this will be more useful than punishment. Read it. 2 hours later, he came and asked, what have you learned? I responded by quoting from the book, as a plant upon the earth, so a man rests upon the bosom of God, he is nourished by unfailing fountains, and draws, at his need, inexhaustible power. Who can set bounds to the possibilities of man? Once inhale the upper air, being admitted to behold the absolute natures of justice and truth, and we learn that man has access to the entire mind of the Creator, is himself the Creator in the finite. Arbenz smiled and gave me permission to leave. Pellicer was an unusual cadet, highly intelligent, rebellious and full of intellectual curiosity. He was eventually expelled from the Escuela Politecnica and later became a leader of the Communist Party. But in 1964, when he wrote of this encounter with Arbenz, he had renounced his past and was courting Arbenz's foes. He had nothing to gain, and something to lose, from portraying Arbenz in a favorable light. The world of Jacobo Arbenz and his wife, in those last years of Ubico's rule, was not that of the Guatemalan upper class. But what did we care? Maria muses. They were parasites like in El Salvador. I wanted to broaden my horizons. I hadn't come to Guatemala to be a socialite and play bridge or golf, but if Arbenz did not belong to the upper class, neither was he the pauper that some have portrayed. His position at the Escuela Politecnica gave him a degree of social prestige and a salary that, while modest, was 3 times that of an officer of similar rank who did not serve at the academy, nor were he and his wife outcasts. They had a number of upper-class acquaintances, and one of Arbenz's sisters had married into one of Guatemala's most prominent families, the Aparicios. Upon the birth of their first child, 9 months after the marriage, Maria's parents forgave the couple. It was hardly a period of frustrations. We were young, we were in love. Together we were learning and growing. Degree Maria indulged in one of her great passions, painting, as she still does today. One of their closest friends was Enrique Muñoz Mini, a civilian who taught at the Escuela Politecnica, an intellectual with progressive leanings who helped Jacobo Arbenz to imagine a world beyond Guatemala's narrow confines. They were, then, an attractive couple, both good-looking, both white, he withdrawn but with an imposing personality that inspired respect, too registered, she full of verve and joie de vivre. An interesting couple, of some social status, and an intellectual couple, especially by the abysmal standards of their milieu. But in no way were they, or did they appear to be, revolutionaries. The first hint of revolt came in early 1944 when Arbenz and a small group of officers and civilian professors from the Escuela Politecnica began to plot against Ubico. Their plans, however, never got off the drawing board. The first act of revolt came in July 1944, in the wake of Ubico's resignation. On July 3, with several friends, Arbenz went in civilian clothes to the special session of Congress called to elect the provisional president of the Republic. He was present, therefore, when troops occupied the building to remind the legislators that the man they wanted was General Ponce. Jacobo, Maria wrote a few days later to her parents, left the Congress seething. He came home choking with rage. That same week he resigned from the army to protest the imposition of Ponce. He was the only Guatemalan officer to do so. Arbenz began plotting. He and Major Aldana Sandoval were the military leaders of the conspiracy that eventually overthrew Ponce. It was Arbenz, muses Aldana Sandoval, who insisted that civilians be included. At the Guardia de Honor, our position was, no civilians, military men only. So all contact with the civilians was through Arbenz, only Arbenz. On October 4, Arbenz wrote to his wife, who was with her parents in El Salvador. All the players will soon be in place. The civilians have confidence in me, they support us. I think that you are going to enjoy what is in store. We are almost ready and we will strike decisively. I have been authorized to form a de facto government. We will call elections for a constituent assembly and then presidential elections, both of which will be completely free. Therefore, Arevalo will win. If we succeed, we will have written a brilliant and patriotic page in our history. Ponce fell, and Arbenz kept his promise. Overcoming Arana's resistance, he and Jorge Torriello made sure that President-elect Arevalo was inaugurated on schedule. Unlike Arana and Torriello, he never plotted against Arevalo. Jacobo Arbenz and his wife knew nothing of Marxism when the Arevalo presidency began. They shared, however, a love of books and restlessness and sensitivity to social problems. In a Guatemala suddenly exposed to new ideas, their questions were becoming more urgent, as they searched for explanations of Guatemala's underdevelopment and of the plight of the lower classes. Their nationalism, too, was assuming more definite contours, and Arbenz, who had been so appreciated by his American superiors at the Escuela Politecnica, began to question the U.S. role in Guatemala. Muñoz Mini, a staunch nationalist and a bête noire of the U.S. Embassy, remained a close friend, and relationships that were based on respect rather than warmth developed between Arbenz and some young leftist leaders, notably Charnaud MacDonald. The first Marxist work came by chance into Jacobo's and Maria's hands. It was the Communist Manifesto, which Maria received at a women's congress, read, and placed on Jacobo's bedside table before leaving for a brief vacation. When I returned, she recalls, he asked me, "What is this that you left for me?" He too had been moved. Together we talked about the manifesto. It seemed to us that it explained what we had been feeling. Increasingly, Arbenz read about history and economics. He also began to develop a taste for philosophy. Increasingly, his reading included Marxist writings, among them works by Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. Marxist theory, Maria observes, offered Jacobo explanations that weren't available in other theories. What other theory can one use to analyze our country's past? Marx is not perfect, but he comes closest to explaining the history of Guatemala. Degree as U.S. relations with Arevalo soured and the conflict with American companies grew ever more bitter, Arbenz's frustrated nationalism stimulated first his curiosity, then his sympathy, for the Soviet Union. In the words of Charnaud MacDonald, for Arbenz the Soviet Union represented something new in the world, rising in opposition to the old world. Three basic facts attracted Arbenz: it was governed by a class which had been ruthlessly exploited, it had defeated illiteracy and raised the standard of living in a very short time, it had never harmed Guatemala as an officer. Arbenz was also deeply impressed by the Soviet triumph over Hitler. Increasingly he attributed this triumph not only to the Russian people, but to their social system. This political radicalization went hand in hand with Arbenz's growing disenchantment with the revolutionary parties, which seemed to lack both the ability to conceptualize the radical changes that he believed Guatemala needed and the will to implement them. Friends also played a role in his radicalization. By the late 1940s, Arbenz was growing closer to a group of young Guatemalan communists, the future leaders of the PGT, registered men like Alfredo Guerra Borges, Victor Manuel Gutierrez, Mario Silva Janama, Bernardo Alvarado Monzo 6N. These were warm relationships, grounded both in politics and in friendship. But of all his friends, none would be as close as José Manuel Fortuny, who in 1948 became the Secretary General of Vanguardia Democrática, the clandestine forerunner of the Guatemalan Communist Party. Arbenz and Fortuny had starkly different personalities. Fortuny, like Maria, was extroverted. He was full of wit, vivacious, interested in everything from movies to politics. He could talk for hours, without ever becoming boring. Like Arbenz, he was moved by fierce nationalism and an ardent desire to improve the lot of the Guatemalan people. Like Arbenz, he searched for answers in Marxist theory. In Fortuny, Arbenz found the brother he had never had, the complement of himself, a man with whom he felt totally at ease, without having to wear a mask, relaxed, sharing the most intimate thoughts, both personal and political. It was a relationship he would never have with anyone else, except Maria *. Their friendship began in the fall of 1947, after Arbenz stood up in the cabinet and forcefully opposed the move to deport several labor leaders accused of being communists. Fortuny, who had seen no difference between Arbenz and Arana until then, paid a visit to the defense minister. Intrigued by his unexpected behavior *, he discovered a man unlike the stereotype of the military, a man who, with his wife, had a burning desire to learn more and to grapple with every issue that he considered vital to the future of Guatemala. There was almost a competition between them to see who would learn more. Soon Jacobo began to overtake Maria *. In 1950, the CIA paid Arbenz a handsome compliment. He was, a lengthy study noted, brilliant. Cultured trademark. A first, rather formal encounter between Arbenz and Fortuny was followed by others that became increasingly frank. Arbenz began inviting Fortuny to his house. The conversations would last until late in the night. Jacobo and his wife had begun exploring Marxism before their relations with Fortuny grew close. In Fortuny, they found someone who had embarked along the same road, although he frankly acknowledged that he was still a novice. There were other friends too. Some belonged to the middle and the upper classes, people whom Arbenz and his wife had known for years. They danced together, they drank together, but they did not talk about politics. Maria enjoyed the company of artists. Arbenz, for his part, was genuinely fond of several young officers who had been his colleagues or students at the Escuela Politecnica, men such as Alfonso Martinez, Terencio Guillen, Amadeo Garcia, Carlos Bracamonte, Carlos Enrique Diaz. With them, too, he remained reticent about what most preoccupied him. And he shared fewer and fewer of his political thoughts with earlier confidants like Muhazmini and Charnaud MacDonald. By the late 1940s, recalls his wife, of all the political leaders, the only ones with whom we had informal, relaxed conversations were those from the PGT, Fortuny above all. In 1950, when the presidential contest began, Arbenz asked Fortuny to write his campaign speeches. With Fortuny, and to a lesser degree with the other leaders of the fledgling Communist Party, he explored the future of Guatemala. Increasingly his thoughts turned to the necessity of agrarian reform, the battle cry of the Communist Party. In Fortuny's words, 1950 was a decisive year in the ideological evolution of Jacobo Arbenz registered. After Arbenz became president, the leaders of the revolutionary parties besieged him in their incessant quest for personal gain, quarreling among themselves for his favor. More and more Arbenz appreciated the honesty and discipline of his communist friends, who sought advantage not for themselves, but for their cause. Alone among the government's supporters, they had a program that was specific, at least by Guatemalan standards. Arbenz was increasingly attracted to this as the best hope for the Guatemalan people and nation. Ronald Schneider, whose communism in Guatemala is not known for its sympathy for Arbenz, suggests how the president grew closer to the communists in the first 18 months of his term. The communists impressed Arbenz as the most honest and trustworthy, as well as the hardest working of his supporters. As the politicians of the other revolutionary parties lapsed into opportunism and concentrated upon getting the lion's share of the spoils of office, the communist stock rose in the president's eyes. The communists worked hardest in support of the president's pet project, agrarian reform, and were able to provide the background studies, technical advice, mass support and enthusiasm which the project required. The struggle for the enactment of agrarian reform became a dividing line in the eyes of Arbenz. Those who opposed it were his enemies and those whose support was only lukewarm dropped in his esteem. In contrast to the other politicians, the communists brought him answers and plans rather than problems and constant demands for the spoils of office. *9. Agrarian reform was, indeed, Arbenz's pet project. This passionate interest was an aberration degree for a middle-class Ladino, an aberration that only a deep urge for social justice can explain. The revolutionary leaders showed little enthusiasm for comprehensive agrarian reform. Radical change, they feared, might trigger economic chaos and, worse, unleash forces that they might be unable to control. The awakening of the rural masses, largely Indians, alarmed revolutionary leaders content with the rewards of political life. These leaders were also preoccupied, one of their number concedes, with more immediate tasks. When Arbenz became president, notes Charnaud MacDonald, the revolutionary parties were fighting among themselves over who got what posts. What help could Arbenz expect from them in his struggle for agrarian reform? Their program was opportunistic, that underscore of the PGT was honest. Nor was there strong pressure for reform from the countryside. Apart from UFCO's plantations, rural Guatemala had been largely untouched by the Arevalo years. The labor confederations had been calling for land reform, but they were impotent without the active support of the state. Under Arevalo, the central government had provided no such support, and its representatives in the countryside, including the army and the police, had sided with the landowners. While most of Guatemala's politicians considered that the revolution had peaked, Arbenz became ever more committed to the revolution which, in his view, had only begun. Agrarian reform would forge the political basis for the eventual radicalization of the Guatemalan Revolution. Before becoming president, Arbenz had been reading about agriculture, Guatemala's in particular. He profited from lengthy conversations with Maria's brother, Tonio, who was an agricultural expert, and in 1950 with a Mexican economist, Manuel German Parra. He also learned from his own finca, El Cajon, which he had bought in the late 1940s with money borrowed from his in-laws and turned into an experimental farm run by modern methods. No higher compliment could be paid to Arbenz's grasp of agricultural affairs than that proffered by an eminent Guatemalan intellectual, Mario Monteforte Toledo, whose sympathy for Arbenz was, at best, tenuous. Monteforte writes, in the meetings that President Arbenz had with the representatives of AGA to discuss agrarian reform, he knew more about the country's agrarian problems than they did. In late 1951, while public discussion about agrarian reform proceeded in dilatory fashion, Arbenz prepared to act. He secretly summoned 3 communist leaders, Fortuny, Gutierrez, and Silva Janama. In the following weeks they met informally to discuss the basic structure of the agrarian reform. 5 After several meetings, Arbenz asked Fortuny to prepare the first draft of the law. As Fortuny proceeded article by article, each was reviewed by the PGT's political commission. The complete draft was then presented to Arbenz. After introducing several modifications, Arbenz called a second working group, which included 3 PGT leaders, Fortuny, Gutierrez, and Pellicer, and 1 non-communist, the CNCG's Secretary General, Leonardo Castillo Flores. After several more meetings, the draft acquired its final form, the brainchild of the PGT with the extremely active participation of Jacobo Arbenz. In March 1952, Arbenz announced, the first draft of an agrarian reform law will be sent this year to the Congress. These words, he noted a year later, received little attention, except among the workers. Perhaps so many promises had been made to the Guatemalan people in the past that this promise, too, seemed to be empty rhetoric. But in late April 1952 Arbenz presented an unsuspecting cabinet with a fait accompli, a fully developed program of agrarian reform. On May 10, after a few days of cursory discussion in the cabinet, the draft was formally introduced in Congress. Registered throughout the country, passions rose, fear spread, and hope surged. The landed elite, represented by the Asociación General de Agricultores, responded with cries of pain and anger, pressing Arbenz to withdraw his bill and to accept instead its own hastily prepared project of agrarian reform, which emphasized generous government credits for its own members. AGA inveighed against a totalitarian law that constituted the most monstrous act of robbery ever perpetrated by any ruler in our history, and claimed that the immense majority of the Guatemalan people rejects categorically the communist origins of this law and its nefarious consequences for our motherland. Guatemala, AGA warned, was entering the most dramatic and decisive days of its history. The church and most of the press supported AGA. It was all to no avail. Jacobo Arbenz would not budge. The leaders of the revolutionary parties were uneasy about a document they considered premature and radical, and they were taken aback by Arbenz's methods. They had been neither informed nor consulted about the preparation of the draft. They had, however, little choice but to support the president. Arbenz was more than the leader of the government coalition, he was a military caudillo and a formidable personality. By his actions, and through private and public remarks, he had made it clear that agrarian reform had become the heart of his program, almost an obsession registered. He had never been, the U.S. Embassy reported, so obstinate about any particular thing. Registered open defiance would have created a dangerous crisis. Under intense presidential pressure and amid public demonstrations of support organized in the capital by the labor confederations, the bill was approved in Congress in the early hours of June 17, 1952. That same day, Arbenz signed it into law as Decree 900%. After years of sterile discussions, the country had a comprehensive agrarian reform law, thanks to Jacobo Arbenz and the PGT. If a revolution began in Guatemala, the date was not October 20, 1944, but June 17, 1952. It was the preparation and the enactment of the Agrarian Reform Bill that finally brought Arbenz over to the communist side. By late 1952, President Arbenz had chosen the stand from which he would not deviate. His closest political friend was the PGT, and his closest personal friends were its leaders. Arbenz continued to read. He read books on the Russian Revolution, the history of the USSR, the military strategy of the Soviet generals in World War II. All this molded his way of looking at the world, observes Fortuny. Copyright by 1952. Through all this reading, adds his wife, Jacobo was convinced that the triumph of communism in the world was inevitable and desirable. The march of history was toward communism. Capitalism was doomed. Registered copyright. Arbenz did not become a member of the PGT until 1957, 3 years after he had been overthrown. Had he joined while president, he would have had to submit to party discipline. This could have created unnecessary conflicts and disturbed the close cooperation between him and the party. But in the last 2 years of his administration he considered himself a communist, and with his few confidants, he spoke like one. The PGT leaders formed his kitchen cabinet, and with them he took his most important decisions. The only major disagreement between the president and the party occurred in the last 2 days of his presidency and concerned his eventual resignation. Perhaps Arbenz should not formally be called a communist, yet fellow traveler fails to convey the intensity of his commitment. Registered. Arbenz and the PGT did not think that a communist state, however desirable, could be established in Guatemala in the near future. Copyright. Registered. Guatemala, they believed, was a semi-feudal country, therefore, it must first pass through a capitalist stage in which the material conditions for socialism would be developed by means of an agrarian reform program that would eventually lead to industrialization and the growth of a proletariat. This was the view of the international communist movement towards semi-feudal countries, and this is what Lenin had argued in his Development of Capitalism in Russia, a treatise that became a textbook for the political commission of the PGT. Only a country favored by geography could afford to skip the capitalist stage and move directly towards socialism. Mongolia, which had the good fortune to border the Soviet Union, and the tiny great nation of Albania. Copyright. Registered. Pragmatic considerations reinforce the theory. Guatemala was in the heart of the American Empire. While Arbenz and the PGT underestimated the American threat, they were, nevertheless, convinced that in the foreseeable future Washington would not tolerate the emergence of a communist Guatemala. Thus, theory provided the welcome reassurance that the impossible need not be attempted. As a result, recalls Guerra Borges, the PGT enthusiastically endorsed the thesis that Guatemala must first go through a capitalist stage. When we stated this, we were not trying to hoodwink anyone. We were convinced of it. This capitalist phase, the president and the party believed, had to be planned and executed carefully. Capitalist development under a government as corrupt and conservative as that of President Miguel Alemán in Mexico would be very different from that which would occur in Guatemala under a government led by Jacobo Arbenz. Moreover, while progressing into this capitalist stage, the idea was to do nothing that would make the introduction of socialism more difficult, but rather to take steps that would make it easier. 7. Arbenz, his wife, and the leaders of the PGT were convinced that the entire world would eventually become a socialist community. Communism was inevitable, we thought, and it might come to Guatemala before it came to the United States. For this to happen, however, there had to be a change in the correlation of forces, both at the international level and within Guatemala itself. How long this would require they did not know. On those few occasions when they touched on the subject, the length of the delay varied according to their optimism at the moment. Someday, they concluded, Guatemala would be Marxist-Leninist. But for the time being it was far more important to devote their energy to the tasks at hand than to indulge in idle speculation. Of the tasks at hand, none was more compelling than agrarian reform. Chapter 8. The Agrarian Reform. In his inaugural address, Arbenz set forth the goals of his economic program. To transform Guatemala from a dependent nation with a semi-colonial economy into a country that is economically independent, to transform Guatemala from a backward country with a semi-feudal economy into a modern capitalist country, to proceed in a way that will ensure the greatest possible improvement in the standard of living of the great masses of our people. Agrarian reform was the heart of Arbenz's program, but he also emphasized the need to modernize the country's physical infrastructure. Both were essential to the economic development of Guatemala and to the transformation of its rural population from serfs into citizens. In tackling these two fronts, agrarian reform and public works, Arbenz faced an added challenge: he would not rely on foreign capital. He had little choice. In view of the reputation of his administration, it was most unlikely that Americans would lend money to Guatemala, and the United States was, at the time, virtually the only source of foreign private capital available to a Central American country. Nor could the World Bank be relied upon. It had refused a much-needed loan to Arevalo in 1950 at Washington's behest, and there was no reason to expect it to be more forthcoming. In the absence of foreign loans, Guatemala could undertake a program of public works only if the agrarian reform did not deplete the country's resources and decrease agricultural output. Good luck would also be necessary. The high international price of coffee that had blessed the Arevalo presidency would have to be maintained. This, then, defined Arbenz's economic program: self-sustained economic development based on agrarian reform and public works. Together, they would provide the foundation for a more distant aim: the light industrialization of Guatemala. Industrialization, Arbenz stated, could not begin in earnest in the short span of his presidency, but he would support existing industries and look favorably on new ones. Arbenz was about to embark on the first comprehensive development plan in the history of Guatemala, whereas his predecessor had not even outlined such a plan. In his first speeches as president, Arbenz frankly acknowledged that he could only offer a blueprint and that much planning remained. He pledged, however, that he would transform his words into deeds. And he stressed, with a passion that many dismissed as empty rhetoric, the centrality of social justice. I grant great importance to economic policy, but only as a means to achieve our social goals. All the riches of Guatemala are not as important as the life, the freedom, the dignity, the health, and the happiness of the most humble of its people. How wrong we would be if, mistaking the means for the end, we were to set financial stability and economic growth as the supreme goals of our policy, sacrificing to them the well-being of our masses. Our task is to work together in order to produce more wealth. But we must distribute these riches so that those who have less and they are the immense majority benefit more, while those who have more and they are so few also benefit, but to a lesser extent. How could it be otherwise, given the poverty, the poor health, and the lack of education of our people? Arbenz spoke these words in April 1951. For the next 12 months the land tenure system remained unchanged, and no major public works were begun. Then the tempo accelerated, as Arbenz presented his draft of the agrarian reform law to a stunned Congress. 5 weeks later, on June 17, 1952, Decree 900 was approved. Decree 900. The law, a senior FAO official reported, was constructive and democratic in its aims. It would bring about a land structure and a system of land tenure largely centering around the needs and aspirations of the individual peasant families. It stipulated that all uncultivated land in private estates of more than 672 acres would be expropriated, idle land in estates of between 224 and 672 acres would be expropriated only if less than 2/3 of the estate was under cultivation. Estates of less than 224 acres would not be affected. By contrast, the government-owned fincas nacionales would be entirely parceled out. Degree land expropriated from private estates would be given in private ownership or in lifetime tenure according to the recipient's wishes. In the latter case, upon the death of the beneficiary, his family would receive preferential consideration to rent the same land. Degree the fincas nacionales would be distributed in lifetime tenure only. For 25 years, every beneficiary would pay the government 3% of the annual value of the crop if he had received the land in lifetime tenure and 5% if he had received the land in outright ownership. The former owners would be compensated with 3% agrarian bonds maturing in 25 years. The value of the expropriated land would be that declared by the owners on their tax returns prior to May 10, 1952. The day the Agrarian Reform Bill had been presented to Congress. The introduction of the lifetime tenure system, the government claimed, would prevent large landowners from quickly recovering the parcels given to the peasants registered for Arbenz and the PGT. There was another, unstated rationale. To introduce a progressive element into a capitalist reform. In Fortuny's words, it was the PGT that proposed that land be given in lifetime tenure. Arbenz agreed. Decree 900 established a hierarchical system to implement the reform. At the bottom were the local agrarian committees. Each CAL had 5 members, 1 appointed by the governor of the department in which the CAL was located, 1 by the municipality, and 3 by the local labor union. Where there was no labor organization or where there was more than one, the peasants and the agricultural workers would elect their representatives in popular assemblies. Degree any people who thought they were entitled could petition the CAL for land that they considered eligible for expropriation. The CAL would assess the validity of the request and forward its recommendation to the Departmental Agrarian Committee. The CADs, too, had 5 members, 1 chosen by the Landowners Association, 1 each by the country's 2 labor confederations, 1 by the department's governor, and 1 by the newly created National Agrarian Department. The CADs would supervise the work of the CALUIs and report to the DAN in the capital. The DAN would review the CADs' decisions. At the apex stood the President of the Republic, who would serve as the final arbiter of all disputes raised by the implementation of the law. Thus, while the principle of administrative review was established throughout the expropriation process, the courts were expressly excluded. Many analysts portray Decree 900 as a moderate law cast in a capitalist mold. In particular, they note, only uncultivated land could be expropriated, and that only from large estates. However, not only did Decree 900 introduce the lifetime tenure system, but it stipulated that the expropriation process would have to be completed in 6 weeks, a dramatic change in a country accustomed to red tape and bureaucracy, where wait and see is a way of life, where social legislation in the past had always been circumvented. Moreover, through the CADs and the CALUIs, Decree 900 sought to stimulate the participation of the peasants and the labor organizations, rather than to impose the reform from the top alone. In Fortuny's words, "We proposed the creation of peasant committees in order to lay the groundwork for the eventual radicalization of the peasantry. We talked to Arbenz about this, and he agreed with us. What we wanted was to foster the control of the reform from below. This would give the peasants a strong sense of their common needs. And if, from the system of lifetime tenure, cooperatives developed, the seeds of a more collective society would have been sown." 4. The Office of Intelligence Research of the State Department had little criticism of the technical aspects of Decree 900. If the agrarian law is fully implemented, it noted, the impact upon private landholders would be borne chiefly by a minority. Of 341,191 private agricultural holdings, only 1,710 would be affected. These 1,710 holdings, however, comprise more than half of the total private acreage. The OIR went on to voice its deep concern. Successful implementation of Decree 900 would strengthen the government's influence in the countryside and would provide the communists with an excellent opportunity to extend their influence over the rural population. The months that followed the enactment of Decree 900 were, on all sides, a time of preparation, while the government began to establish the machinery for the administration of the agrarian reform. Representatives of labor and farm workers' unions toured the countryside, instructing workers in the operation of the law and distributing forms for petitioning land copyright, seeking to shield their workers from this plague. Landowners closed the roads running through their plantations. When one farm covered several thousand acres of land and straddled main highways, an authority has observed, they could prevent people from traveling. In response, the government announced that all private roads would become public property on August 1, 1952. Failure to open a road would result in fines of up to $2,000 per day. The threat proved effective. Strongly supported by the government, the labor confederations organized rural unions and helped to establish networks of calais. They also began an intensive campaign to overcome the peasants' fears, spawned by landowners and priests, that the agrarian reform would lead to the collectivization of their wives and children, economic ruin, and eternal damnation. It wasn't easy for the peasants to withstand the manipulations of the feudal landlords, noted the Secretary General of the National Peasant Confederation, Castillo Flores, in his report to its February 1954 Congress. The propaganda unleashed by the landowners was hard-hitting, and it met with some success. The landowners also co-opted some workers with good wages and bribes. They offered many of the peasant leaders special privileges, and more than a few surrendered to temptation. Registered in the same vein, the PGT Secretary General, Fortuny, noted in August 1953 that months of patient labor had been necessary to convince the laborers of Concepcion, one of the largest fincas nacionales, of the benefits of the agrarian reform. The distribution of land from the fincas nacionales began in August 1952. On January 5, 1953, Arbin signed the first 4 decrees expropriating private land. For the next 18 months, the agrarian reform proceeded at a swift pace. There is no question that mistakes and excesses marred the implementation of Decree 900. Arbitrary seizures took place at the hands of calais that were strongly biased against landowners. At times, acts of violence were perpetrated against owners of large and middle-sized estates. On other occasions, landless peasants seized the holdings of their marginally better-off neighbors. Disputes erupted among peasants coveting the same land and between members of unions associated with different government parties. With the rapid pace of the agrarian reform, ancient tensions between neighboring peasant communities surfaced. On occasion, conflicts divided a single community. In his March 1954 message to Congress, Arbins acknowledged, there have been excesses, such as the illegal occupation of estates and the seizure of land by some peasants to the detriment of others. Castillo Flores struck the same note in his report to the Third Congress of the CNCG. Letters written to Castillo Flores include poignant appeals. From Tecpan, in the department of Camaltenango, a group of peasants complained, Peasant Union of Chuatzunij is full of greedy men. It has stolen our land. From Sinahi, in the department of Alta Verapaz, the peasants wrote, our neighbors have taken over our fields. Please send a telegram on our behalf to the governor. Other letters, telegrams, and reports addressed to the President of the Republic, the DAN, members of Congress, and governors of departments tell of similar incidents. Clashes between groups of peasants left several dead and wounded at San Pedro Ayampuc, at San Vicente Pacaya, at San Pedro Yepacapa, and at San Juan La Ermita. 6. The opposition press claimed that a wave of violence was engulfing the countryside, and many in Guatemala and the United States wept for the poor dispossessed landowners. Not only were they to be compensated in bonds rather than cash, but the amount of the compensation would be nugatory. It was common knowledge that the landowners had consistently and grossly understated the value of their estates on their tax returns. In February 1953, yet another blow provoked howls of indignation from the opposition in Guatemala and struck many in the United States as definitive proof of the regime's totalitarian character. In two split decisions, the Supreme Court declared that Decree 900's exclusion of judicial review was unconstitutional, and it ordered the agrarian reform suspended until the lower courts could investigate charges that private lands were being expropriated illegally. This meant, as the New York Times pointed out, that Guatemala's land law halted. Arbenz' response was swift. He summoned an extraordinary session of Congress. "You must decide," he told the deputies, "whether the Supreme Court can hear appeals on cases related to the agrarian reform, or whether, to the contrary, it must abide by Decree 900 and refuse to hear them." 8. The message was couched in terms that were, conceded an opposition daily, temperate. Yet Arbenz's position was unmistakable. Congress acted immediately. After a few hours of tumultuous debate, it impeached the errant judges by a 41-9 vote on grounds of ignorance of the law, which shows unfitness and manifest incapacity to administer justice, and replaced them with more sympathetic individuals. The new judges reversed their predecessors' rulings, and the agrarian reform continued free from judicial restraint *degree. The difficulties associated with the implementation of the agrarian reform must be weighed against its results. Although the analysis is hampered by two constraints, the reform ran only until June 1954, when Arbenz was ousted, and many relevant documents were destroyed in the wake of his fall. Enough data exists to assess its impact. By June 1954, over 1.4 million acres had been expropriated. This represented about half the acreage that the government contemplated would be affected by the law, the U.S. Embassy noted. Those persons who lost land owned extremely large quantities of it, an expert later wrote. In many, if not most of these cases, the finqueros were absentee landowners. There is no agreement as to the exact number of beneficiaries. Some scholars believe that as many as 138,000 families received land. Others accept the figures of 80 to 90,000 given by the government of Castillo Armas, who overthrew Arbenz. But on one occasion Castillo Armas's director of agrarian affairs, who was certainly in a position to know, assessed the total number at 100,000 heads of families. This assessment is endorsed by some of the leading authorities on Arbenz's agrarian reform *. A simple calculation based on the 1950 census translates this figure to 500,000 Guatemalans. From the moment of his inauguration, Arbenz had stressed that access to credit was crucial to any agrarian reform. For peasants in Guatemala, loans were a rare and costly privilege. Agricultural credit for the Indian is practically non-existent, concluded the World Bank in 1951. Degree enlarging on the same point, former State Department official Nathan Wetton wrote. Scarcity of rural credit facilities has made loans difficult to get and resulted in exorbitant rates of interest. A study of rural credit facilities in 37 municipios made in 1950-51 estimated that 10% of the Indian farmers of these municipios had obtained loans of some kind during the previous year. Usually these loans were small, ranging from $5 to $100 per recipient and extended over short periods of time, ordinarily not more than a few months. The rates of interest, however, were generally extremely high and computed on a monthly basis. In the 37 municipios studied, the average rate of interest varied from 3.2% per month to 12.6% per month. The average for the 37 municipios combined was 7.9% per month. This is equivalent to a yearly rate of interest amounting to 94.8 per cent *4. Decree 900 stipulated that the provision of credit would be an integral part of the agrarian reform. In February 1953, the government presented a bill to Congress that established the National Agrarian Bank, whose sole purpose would be to provide credit to the beneficiaries of the agrarian reform and to other small farmers. The bill was accompanied by Arben's request that it be approved before the Congress adjourned on March 1.35. In the meantime, credit would be granted through an established government agency, the Crédito Hipotecario Nacional. After months of delay, Congress bowed to strong executive pressure and approved the creation of the BNA on July 7, 1953. With the creation of this new type of financial institution for Guatemala, reported the U.S. Embassy, the basic agrarian reform legislation was completed degree between March 1953 and June 1954. The CHN and the BNA approved $11,881,432 in loans, of which $9 million was dispersed before the overthrow of Arbenz. An average of $225 was given to each of the 53,829 applicants, a sum that was almost twice Guatemala's annual per capita income in 1950 and well over twice per capita income in the countryside. 7. In a dramatic break with the past, interest rates were fixed at 4% annually for loans of up to 12 months, and 6% for longer-term loans. To facilitate the procedure, the country was divided into 6 regions, and the BNA opened offices in each. Competently staffed, the bank earned its reputation as the most efficient government bureaucracy. The bank's director, Alfonso Bauer Pais, was unusual among revolutionary politicians for his expertise and his honesty. Of course, there were problems. As a senior BNA official recalls, some borrowers used their loans to buy things like bikes, radios, etc. You can't change everything at once. It takes time to educate the people. But these were isolated cases. Most borrowers used their loans responsibly. In fact, of the $3,371,185 in loans granted by the CHN between March and November 1953, $3,049,092 had been repaid by June 1954, as had some of the loans given by the BNA, which began operations only in November 1953. This was crucial. The BNA had limited resources. Loans had to be turned over rapidly. It was also proof that the beneficiaries were making good use of the opportunities created by the land reform. Some exacting critics point out that the government's efforts to provide capital at low interest to campesinos needing farm equipment fell short of meeting the needs of the new landowners, with the result that many campesinos found themselves with land but with little or no capital to cultivate it profitably. Arbenz was president, however, of poor and backward Guatemala, not of Sweden. The significance of the $12 million in loans approved by the government can be appreciated if one considers that in 1954 the total amount of loans processed by Guatemalan banks, excluding the BNA, was $45 to $92,000. Similarly, it might be noted that the loans granted represented 1/6 of the government's total expenditure for the 1953 to 1954 fiscal year. In view of Guatemala's history, and of the severe economic and technical constraints faced by the government, the amount of credit provided by the CHN and the BNA is remarkable. A 1965 report sponsored by the Organization of American States, not a radical group, concluded, the success of the agrarian credit policy was no less impressive than that of the land redistribution policy*. Indeed, Guatemala's experience was unprecedented in Latin America, where significant land redistribution was extremely rare and provision of credit to poor peasants even rarer. Contrary to the hopes of the government's detractors, Decree 900 did not result in the collapse of agricultural output. Rather, notes an American scholar, the existing data seem to indicate that agrarian reform unleashed new productive energies from both the peasants and those finqueros whose previously idle land was put into use. 43 Nor did the U.S. Embassy, which closely monitored the country's economy, claim that agricultural production was declining. On the contrary, In August 1953 the embassy reported a 15% increase in the production of corn. Corn, it added, degree is the chief crop of small landholders in Guatemala and is cultivated by the majority of persons who have received land under the agrarian reform law. Almost a year later, the embassy concluded that production of food crops in 1953 was satisfactory. The corn harvest was about 10% higher than 1952, rice and wheat production had increased by 74% and 21% respectively over 1952, and bean production had remained the same. In 1952 to 1953 coffee production did decrease slightly, but this was due principally to weather conditions. Furthermore, recovery was swift. The 1953-1954 coffee crop was the second highest in Guatemala's history. Degree in late 1954, in its post-mortem of Decree 900, the embassy conceded, the impact of agrarian reform during the Arbenz regime was principally political and did not greatly affect agricultural production. These results are particularly significant in light of the fact that agricultural production tends to decrease, often steeply, in the first years of a swift land reform. Such was the case in Bolivia in the 1950s, Cuba in the 1960s, Peru in the early 1970s, and Nicaragua in the early 1980s. It would seem, moreover, that the reform led to an increase of the area under cultivation. Almost all of the private land expropriated had not been cultivated. The landed elite, though cursing Decree 900 and the communist government, did not retaliate by reducing agricultural production. Some authorities even suggest that, fearing expropriation, many landowners hastened to cultivate land they had not previously tilled. In any case, production of rice and cotton, two crops grown mainly by large landowners, rose markedly during the life of Decree 900. Purchase of farm equipment by large landowners, which had dropped sharply after the enactment of the agrarian reform law, was increasing by early 1954*8, and not even U.S. officials, despite their dire prognostications, argued that Decree 900 was affecting the coffee crop of the landed elite. About a quarter of Guatemala's coffee crop had been grown on the fincas nacionales. Their dismemberment, a chorus of Cassandras had warned, would prove disastrous. The workers, they claimed, knew nothing about coffee culture except performance of routine tasks. Coffee production would decline and there would be a reversion to the mere subsistence crops of corn and beans*. In fact, Decree 900 had stipulated that in the fincas nacionales the beneficiaries could not change the existing crops without the permission of the agrarian authorities, and there is no indication that the acreage devoted to coffee in the fincas nacionales, or its productivity, decreased. The former workers, now acting as independent producers, proved at least as efficient as the administrators who had overseen the fincas nacionales under Arevalo degree. The Arbenz government sought to provide technical assistance to the beneficiaries of the agrarian reform through the newly created Oficina de Programas de Producción Agrícola and through special publications such as El Campesino, which explained in straightforward language how to increase productivity and fight blight. These educational efforts were made more effective by the development of the network of local agrarian committees and rural unions. Furthermore, contrary to what Fidel Castro later did in Cuba, Arbenz and his communist advisors did not attempt to impose a land tenancy system that went against the wishes of the rural population. Collectivization, they had concluded, was politically impossible in Guatemala and would remain so for a long time. Finally, the government did not turn the internal terms of trade against the rural producers in order to court the urban populace. As the U.S. Embassy noted, it adopted a policy of setting support prices for certain basic crops as a means of stimulating agricultural production*. It is hardly surprising, then, that many thousands of peasant families lived much better than ever before*. Decree 900 even benefited many of those who had not received land. By decreasing the labor pool, it pushed up real wages for agricultural workers, as did the growing unionization of rural labor and the government's sustained efforts on its behalf*. Nor were the benefits simply material. What an anthropologist wrote of Guatemala in the early 1930s still held true in the 50s, The land is for the Indian the symbol of his right to live, the connecting link between the material life with the divine existence. Degree For the first time since the Spanish conquest, the government returned land to the Indians. In the words of an unsympathetic U.S. official, the Indians are not only to receive land, but they are in the process educated to regard it as a right. For the first time, also, the rural workers and small peasants participated in trade union activities, even though their role was confined to the local level. The status of many landless agricultural workers was also enhanced by Articles 13 and 14 of Decree 900, which stipulated that, on private estates, all settlements of agricultural workers consisting of more than 15 families would be designated urban centers, and private roads connecting these settlements with the outside world would be nationalized. This facilitated state control over the agricultural workers, lamented a State Department report. Perhaps so, but only insofar as it weakened the landowner's grip over his workers' lives. In early 1954, as a companion measure to Decree 900, the government began a literacy campaign in the rural areas. Although Arbenz, like Arevalo before him, was hampered by scarce resources, his campaign promised to be far more effective than the efforts of his predecessor. A network of support now existed in the countryside, the CNCG and the CGTG with their labor unions. These two labor confederations prodded their rural affiliates to seize this magnificent opportunity. Literacy, land, and credit were, they stressed, intimately connected. The peasants needed to read and write in order to present their demands, transact their business with the agrarian authorities, and deal with other problems such as writing to the agrarian committees, asking for credit from the agrarian bank, buying and selling their crops, etc. This pragmatic approach was evident at the Third Congress of the CNCG in February 1954. As President of Guatemala, Arevalo had extolled the virtues of literacy for the rural masses, but he had offered them neither land nor credit and had thus robbed literacy of practical value. Now, at the Congress of the CNCG, the impassioned appeal of a semi-literate peasant leader from the Indian Department of Huetenango explained the importance of literacy with a clarity the eminent professor had lacked. We must be able to read and write so that we can take advantage of the agrarian reform and take charge of our lives. Copyright change was stirring in the countryside. In a study conducted in the summer of 1954 among peasants jailed after the overthrow of Arbenz, Richard Adams noted, "An awakening of profound import did take place for many. But it was not what usually has come under the rubric of ideological. It could better be called a sociological awakening, for it amounted to a realization that certain of the previously accepted roles and statuses within the social system were no longer bounded by the same rules, and that new channels were suddenly opened for the expression of and satisfaction of needs. The heretofore established series of relationships between political leader and countryman, between employer and laborer, between Indian and Ladino, were not suddenly changed, but it abruptly became possible to introduce some change into them. The injustices of some arbitrary land seizures must be weighed against the massive injustices corrected by the implementation of Decree 900. The acts of violence among peasants struggling for the same land and those committed by peasants against landowners are regrettable, but such incidents were few, both in actual numbers and relative to the magnitude of the transformation taking place. The reports of the Guatemalan opposition press were sensational, but they cited very few concrete cases of illegal land occupations or acts of violence against property or persons registered. Equally instructive are the reports of the U.S. Embassy. In February 1953, the embassy stated that incidents associated with the agrarian reform had been local in scale and sporadic. There were reports of several minor clashes in rural areas, but in general, the administration moved forward without serious incident in its accelerated agrarian reform program registered. On March 27, the embassy noted that instances of violence in rural areas continued to be reported, but added that in some cases the local authorities had taken steps to restore order. The pace of these lawless acts diminished, it concluded at the end of April. And indeed a reader of U.S. reports will find little on the subject for the rest of the year. In March 1954, Reporting on land seizures in the Department of Escuintla, the embassy stated, "Last year when the planting season got underway in March there was a marked decrease in such agrarian disturbances. It was only in the last weeks of the Arbenz regime that violence in the countryside increased at time, that is, when fear of an attack abetted by the United States was mounting." Even so, the conclusion of Neil Pearson, the foremost American authority on Decree 900, is unimpeachable. "There were cases," he wrote, in which the peasants illegally occupied lands and a few in which they burned pastures or crops in order to have land declared uncultivated and subject to expropriation. But these cases were isolated and limited in numbers registered. Moreover, the peasants' attacks against landowners were often acts of self-defense. In a number of instances the plantation owner burned the shacks of the workers and drove them off the plantation, writes Wetton, a former State Department official registered. On several occasions, particularly in the early months of Decree 900, the landowners' violence was condoned by the local authorities. Police officers, other officials, and even some governors of departments found it difficult to curb their sympathy for the genteel elite that knew how to reward favors. This was the time-honored response of a world that Arevalo had hardly disturbed. But now, under Arbenz, unprecedented orders emanated from the capital. A lengthy February 1953 circular from the National Chief of the Police is revealing. Noting that lately peasants have voiced complaints against the police, he admonished the police chiefs of all the departments of the Republic. Put an end to such abuses immediately. It is of utmost importance to avoid friction between the policemen and the peasants, otherwise the latter will think of the police with the same revulsion they felt for them during the dictatorships of Ubico and Ponce. There have already been occasions when the peasants have asserted that today's policemen are the same as the bloodthirsty individuals from that nefarious past. Therefore I urge you, if you want to retain my trust, do not stuff these orders in a drawer without first being sure that your subordinates understand that they must absolutely avoid insulting or abusing the peasants. Abuses against the peasants by the local authorities continued, but they were sharply reduced because of pressure from the capital and the removal of some particularly obnoxious local policemen. Abandoned, therefore, to their own devices, and fearing the government's retribution, the landowners moderated their behavior. As a result, violence in the countryside decreased, at least until the last weeks of the regime. In comparison with the land reform that occurred at roughly the same time in Bolivia, the Guatemalan reform was a model of order. Had the level of violence been significant, agricultural output would have suffered, as it did in Bolivia. Indeed, some of the excesses were indispensable to the success of the agrarian reform. The impeachment of the 4 Supreme Court justices in February 1953 was the only illegal act committed by the Guatemalan Congress during the entire Arbenz period, and it was done solely so that the agrarian reform would not be paralyzed. It is striking that those Americans who showed the most indulgence for the peccadillos of men like Somoza and Trujillo were the most outraged by this transgression by Arbenz and the Guatemalan Congress. And was the system of compensation for expropriated lands as unjust as many claimed? Guatemala was, after all, following America's example. The U.S. directed agrarian reform in Formosa and Japan had also stipulated payment in bonds over a 20 to 25-year period with annual interest rates of 3%. Moreover, if the amount of compensation offered by Decree 900 was nugatory, who could be faulted but the victimized landowners? No one had forced them to cheat on their tax returns. Among these landowners was United Fruit. From May 1951 to March 1952, the company had been locked in an increasingly bitter conflict with its workers over the renewal of labor contracts. Throughout those months, the company proved that it had lost none of its arrogance and intransigence, as it laid off 3,746 workers without pay and resisted the government's attempts to mediate. In the final settlement, the workers largely accepted UFCO's conditions. But the company had little time to celebrate. In June 1952, the Agrarian Reform Law was enacted. The following March President Arbenz upheld the DAN's decision to expropriate 234,000 acres of uncultivated land at UFCO's 295,000-acre plantation at THIRD. In February 1954 UFCO lost 173,000 acres of uncultivated land at Bananera, a plantation of 253,000 acres. The Guatemalan government assessed the value of the expropriated land at $1,185,000, that is, the amount declared by UFCO for tax purposes prior to May 10, 1952. UFCO immediately protested that the land was really worth $19,355,000, a claim that was steadfastly endorsed by the State Department. Champions of United Fruit have argued that the Arbenz administration acted in a discriminatory manner by expropriating such a high percentage of the company's land. UFCO, they contend, needed to keep most of its land fallow as a precaution in case of Panama disease, as well as other natural disasters. The highly technical debate as to the exact amount of land UFCO needed to hold in reserve has never been resolved satisfactorily, but it is likely that the claims of both sides were exaggerated. 3. Arbenz was seeking more than land. He intended to break the power of a foreign enclave that threatened the country's sovereignty. In this pursuit, he faced more than UFCO and would have to initiate more than agrarian reform. Vital sectors of the country's infrastructure were controlled by American companies that enjoyed immense privileges. Determined to loosen their grip on his country's economy, Arbenz moved forward with his public works program. This program would displace the Americans through competition rather than expropriation and call on foreign expertise, but not foreign capital. Largely following the blueprint suggested by a 1951 World Bank report on Guatemala, it had three major components. The first was the construction of a large road network. The inadequacy of present facilities for transportation, the World Bank had stated, probably constitutes the greatest single barrier to the economic development and the cultural integration of the Republic. Particularly critical was a road linking the capital with the Caribbean coast. Such a road would supplement the railway to Puerto Barrios, which was inadequate, expensive, and American. Without this road or at least positive proof that it will be constructed in the immediate future, there is no real indication that the government is vitally interested in expediting or cheapening the movement of international freight, the World Bank had concluded. The second component was the construction of a port in the Bay of Santo Tomás on the Caribbean coast, a few miles from Puerto Barrios, a dream that had persisted for 3.5 centuries. Copyright here. 2. Economic and political considerations went hand in hand. The inadequate facilities at Puerto Barrios created costly bottlenecks in the handling of foreign trade and were controlled by an American company. The third component of the program was the construction of a hydroelectric plant. The country's production of electricity was insufficient, uneconomical, and controlled by a U.S. company. In April 1953 the government unveiled its road-building plan. It proposed the construction of 750 miles of paved roads in the remaining 4 years of Arbenz's term. Except for its ambitious deadlines, the plan basically followed the 1951 World Bank report. Had the Guatemalan authorities attempted to accomplish so much in only 4 years, they would have courted disaster, for the country's technical and financial resources were inadequate. Fortunately, they followed a more pragmatic approach. They concentrated their efforts on the all-important 193-mile Atlantic Highway, which would connect the capital with the port of Santo Tomás. The necessary heavy equipment had been imported from the United States in 1952, and actual work began in earnest in the last months of that year. The U.S. Embassy reported in mid-1953, the highway has continued to receive top priority among Guatemalan public works projects and has gained widening public support as results have been demonstrated. Registered. The steady progress seemed to justify the government's promise that the highway would be completed by mid or late 1955. On July 2, 1953, Guatemala signed a contract with a subsidiary of the Morrison-Knudsen Company of San Francisco for the construction of the port of Santo Tomás, the future terminus of the Atlantic Highway. The contract stipulated that the port be completed within 24 months at a cost of $4.8 million. The government deposited the sum in foreign exchange in the United States as guarantee of payment, and the company posted a performance bond registered degree while the Guatemalan Congress, at Arbenz' request, declared the project to be one of public necessity registered. Company representatives told the U.S. Embassy that they were satisfied with the contract. It was, the embassy concluded with little enthusiasm, a major step in the government's four-year economic development program. Registered? A few months earlier, in April 1953, Guatemala had contracted another U.S. firm, Westinghouse, to study the feasibility of a 28,000 kilowatt hydroelectric plant at Juartun in the department of Escuintla. This study would serve as the basis for the opening of competitive bidding for the construction of the plant, which would take approximately 4 years and cost $6 million registered. A basically prosperous economy. The present government promises to leave a record of real accomplishments in the field of public works, conceded the U.S. Embassy in May 1954. 4 In fact, both aspects of the government's economic program were proceeding successfully. The embassy had originally assumed that the agrarian reform would fail. Now it reserved its judgment. After listing Arbenz' claims of success in his March 1954 message to Congress, it concluded, a preliminary analysis of the President's report left little doubt, as long as coffee prices are at their present high level, that the Guatemalan economy was basically prosperous. Registered despite UFCO's furious complaints that the government was strangling it and would force it to leave the country. 1953 saw the highest level of banana exports since 1948, thanks mainly to favorable weather conditions and to a diminution of labor conflicts. 8 Decree 900 had precipitated capital flight, but this loss was amply offset by the high coffee prices. In this regard, luck truly blessed Arbenz. As a result, the government's foreign currency reserves were sound, $39.4 million on December 31, 1950, $44 million 2 years later, $42.40 at the end of 1953. Indeed, the U.S. Embassy, after noting the $1.6 million drop in reserves between December 1952 and December 1953, X. 168, Chapter 8. Not only were these totals much more than adequate for the requirements of the Guatemalan monetary laws, but they were higher than they had stood at the end of 1949, 1950, or 1951. Furthermore, the abnormally late coffee season in 1953 delayed the inflow of foreign exchange from the sale of the new coffee crop, so that the drop below the mark of the year-end of 1952 was of no significance, and in fact, with the heavy movements of the crop in January, February, and March 1954, the Monetary Stabilization Fund and official international monetary reserves reached all-time highs. The funds needed for the agricultural credits provided by the government and for the public works program came mainly through indirect taxation. The rising value of Guatemala's foreign trade brought higher receipts from existing import and export duties. The authorities also sought to tighten collection and began, in late 1952, to raise taxes and duties. These measures hit the well-off hardest, but the urban poor were not unaffected. Registered? The emphasis on agrarian reform and public works meant, moreover, that Arbenz had been unable to focus on the needs of the urban population. Real income in urban areas did not rise during his presidency, as wage increases were offset by higher indirect taxes and inflation. Nor did the government alleviate the housing crisis in the cities. In November 1953, Congress passed a rent control law, but, as Diario de Centro America noted, it did not solve the housing problem. The solution is to build more low-cost housing, but this would take time and money that we do not have. While the law brought some respite to the urban lower class, it also aggravated the slump in private sector housing construction. Furthermore, the government was hampered by the graft and incompetence of many of its officials. But Arbenz wisely concentrated his small pool of efficient bureaucrats in the most critical programs. He also sought technical assistance from international agencies. Government cooperation in technical assistance programs has generally been fairly good, noted the U.S. Embassy registered. He did not hesitate to seek the services of U.S. companies for the construction of the port of Santo Tomas and the hydroelectric plant at Jurin. Yet the government was unable to balance the 1953 to 1954 budget, the largest in the country's history. This failure led to a more realistic budget for the following year and to the determination to enact the first income tax in Guatemala's history. The tax would increase the government's receipts and democratize what U.S. experts justly considered a most regressive fiscal system, noted Diario de Centro America. Our poor millionaires yell bloody murder whenever the government touches their pocketbooks. But whether they like it or not, the revolution cannot go forward given the present tax system. It has become increasingly difficult for the state to develop its progressive programs under our feudal fiscal system that has barely changed since 1944. The time has come to correct this situation. Our unfortunate millionaires will have to pay taxes appropriate to our new circumstances, that is, to the capitalist development of our country. The meaning of income tax is simple: the rich man pays as a rich man, and the poor man pays as a poor man. If there are differences in wealth and income, then there must also be in taxes. In December 1953, the government presented an income tax bill to Congress. During the next months the draft was revised first by a congressional committee and then by the executive. On May 28, the bill was approved by Congress in the first of 3 required readings. Copyright. The second reading was postponed to allow Congress to consider the government's budget for 1954 to 1955. Which was approved on June 7.7. In a few more days, Guatemala would have had its first income tax law. On the surface, the healthy state of the economy was matched by equally satisfactory developments in the political realm. The administration was popular, Arbenz' control of the government coalition appeared firm, and the opposition was in disarray. In the shadows, disaster loomed. Chapter 9. The Revolutionary Forces. On December 18, 1953, a squad of gun-toting braves stormed the headquarters of Renovación Nacional, the party created by a group of teachers in July 1944. In the ensuing fistfight, the leader of the attackers, Jaime Diaz Rosado, pistol-whipped one of the defenders, an RN congressman. Before things got worse, the police intervened. The affray at RN was not the prelude to an attack on the government. Diaz Rosado was not a right-wing plotter, he was, or rather had been, RN's Secretary General. He was merely out to wrest the party headquarters and his post from his rivals, who had expelled him the previous day. The Guatemalan Congress immediately censured Diaz Rosado. Undeterred, he proceeded to expel his adversaries from RN, and he was in turn expelled again. And so it continued, to the delight of the opposition press. The developments in RN, remarked the U.S. Embassy, were of the type which adds to the disciplined Guatemalan Communist Party's carefully cultivated reputation as the most honest of the leftist parties supporting the Arbenz administration. Eventually, the warring factions convened Unity Congresses. It opened at noon, March 20, 1954, and closed a few hours later, amid gunshots, leaving 1 policeman dead and 2 delegates wounded. By the time Arbenz fell, there were 4 tiny RNs locked in fierce competition for the official party name and the government's patronage. The revolutionary parties. The schisms of RN notwithstanding, the coalition that supported Arbenz continued practically unchanged from the 1950 campaign to his fall. It included the revolutionary parties, the Communist Party and the country's 2 labor confederations, the CGTG and the CNCG. Together, they formed the Frente Democrático Nacional, an advisory body chaired by Arbenz. To be sure, the names and the number of the revolutionary parties changed in the Arbenz years. They had been 4 as Arbenz became president: the PAR, RN, the FPL, and the PIN. They became 5 in July 1951, as a split in the PAR gave birth to the Partido Socialista. 11 months later, the 5 suddenly merged and became 1, the Partido de la Revolución Guatemalteca degree within 6 weeks. Most PAR and RN leaders had withdrawn to recreate their old parties amid a flurry of recriminations. Yet the PRG survived. It included the PS, the moribund FPL, the minuscule PIN, and former members of the PAR and RN. Despite this tendency to split, reunite, and rename, the revolutionary parties scored massive victories in the congressional and municipal elections, and it was their leaders whom Arbenz chose as his ministers and senior officials. They had a powerful ally in the country's largest labor confederation, the peasant-based CNCG, whose leaders had little sympathy for communism and the PGT. By February 1954, the CNCG had 1,500 local unions and 150,000 to 190,000 members. Its impressive growth. It had claimed only 25 local unions in May 1950 was due to Arbenz's unwavering support and to the dynamism unleashed in the countryside by the agrarian reform. The revolutionary forces, 173. While careful to maintain its independence, the CNCG was solidly encamped within the fold of the revolutionary parties. Secretary-General Castillo Flores was a PAR deputy when he had helped found the CNCG in May 1950. After joining the PS in July 1951 and the PRG 1 month later, he returned to the PAR in August 1952. Throughout his wanderings, he retained firm though not absolute control of the CNCG, purging rivals when necessary. Most CNCG leaders followed him back to the PAR, others stayed with the PRG. The official line of the CNCG was that it was not a political organization, therefore its members could belong to whatever party treats the peasants best. Registered in practice, each leader told the peasants, more or less discreetly, which party to join. This resulted in a massive turnout for the PAR and, to a lesser degree, for the PRG. While the CNCG was quite united under Castillo Flores, the revolutionary parties were plagued by infighting that acquired at times the character of a Western. Diaz Rosado's December exploit was not unprecedented. 2 months earlier, on October 13, 1953, the recently ousted Secretary-General of the PAR, Francisco Fernandez Fonsi, had stormed the headquarters of his party with a band of armed associates. His motivation was as selfless as that of Diaz Rosado, to save the PAR from the grip of the newly installed executive committee, which had just expelled him. Mutual excommunications succeeded one another at a rapid clip, while telegrams from each faction poured into the offices of bemused party officials admonishing them, in peremptory terms, to reject the rival leadership. These episodes in the PAR, reported U.S. Ambassador Schoenfeld, once again illustrate the lack of ideological firmness and the opportunism which prevail in the leftist administration parties and the consequent improbability of the crystallization of a vigorous anti-communist left at the present juncture in Guatemalan politics. Unlike RN, however, the PAR was able to regain some cohesion as one faction gained control and re-established discipline. Degree. Only the PRG escaped the indignity of having former secretaries-general invade party headquarters. In its first year, its co-secretaries-general, Roberto Alvarado Fuentes and Augusto Charnaud MacDonald, coexisted uneasily while each maneuvered to oust the other. Then, after a purge in August 1953, Alvarado Fuentes was dispatched into genteel exile as Guatemala's ambassador to Mexico. Charnaud was in command. He was a highly intelligent and competent man, but he was distracted by ambition. In the months that followed his victory, he maintained unity in the PRG by purges and by the postponement of the party's first Congress, which was not held until January 1954. Carefully orchestrated, the Congress proceeded uneventfully, ratifying the existing leadership despite muted grumblings. The infighting that bedeviled the revolutionary parties owed little to ideological considerations. In fact, no faction had a coherent ideology or strategy. It was the ambitions of too many leaders that caused the dissension. Their squabbles and lack of direction reinforced the authority of Arbenz, a president, with a program. One such squabble, and Arbenz's reaction to it, are described in the Diary of a Revolutionary Politician. It was the fall of 1952, in a meeting in the presidential palace between Arbenz and the leaders of the administration parties. At our last meeting, Arbenz began, we spent 7 hours determining the slate of candidates for the upcoming elections. I had assumed that we had been proceeding on the basis of revolutionary unity and loyalty, but I have just now learned that one of the parties here has been scheming against another. Gentlemen, I am shocked and deeply worried while saying this. His face was suffused with anger. What kind of revolutionary unity is this? What do you think we will achieve if we proceed like this? We are acting like spoiled brats without any sense of our responsibility toward the people. We quarrel among ourselves, and we betray each other without a backward glance. God damn it! He slammed his fist on the table. There is only one President of the Republic, one President of the Congress, one President of the Judiciary, but everyone wants to be a president. Every jerk wants a seat in the Congress. Gentlemen, leave this farce behind. Do you think that we will be able to sustain the revolution if we act like this? The political parties cannot be groups of village gossips. They must be strongly organized on the basis of a clear revolutionary ideology. Otherwise, what will happen? There are times, gentlemen, when I deeply regret that I am an officer. At times, I think that you believe that because I am an officer the army will always be behind us and we are sitting on foundations of granite. But you are completely wrong, the army may tire when we least expect it. And the only way to make sure that this does not happen is to remain united, honorable, and consistent in everything we do. Our task is to consolidate the revolution that began in 1944. We have to take momentous strides forward. We must leave behind our petty ambitions, our rancor, our greed. I'm sorry that I have had to talk to you like this in the presidential office, but imagine that Jacobo Arbenz was talking to you in your party's offices. I am used to speaking the truth bluntly, and I want you to answer me in the same manner, honestly, without evasion. The revolutionary politicians endorsed Arbenz's vision of an industrialized Guatemala, but their support for his agrarian reform was lukewarm. They concentrated on garnering peasant support for their own parties and factions, rather than on implementing the reform. As a result, party rivalries deepened. As RN was paralyzed by its internal struggle, the rivalry between the PAR and the PRG intensified. The model of the revolutionary leaders, insofar as they had one, was Mexico's ruling Partido Revolucionario Institucional. Their desire to have a similar party in Guatemala led to the creation of the PRG in June 1952. A united party would be in a stronger position vis-a-vis the president and his communist friends. Arbenz's antipathy for the project contributed to its swift demise, but it would have failed in any case. Too many self-proclaimed caudilos bloated the PRG. Unity was impossible. Many revolutionary leaders were not corrupt. Integrity and selfless commitment to his work characterized Alfonso Bauer Pais, a senior member of the PRG. Under Arbenz he occupied several key positions with great distinction, notably as the director of the Banco Nacional Agrario. But there were many who took liberties with the country's monies. At times, scandals became public, some exposed or fabricated by the opposition press, others by revolutionary politicians bent on slandering their rivals. Thus the opposition El Espectador accused PAR Congressman José Felipe Darden of attempting to extort $5,000 from auto parts dealers by threatening to introduce a bill that would have limited their profits to 10%. In the course of a tumultuous congressional debate on Darden's business practices, PAR and PRG deputies swapped insults and charges of corruption, while PGT deputy Pellicer vainly warned that it was a mistake to stage such a demeaning spectacle for the benefit of the reactionaries. The PGT, Pellicer added drily, was the only party free of such scandals. Copyright the U.S. Embassy concluded, the scene in Congress for administration politicians and gave the communists an opportunity to claim superior dedication and honesty. If venality characterized many revolutionary politicians, self-indulgence was even more widespread. Their penchant for soft desk jobs and perks stood in sharp contrast to the integrity of the PGT, which, the U.S. Embassy lamented in late 1953, is now the only administration party that has not been shaken by a major scandal in many months. Registered thus, the revolutionary leaders were not pure and hardy revolutionaries. On the contrary, they combined an increasingly hollow social conscience with a growing empathy for the sweet sorrows of the bourgeoisie. And their concern about their enigmatic president, whose communist proclivities were ever more in evidence, deepened. They supported Arbenz with misgivings and looked forward to the 1956 presidential elections. They compensated for their lack of revolutionary fervor with a fierce nationalism that had blossomed during the Arevalo years and was fanned by the arrogance of the U.S. government and the intransigence of the American companies. This nationalism was coddled, until late 1953, by a false sense of security. The revolutionary leaders believed that the United States might holler, threaten, and even impose limited sanctions on Guatemala. They did not believe, however, that the United States would overthrow the government. Arbenz and the PGT shared this illusion. The combination of frustrated nationalism and a heady sense of impunity helps to explain the strident rhetoric of most revolutionary leaders. Hostility to Washington easily translated into verbal support for the Soviet Union, according to the formula enunciated by a Mexican general in the early 1920s. We are all Bolsheviks. I don't know what socialism is, but I am a Bolshevik, like all patriotic Mexicans. The Yankees do not like the Bolsheviks, the Yankees are our enemies, therefore, the Bolsheviks must be our friends, and we must be their friends. We are all Bolsheviks. Radical rhetoric also polished the tarnished revolutionary credentials of its authors. Above all, it might please Arbenz, whose patronage they all courted. For Arbenz's sympathies were unmistakable. While the Guatemalan Foreign Ministry maintained a neutral line in international affairs, the government daily, Diario de Centro America, did not always disguise its preference for the Soviet bloc. A faithful reader of DCA was bound to develop respect for communist Czechoslovakia. In 1953 alone, 53 articles described life there, always in sympathetic terms. No other country received such attention. Some titles speak for themselves: Czechoslovakia and Peace, Workers Visit Czechoslovakia, Impressed by Culture of Fellow Workers, The Victorious Path of the Slovak People, The High Standard of Living of the Czech Workers, Job Security in Czechoslovakia, All Czech Workers Enjoy Annual Vacations. The following description of a visitor's encounter with Czechoslovakia epitomizes the general tone. The sky of Czechoslovakia extends its blue hands to welcome all the youths who gather in the train stations along the border. We meet a youth of steel and hope, we meet a youth of fire and joy. Workers step forward with music and bread, with accordions and apples, and join this celebration that even the dead applaud from the depths of the earth. It is a foretaste of the great victory, the victory that will return to man what is rightfully his. Already Prague shimmers in the new light. It is the embodiment of our dreams. It is a flower that cannot be crushed. In the streets of Prague there are soldiers, there are girls, there are flowers, there are apples, there are prams with babies that the mothers push toward home and toward the future. Throughout the city one breathes an atmosphere of civic struggle. Here in Czechoslovakia the New World has established one more pillar, whose granite foundations have deep roots in the heart of man. Here man begins to be man, he begins to rise from the swamp into which he has been thrown by the false prophets of fatalism and resignation, by the existentialists of all times, the bitter painters, the failed poets, the kings, the bankers, the businessmen. DCA did not consistently adopt a pro-communist line in international affairs. Its articles tended to be neutralist and only occasionally veered to a warm pro-communist stance. Still, one can imagine the reaction of U.S. Embassy officials when they saw in the cultural section of DCA a poem in honor of the Canal Volga-Don, or when they read fulsome praise of Communist China in We Embrace the Women of China, while the coverage of the Korean War generally avoided editorial comment. On the nature of the conflict, there were significant exceptions, as if the editors had suddenly tired of restraint. When a January 2, 1953, editorial pointedly referred to the unjustifiable origins of the war, the meaning could have escaped only the most obtuse readers, nor could there have been much confusion when another editorial argued that the United Nations Charter had been abused in the Korean case by an interested party. Perhaps the editorial which greeted the armistice at Panmunjom best conveys the DCA's stance. Mankind is tired of war. We have learned that for big business war is profit, but we have also learned that the world peace movement is not a futile and weak movement. It is strong and heroic. Degree the Departamento Agrario Nacional, a government agency, felt less compelled to be diplomatic. It firmly praised the iron will of the people, who proved the greatness of their ideals in their struggle to create a truly democratic government, and lambasted the cynicism of the arms merchants. The government broadcasting network followed a line on international affairs similar to that of DCA. And Arbenz himself, while generally cautious in his public statements, often sent messages of support to front organizations and at times provided government assistance to their meetings. When the Second Continental Congress of Democratic Lawyers was held in Guatemala in October 1953, it met in the Salón de Vistas of the Supreme Court, and the Guatemalan government provided $10,000. Arbenz sent Interior Minister Charnaud to convey his greetings, and the entire Supreme Court attended. 7 Registered. It is hardly surprising that the revolutionary politicians declaimed speeches with a marked pro-Soviet bent, speeches that were usually couched in rudimentary Marxist jargon. The reaction to the armistice in Korea is a case in point. Nuestro Diario, which was controlled by the PAR, celebrated the armistice as a triumph of the world peace movement over the warlike appetite of a great power, and praised the Korean people who have endured horrible crimes at the hands of the Western aggressor. In Congress, the revolutionary majority applauded enthusiastically when a PGT deputy extolled the victory of the peace-loving forces led by the Soviet Union over U.S. imperialism in Korea. Degree the President of the Congress, PAR Deputy Guillermo Ovando Areola, gave free rein to his oratory. The warmongers, he asserted, had provoked the war in order to foster their own economic interests and had sent the youth of their countries to die for a sordid cause, turning them into butchers of a people whose only crime was their unquenchable yearning to be free. A few days later, at a massive rally to honor the armistice, the leaders of the PAR, the PRG, and RN pilloried the United States. Charnaud, who was both Arbenz's Minister of the Interior and the leader of the PRG, paid homage to the brave people of Korea who fought against the foreign aggressor. PAR's Secretary General Fernandez Fonsi condemned the insane warmongers who had caused the Korean conflict. Diaz Rosado, the unsavory Secretary General of RN, pointed out that the Korean people taught the imperialists an eloquent lesson. It was, Ambassador Schoenfeld observed, a public demonstration of the Arbenz administration's cooperation with the local communist group. President Arbenz, he added, did not attend the meeting or publicly endorse it. But since the rally was attended by ranking administration officials, political leaders, and army officers subject to his discipline and dependent on his goodwill, it was evident that there was more than official tolerance for it. The logic was unimpeachable. Nationalism and a longing to see the world impelled many revolutionary politicians to attend youth festivals, peace congresses, and similar pro-Soviet gatherings in Western and Eastern Europe. To wary U.S. officials, these junkets appeared sinister. On March 12, 1953, 30 deputies of the Guatemalan Congress introduced a resolution asking for a minute of silence to honor the memory of the great statesman and leader of the Soviet Union, Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin, whose passing is mourned by all progressive men following a violent 3-hour debate with the handful of opposition deputies. All but 2 members of the majority voted in favor of the resolution, and the Guatemalan Congress rose in silent homage to the late leader. It was, as a U.S. official pointed out, the only government body in the Western Hemisphere to do so. The desire to give a slap to the Yankees explains the overwhelming vote. The roots of this desire were vividly expressed during the debate by PAR deputy Julio Estrada de Lajas in his reply to a deputy who had claimed that the Soviet Union was imperialistic. I want to ask the opposition, is United Fruit a Soviet company? Who killed Sandino? Who stole the piers in our harbors? 3. The debate occurred several months before fear of Yankee retribution would moderate the rhetoric of many revolutionary leaders. Had Stalin died a year later, very few in Congress would have voted for the minute of silence, remarked the Secretary General of the PGT 3 decades later. Registered. The Partido Guatemalteco del Trabajo. In the January 1953 congressional elections, the revolutionary parties increased their majority. In a Congress of 56 members, the PAR now held 22 seats, the PRG 16 and RN 7. By contrast, the PGT had only 4 deputies, the opposition had 5, and there were 2 pro-government independents. No one sympathetic to the PGT sat in Arbenz cabinet, and very few senior government officials were close to the party. The 2 highest posts held by the PGT in the administration were those of Director of National Broadcasting and Deputy Director of the Departamento Agrario Nacional. But Guatemala had a presidential system, and Arbenz was a strong president. With his backing, the communists gained influence far beyond their numbers. The PGT leaders fortunately foremost were Arbenz's closest advisors and constituted his kitchen cabinet, which discussed all major decisions. This was true of the agrarian reform as well as of the purchase of weapons from Czechoslovakia. When Arbenz decided to resign, on June 26, 1954, he consulted only the PGT. By contrast, the official cabinet and the revolutionary leaders learned that weapons from Europe had reached Guatemala's shores only after the State Department loudly denounced their arrival, and when A.R. Benz told his assembled ministers of his decision to step down, Fortuny was already at work writing his resignation speech. The first public documents signed by the Communist Party of Guatemala appeared in April 1951, 1 month after Arbenz's inauguration. On June 21, the first anniversary of the party's weekly Octubre was openly celebrated. It is most interesting, the U.S. Embassy reported, that the Minister of Education made an official request that the theater be made available for this cultural activity. The PGT had fewer than 100 members, and it was still illegal, although it was obvious that its legalization was just a matter of time. That time came in December 1952, when the party held its second Congress. It was a public affair, well advertised in the press and attended by high-ranking guests from the revolutionary parties, the labor confederations and the government. The Congress changed the party's name to Partido Guatemalteco del Trabajo, since the name Communist Party, however dear to us, makes it harder for us to reach the masses. We must place the task of developing the party before any sentimental attachment to a name degree. A few days later, the PGT was registered as a legal party despite the outcry of the opposition. As a member of the recently created Frente Democrático Electoral, it was allied with the PAR, PRG, and RN in the January 1953 congressional elections. The Second Congress had affirmed the PGT's status within the country, but the communist parties of only Cuba, Mexico, and Costa Rica had sent Dele Gates. This meager attendance from fraternal parties was not a ploy to disguise the fact that the PGT was part of the international communist movement. On the contrary, the PGT proclaimed this connection proudly. It merely reflected the party's low status and limited contacts. The PGT had developed practically in isolation. In the late 1940s, no foreign party had made any effort to assist in the creation of a Guatemalan Communist Party. Guatemala was too backward a country and its communists were too few to attract the attention of a Latin American communist movement that was reeling under the blows of the Cold War. Some Latin American communists who visited Guatemala were asked for advice and provided it, but these were sporadic and superficial contacts. It has been argued that the Chilean communist deputy Cesar Godoy was of particular help to the Guatemalan communists from 1947 to 1950. Godoy visited Guatemala on 2 or 3 occasions in the late 1940s as Arevalo's guest. The extent of his participation in the creation of the PGT is highlighted by one of the party's founders, Alfredo Guerra Borges. Godoy happened to be in Guatemala when we held the founding congress of the party. We invited him to the session in which we discussed the report on international affairs. He said that we were not paying enough attention to the Chinese Revolution, which he considered as important as the Russian Revolution. This was Godoy's entire contribution to the creation of the party. Even later, in the Arbenz years, the PGT remained isolated in Latin America. Weakened by the Cold War and the attendant repression, the South American communist parties had little time for a fledgling organization in faraway Guatemala. Closer to home, Costa Rica's once powerful Vanguardia Popular was in disarray after its defeat in the 1948 Civil War. The communist parties of Nicaragua and El Salvador were weak and persecuted. In the Dominican Republic, the Communist Partido Socialista Popular had been destroyed by Trujillo in the late 1940s. No communist parties existed in Honduras and Haiti. The PGT and Arbenz could offer a safe haven to persecuted communists from the region, but they lacked the wherewithal to provide any active support to communist groups in neighboring countries. The PGT maintained regular contacts with only 2 communist parties, those of Mexico and Cuba. The Partido Comunista Mexicano, minuscule and torn by internal strife, showed little interest in the PGT. The latter, in turn, felt little respect for the PCM and its leaders. It never sought and never received any guidance. This was not the case with the Cuban Communist Party. In the words of Guerra Borges, the PSP was our window on the world, and from time to time we gazed through it. The Guatemalan communists looked up to the PSP as an older, wiser brother. We were very small in comparison to them, recalls Fortuny. For us, the PSP was a mature party, fully developed. We considered ourselves a minor party, not only because of our small numbers, but also because of our lack of experience and our limited knowledge of Marxist theory. In 1950, the Guatemalan communists approached the PSP for assistance, and the PSP, which had helped other fledgling parties from the region, responded positively. The Cuban communists were the only party to truly help us. Not with money, but they sent us a member of their Central Committee who stayed with us to help us strengthen our party. The PSP was the only communist party that had the vision to see that a strong communist party could be created in Guatemala. Alejandro arrived in Guatemala in mid-1951. PGT leaders remember him as a wise comrade. He had a good grasp of theory and a lot of practical experience. He was very good at dealing with people, he wasn't arrogant or dominating, and he was very discreet. Yet his influence and that of his party should not be exaggerated. Batista's coup in Cuba in March 1952 made contacts between the two parties precarious, and Alejandro, who remained in Guatemala until the fall of Arbenz, failed to save the PGT from its mistakes and did not guide it to its successes. Until early 1954, the PGT's leadership was united behind the strong personality of Fortuny. Alejandro was in a country of which he had no previous knowledge, and during his stay he met few of its political leaders, few Guatemalans knew of his presence, and even fewer of his role. His strength may have been his understanding of the limits of this role. On occasion PGT leaders did travel to the Soviet bloc. To wary U.S. officials, these trips were further proof of the growing international communist conspiracy against Guatemala. At times they recorded trips that had never taken place, thus they believed that Fortuny had been in Moscow in 1949 and 1953, when in fact he had not gone beyond Czechoslovakia, the only communist country he had visited before Arbenz fell. Actually, only one member of the PGT secretariat traveled to the Soviet Union before Arbenz's overthrow, en route to the Asian and Pacific Peace Conference in mid-1952. Mario Silva Janamas stopped briefly in Moscow, saw some low-level Soviet officials, and resumed his journey. The evidence in the Guatemalan transcripts supports the testimony of PGT leaders that their contacts with West European and Soviet bloc communist parties were very limited. The PGT was invited to attend meetings organized by front organizations such as the World Federation of Trade Unions and the World Peace Council, frequently at their own expense. Relations with the Soviet Union meant occasional visits to the Soviet embassy in Mexico by PGT leaders who happened to be there. We only saw minor officials. They would ask us a few questions about the party, etc. They never offered us any advice. They never invited us to Moscow. The PGT was not even invited to the 19th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, held in October 1952, and the first PGT leader to visit the Soviet Union on party business was Piero Gleijeses, who represented the PGT at the 20th Congress of the PCUS in October 1956. We were knocking on the Soviets' door, explains Pellicer, but they didn't answer. On 2 or 3 occasions, the PGT leaders told Soviet officials in Mexico that they, and Arbenz, would like the Soviet Union to open at least a consulate in their country. We were told that they would pass on our request and that was always the end of it. Fortunately so, one might add, for such a step would have had only one tangible byproduct, to supply ammunition to those who charged that Guatemala was the Soviet bridgehead in the Western Hemisphere. There is evidence of financial transactions between the Soviet Union and the PGT, the notorious Moscow Gold to which some Americans referred at the time. The PGT ordered a few books and magazines from the Soviet Union, and the GT include 2 letters from Moscow's Mezdunarодная. These letters express impatience at the PGT's failure to settle its outstanding accounts of $12.35 and $10.60 and firmly demand that the debt be paid as soon as possible. Chastened, the PGT complied. With only slight exaggeration, Piero Gleijeses later protested, "We paid them religiously. We were the only ones in Latin America who paid them. People from the Mexican Communist Party told me, 'You people are crazy, we haven't paid them a cent for at least 10 years. As for the Moscow Gold, Moscow got money from us, not the other way around.' The PGT never received any financial assistance other than occasional travel expenses from foreign communist parties or front organizations. Only on one occasion did the Soviet Union indicate an interest in developing ties with Guatemala. In late October 1953, Mikhail Samilov, the Soviet commercial attaché in Mexico, visited Guatemala for 3 days. He spoke with Arbenz and Fortuny and expressed his government's desire to establish commercial ties with Guatemala, something that both Arbenz and the PGT desired. The Soviet Union, Samilov stated, was willing to buy a very large quantity of Guatemalan bananas. It offered agricultural equipment in exchange. Since the Soviet Union did not have refrigerator ships, Guatemala would have to supply the transport. Arbenz and Fortuny explained that Guatemala had no ships, its bananas were exported in the bottoms of United Fruit, and it was unlikely that UFCO would hand over its ships to foster Soviet-Guatemalan friendship. However, they noted, Guatemala could sell coffee to the Soviet Union. Samilov was not impressed. The Soviet Union already had many long-term agreements to buy coffee abroad and could not purchase Guatemalan coffee in the near future. On this note, the conversation closed, and that was that it had been an exploratory mission that had revealed, above all, Moscow's ignorance of Guatemala, for it was no secret that Guatemala had no fleet, much less its own refrigerator ships. One may speculate about the reasons for Moscow's lack of interest in the PGT and Guatemala. In Stalin's last years, mistrust characterized the Soviets' attitude toward Third World countries. Their attention was riveted on relations with the United States and on developments in Europe and Asia. Latin America was far from their preoccupations within that inhospitable continent. Guatemala was a tiny and backward land thrust into the heart of the American Empire. Arbenz was a military man, and the Soviet leaders dismissed Third World officers as imperialism stooges. The PGT was a small group that lacked the traditions and international contacts of older Latin American communist parties. Following Stalin's death, indications of greater flexibility began to appear in Moscow's attitude to the Third World. Samyilov's visit reflects the limits of this incipient change. Another reflection of the change was the Soviet decision, in December 1953, to allow Guatemala to buy weapons from Czechoslovakia. If Stalin had been alive, remarks Fortuny, they wouldn't have sold them to us*. In the spring of 1954, Soviet journals expressed a growing optimism that Latin American countries might be willing and able to lessen their dependence on the United States. Eventually, this new appraisal might have led the Soviet Union to show greater interest in Guatemala, had Arbenz not been overthrown. But in the first 6 months of 1954 only one tangible change occurred: the PGT began receiving some issues of Pravda. In Guatemala, however, not even the most devout communist could read Russian degree registered. Yet the PGT was perturbed neither by Moscow's indifference nor by the paucity of its international contacts. We were a provincial party, we didn't look beyond our village, we didn't even have an international committee. The party's leaders were very busy, we were overwhelmed with work. We were preoccupied with the development of the PGT and with Guatemalan domestic politics registered. They sent delegates to the international congresses to which the PGT was invited, but usually the leaders stayed home, registered they were content to applaud the Soviet Union and its policies from afar, with genuine enthusiasm. Other communist parties, small sects unable to influence events in their own countries, sought in endless congresses abroad and the occasional nods of minor Soviet officials the legitimacy they lacked at home. The PGT, however, unlike every other communist party in the hemisphere, was gaining strength. If its leaders needed expert advice, they had Alejandro. He was well versed in Marxism and more familiar with Guatemala than party officials from distant lands. Success reinforced the provincial spirit of the PGT and might have led, over time, to a more sober assessment of the Soviet bloc. Without Arbenz, the PGT would have been utterly isolated. Most revolutionary leaders felt little sympathy for the party. Left to their own devices, they would have spurned cooperation with the PGT and have barely tolerated its legalization. Instead, Arbenz's control of the government's purse and patronage, and his forceful personality, stirred politicians and bureaucrats to court the party that basked in the president's favor. Arbenz was influential in the October 1951 merger of the two main labor confederations of the Arevalo period, the FSG and the CTG, into the communist-led CGTG. In the spring of 1954, he helped the communists take control of the railway union, the only important urban labor union that still opposed them. Registered even more critical was the president's impact on the peasant-based CNCG, created in May 1950 by a group of non-communist and anti-communist labor leaders. Throughout the Arbenz years, these leaders resented the PGT's and the CGTG's efforts to gain influence in the countryside. But the CNCG was always penniless, and it needed the government's financial assistance. Thus, its leaders spouted pro-Soviet rhetoric and even joined, after much hesitation, the Soviet-dominated World Federation of Trade Unions. Registered above all, they sought a modus vivendi with the PGT and the CGTG. Verbal skirmishes in 1950 and 1951 gave way to tentative cooperation. Behind this friendly facade, tension simmered. Years later, Gutierrez lamented about the lack of a true alliance between workers and peasants under Arbenz and the failure of the coordinating committee of the two labor confederations to foster closer ties between them. Copyright. Had the CNCG not needed Arbenz's support, its distrust of the communists would have turned into open hostility. And yet, the men who led the PGT did not owe everything to Arbenz. They had acquired a leading role in the CTG in the Arevalo years. Their success was their own and not, as U.S. officials had believed, due to the patronage of Arevalo. And if in 1951 Arbenz was instrumental in the unification of the FSG and the CTG under communist leadership, Of equal or greater importance was the growing personal prestige of the CTG leaders among the rank and file of both labor confederations. As a U.S. scholar, Edwin Bishop, has pointed out, on one side stood the opportunistic, corruptible anti-communist leaders, on the other, the dedicated, incorruptible communist leaders like Gutierrez Degree. This was at least as important as the role of Arbenz in determining the outcome of the conflict that rent the Railway Union, SAMF, in the spring of 1953. The anti-communist group that was decisively defeated in the June Union elections was led by the prominent PRG labor leader Arturo Morales Cubas. Even the U.S. Embassy, so sympathetic to any effort to weaken PGT influence, conceded that Morales Cubas was unscrupulous, and that his management of the SAMF's consumer cooperative had been marred by serious financial irregularities. Degree those SAMF leaders who supported Morales Cubas tended to share his shortcomings. As Schneider has pointed out in his analysis of the SAMF elections, the moderate leaders themselves must bear partial responsibility for their failure and hence for the success of the communists. The tragedy is that Morales Cubas and his followers discredited themselves, by taking advantage of their positions for personal gain at the workers' expense. Even when there were no sins of commission on the records of the opponents of communism, they partially defaulted to the communists and their allies. Many of the moderate leaders were too interested in their own economic well-being and job advancement to devote as much time to union affairs as did the extremists. Some moderate leaders stagnated once they tasted the better things of life, and others gave up the fight and resigned to care for their personal or family interests. These actions and attitudes lost them the support of such dedicated leaders as José Luis Caceres R., who began to see in the communist labor leaders a model more worthy of emulation. The PGT, however, never controlled the Labor Confederation. Its influence depended on Arbenz's support and on the personal prestige of a handful of CGTG leaders who belonged to the party, such as the CGTG's Secretary General, Gutierrez, and his deputy, José Alberto Cardoza. Within the CGTG, individual unions retained a large degree of autonomy, and only a few were led by PGT members. With the exception of union elections, the great majority of the 100,000 CGTG members voted for the revolutionary parties and not for the PGT. A few revolutionary leaders were sincerely attracted to the PGT. Unable to forget their youthful dreams, they were distressed by the evolution of their own parties. To these men, the PGT appeared more and more as a model. Weakness or ideology might keep them from joining this austere party but did not dampen their admiration. Their number, however, must not be overstated. They were just a handful. Only a careless observer would include among them PAR Secretary General Fernandez Fonsi, who burst out in an October 5, 1953, session in Congress, endorse most of all the Communist Party, the party of Pellicer, Cardoza, and Gutierrez, which is the most patriotic, decent, honest, and consistent in the country. The PAR is only a temporary party, like the other parties of the revolution that are destined to disappear and be absorbed in the World Communist Party. This bold statement surprised the PGT, which had no inkling that Fernandez Fonsi might harbor such thoughts. Predictably, it provoked an uproar in the PAR, which swiftly expelled him. The declaration, however, was not the public confession of a closet communist. On the contrary, Fernandez Fonsi fought tooth and nail to remain the PAR's Secretary General. The explanation was more mundane: the man had been drinking. Had the PGT sought to impose its exacting standards on the revolutionary parties, it would have aroused fear and resentment. As it was, those within the government who resented the PGT's mounting influence and access to Arbenz were gratified that the party was indulgent of their peccadillos. The PGT also demonstrated welcome restraint in the division of bureaucratic spoils. Its members let their non-communist allies grow rich in soft jobs while they were content with less prestigious positions in which they soon became indispensable. In short, concluded a New York Times correspondent, they did very little that was sensational or extraordinary. They merely organized closely where others organized loosely. They worked devotedly for their group's interests where others worked for their own personal interest. They did the dreary, menial jobs while others sought the glamorous jobs. They were a highly disciplined group. These dangerous qualities were acknowledged by the U.S. Embassy and by some Guatemalans who loathed the PGT. Licenciado Silva Pena, the embassy reported in December 1953, said that the communists made their influence felt a great deal through hard work. For instance, once last year he was on a committee which had been unable to settle a question in a certain meeting. Everyone except the communists had gone off that evening to see the ice festival which was in town. The communists had worked all night and came in the next day with a completely new set of proposals which carried the day in a similar vein, an embassy dispatch reported a few weeks later. In a graphic illustration of the local communists' ability quickly to exploit situations to their advantage, Carlos Manuel Pellicer began to organize a relief committee for local market women. Within a few hours after a major fire in Guatemala City's No. 2 market burned down over 500 wooden shops and stalls. The Alianza Femenina Guatemalteca, the Communist Front Women's Organization, also stepped in quickly with offers of aid, but the anti-communist organizations apparently did nothing, although the market women have been among their strongest supporters. Degree. 30 years later, Bill Krieg, the embassy's deputy chief in the Arbenz years, highlighted the contrast between the PGT and the other administration parties. The revolutionary parties were groups of bums of first order, lazy, ambitious, they wanted money, were palace hangers-on. Those who could work, had a sense of direction, ideas, knew where they wanted to go, were Fortuny and his PGT friends. They were very honest, very committed. This was the tragedy. The only people who were committed to hard work were those who were, by definition, our worst enemies. The communists' abilities, rather than merely Arbenz's favor, explain why the 4 PGT deputies acquired such influence in the National Congress. The PGT was represented in all 14 committees elected by Congress in March 1954. PGT deputies chaired 2 committees of particular importance, Agrarian Reform, and Reform of the Labor Code. 7 degree. The PGT was moderate in its public statements. Although it acknowledged that its ultimate objective was the creation of a Marxist-Leninist Guatemala, it stressed that this was a distant prospect. For the present, and for a long time to come, the party's task would be to assist in the creation of a modern, capitalist and fully independent Guatemala. No revolutionary politician could object. Lingering fears were assuaged by the comforting thought that in March 1957 Arbenz's presidency would end and the communists would lose their champion. In the meantime, the PGT was growing. Profiting from the new climate of freedom, it sought to become a full-fledged party, able to compete in national elections. This led it to change its name and, shortly thereafter, to loosen the requirements for party membership. Secretariat member Bernardo Alvarado Monzon described the new approach. Our workers, our peasants, and our middle class are very backward because of the semi-feudal conditions in our country and because of the tyrants who oppressed us for so long. But these are our people, in whose midst we must forge our party. This is why we are critical of those comrades who look down on our new members and welcome only those who are already well prepared. They forget that communists are molded within the party. The belief that the party should be small, that it should be primarily a school of Marxist theory, and that its prospective members should arrive well qualified, has isolated us from the masses and restricted the party's growth. There are comrades who cross themselves devoutly before entering a meeting, but they enter and listen to the party's teachings. These are the people whom the party must attract in order to enlist the best and transform them into good communists. Won't this weaken the party? The most sectarian of our comrades will ask in fear. But what weakens the party is to be cut off from the masses. It would be worse if these honest peasants, after making the sign of the cross, went off to hear a venomous anti-communist diatribe. This approach differed sharply from the classic Leninist conception of a Bolshevik party, but the results seemed to vindicate the leader's tactics. In particular, through the agrarian reform, the PGT began penetrating the countryside. The communists and their sympathizers filled only a minority of the posts in the bureaucracies established by Decree 900, but to assess the PGT's role by a head count is misleading. Degree Schneider's assertion that the communists sought and received virtual control of the machinery implementing the agrarian reform is not without foundation, leaving abundant opportunities for graft to the revolutionary politicians. The PGT concentrated on garnering support in those areas of the countryside where the land redistribution process was gathering momentum, with the rich department of Escuintla as its first priority. Of course, the party faced formidable obstacles: the relentless hostility of the church, the deep suspicion of the Indians of anything that was Ladino and of the peasantry as a whole of all that was urban. The PGT was, after all, an urban-based Ladino party led by middle-class intellectuals, and the very word communist evoked fears inculcated by decades of state and church propaganda. Yet, the party's progress was real and afforded a reasonable hope that in a few years the PGT could develop a solid base of support in the countryside. By June 1954 the PGT had over 5,000 members, a not insignificant number in a country of 3 million inhabitants and for a party that 3 years earlier had claimed less than 100. Many of the new members were agricultural workers, including Indians. The PGT, notes Piero Gleijeses, grew in the countryside because of the agrarian reform, even among the Indians, but our true strength was among the agricultural workers registered. Lenin would have been appalled. The inevitable result of a rapidly expanding membership in a backward society was that the immense majority of the PGT members knew nothing of Marxism-Leninism. The number of quadros skilled activists who possessed a basic knowledge of Marxism-Leninism was extremely small. The good quadros, well prepared, who could think and organize, probably were no more than 40, recalls Fortuny. And when I say 40, perhaps I am exaggerating. This was part of the legacy of underdevelopment and tyranny. And the frenetic activity of the party leaders had left them little time for anything but the most immediate tasks. Had we been in the opposition we would have had more time to prepare quadros, notes Fortuny. But when you are in the government, there isn't enough time registered. The growth in membership was paralleled by success at the polls. In the January 1953 congressional elections, the PGT was the weakest of the four government parties. But the elections had been held only 1 month after the PGT's legalization, before it had launched its drive to transform itself into a broad-based organization, and before the agrarian reform had gained momentum. Less than a year later, in the November 1953 municipal elections, the PGT's progress was unmistakable. It was the first time, remarked the U.S. Embassy, that the PGT had run as an independent party, and it made an impressive showing. 84 of the 4 provincial towns in which it fielded candidates, 3 elected communist mayors. Among them was Escuintla, capital of the important department of the same name, where the PGT's candidate won 40% of the vote in a 4-way race registered by the following spring. Knowledgeable observers predicted that in the November 1954 congressional elections, the PGT would gain an additional 2 or 3 seats. Given the president's support, the agrarian reform, the dissension of the other government parties and its own cohesion and dedication, the PGT stood an excellent chance of increasing its strength in the November 1956 congressional elections, perhaps having close to a fifth of the seats in Congress by the time Arbon's successor was inaugurated in March 1957. Was this a prospect that justified fears of a communist takeover, or at least of a controlling communist influence in Guatemala? The Guatemalan Armed Forces. It is striking that those who emphasize the red threat in Arbon's Guatemala say so little about communist subversion in the armed forces. Those few American observers who did not mince words offered no corroboration. Russian sympathizers have top posts in the army, revealed U.S. News and World Report in early June 1954, but it said no more. Registered Daniel James, a respected journalist who was considered an authority on Guatemalan affairs, was equally blunt. Even the army was infiltrated by the red virus, he stated boldly in his well-received Red Design for the Americas. The the first retrospective of the Arbenz regime by a U.S. author. Colonel Arbenz was a traitor, and so was the chief of the armed forces, Colonel Carlos Enrique Diaz, who, after Arbenz's fall, tried to save Guatemala for communism. Many other members of the officer corps and of the ranks were either communists or staunch sympathizers. Registered, but in vain does the anxious reader wait for more details, the names of at least a few of the many communists and fellow travelers within the military, or a more precise estimate of the degree of infiltration of the Red Virus. James's imagination failed him. After this one paragraph, he abandoned the topic. In a book of over 300 pages about the communist threat in Guatemala, he never again mentioned the crucial subject of communist subversion in the armed forces. James's assessment was not shared by U.S. officials. In May 1954, a lengthy State Department study noted that the PGT had established its dominion over the key institutions in Guatemalan political life, with the exception of the armed forces, which, however, have not opposed communism. In a 15-page description of the party's levers of power, the document never once referred to the military. The armed forces were only briefly mentioned in a later section on the weaknesses of the PGT position. The PGT has yet made no palpable inroads on the Guatemalan Army registered degree, a conclusion that was consistent with the reams of reports on Guatemala written by U.S. officials in the Arbenz years. Ronald Schneider, who had access to an impressive array of Guatemalan primary sources, discusses communist infiltration in the different sectors of Guatemalan society at great length. To the military he devotes only 2 pages, roughly the same space allotted to the relatively marginal Alianza Femenina Guatemalteca, and much less than that reserved for the Comité Nacional de la Paz, a communist front organization of secondary significance. His conclusions are undramatic. Communist infiltration of the army was perhaps less successful than in any other area of the government. That the army tolerated the communists as long as it did was largely out of loyalty to the president. This one's not to say that the communists did not try, nor that they did not have success with some of the younger politically ambitious officers. The communists did not have time to infiltrate the army from below, and with the exception of Arbenz and perhaps Paz Tejeda and Aldana Sandoval, their wooing of the top officers proved to be far less effective than they had hoped. It is a sober assessment, and yet it still overstates reality. An army of approximately 6,200 men, poorly trained and badly equipped, an insignificant navy of 150 men, an air force of a few decrepit planes and 350 men, these were the Guatemalan armed forces under Arbenz. Hardly an impressive war machine, even though stronger than the other ragtag armies of Central America. While the 1944 revolution had abolished the rank of general, colonels abounded, there were more than 200 in the army alone. The officer corps numbered 900, 1 officer for every 6 enlisted men. The officers were Ladinos. The enlisted men were mostly illiterate Indians, drafted for 2 years. They were treated less harshly than in the Ubico era, yet a chasm separated their world from that of the officer's degree. Arbenz's military credentials were impressive: an outstanding cadet, a highly regarded professor at the Escuela Politecnica, and a hero of the 1944 revolution. As defense minister under Arevalo, he had led the anti-Arana faction. During the Aranista uprising he had displayed, even his foes acknowledge, outstanding bravery and skill. Many officers were drawn to him by a sense of loyalty or friendship. He elicited respect from his friends and fear from his enemies. When he succeeded Arevalo, in March 1951, many officers saw Arbenz as their president, others were indifferent but not hostile, only a minority secretly opposed him. *T do not recall any doubts about Arbenz's political orientation prior to his winning the election, a U.S. military attaché has written. The Guatemalan officers stated that he had courted the labor groups to assure his election, but in no way did they think that these leftist and labor groups would be permitted to influence him. Registered. But in 1951, Arbenz knew what only a few officers had begun to suspect: the soldier was undergoing a process of political radicalization. This set him apart from the army whose leader he had become. Arbenz knew that this was potentially dangerous and that it could imperil his ability to lead. This knowledge shaped his policies toward the army. The story of Major Carlos Paz Tejeda is a case in point. Paz Tejeda had distinguished himself in the October 1944 uprising against Ponce and again in July 1949 when the Aranistas rose in revolt. He was able, honest, efficient. His performance as chief of the armed forces after Arana's death had been, by all accounts, outstanding. As the U.S. Air Attaché reported, he was intelligent, gracious, a good organizer and administrator. He was a superb candidate for a top military position in the Arbenz administration, such as Chief of the Armed Forces or Minister of Defense. Arbenz, who deeply respected Paz Tejeda, carefully considered him for such a post. But Paz Tejeda was flawed. Not only was he anti-communist, he had a strong personality, and he could be neither bought nor seduced. He could become very dangerous, Arbenz concluded. He could lead the army in a revolt against a president who was too close to the Communist Party. The key positions in the armed forces had to be held by officers who would be loyal and pliant. Military competence and personal integrity could not be the primary considerations. Copyright. Arbenz appointed Paz Tejeda Minister of Public Works, removing him from active duty. As Chief of the Armed Forces, he chose instead a gregarious, hard-drinking colonel, 37-year-old Carlos Enrique Diaz. Diaz was an unexceptional officer, but Arbenz believed he was loyal. As defense minister, he chose Colonel José Angel Sanchez, a man whom the U.S. Embassy described as ineffectual, heavy drinker. Loyal to Arbenz. Arbenz had found the malleable men he had sought, but he overestimated their loyalty, their nationalism, and their competence. Arbenz could have been an unchallenged military caudillo, but by being true to his political beliefs he weakened his support among the military. His charisma, the fear and the respect he inspired and the sincere attachment some officers felt to him would delay this process of erosion. But he was embarking on a most daring endeavor. He would govern the country with a kitchen cabinet of communists while the army was firmly anti-communist. He would impose unprecedented social reforms while the great majority of his officers were unsympathetic to social change and feared the power of organized labor. He knew, moreover, that even among dedicated Arbenzista officers, revolutionary fervor had severe limits, and their loyalty, which was never unconditional, was to Arbenz the colonel, not to Arbenz the communist's friend. Arbenz had intended, when he became president, to address the officers on a regular basis. He had hoped to educate them politically and to cultivate their loyalty. He gave one such talk, and then a second, and he did not return. An indifferent public speaker, Arbenz was uncomfortable addressing large groups. There was, however, a more compelling reason to discontinue the talks. The gulf between him and the officer corps was too wide. He had wanted to educate them, but he had to hide his true political beliefs, and this rendered communication particularly awkward. Arbenz has been criticized for giving up the attempt, yet it is highly unlikely that mere words would have achieved much. Thus, in mid-1953, when he spoke at length about the benefits of the agrarian reform, the officers listened respectfully, but afterward they commented among themselves, "Look, the president thinks that he can fool us. These are all lies. The truth is that he's in bed with the communists." Arbenz tried to find other ways to retain the loyalty of his officers. He treated them with kid gloves, and his wife was enlisted to help. "I had pages and pages of names of the officers, their children, and their wives and all their birth dates so that I could send them presents. I had a secretary who spent all her time doing this." It was a genteel touch, but more tangible signs of appreciation were required. Indeed, the claim that the army never had it as good as under Benz's view of Diaz, particularly helpful were interviews with Maria de Arbenz and Fortuny. Sanchez, like Arbenz, was from Quetzaltenango. "The three of us had been friends since childhood," Ralts Bennett remembers. 98 interviews with Maria de Arbenz and Fortuny. Interview with Col. Gonzalez Sigui. 100 Interview with Col. Guillen, who attended the meeting. 101 Interview with Maria de Arbenz. The Revolutionary Forces, 201. Arbenz' degree is not exaggerated if the comparison refers to previous regimes, rather than to those that followed. As had been true since the fall of Ponce, the officers' salaries increased far more rapidly than those of civil servants and blue-collar workers. Arbenz expanded the commissaries established by Arevalo, where officers could buy imported goods at reduced prices. Degree predictably, many officers purchased more than they needed and sold the surplus at a profit. Generous travel allowances and lucrative positions in the bureaucracy. All the governors of the country's 22 departments were colonels helped to boost the morale of the officer corps. Attentive to the officers' needs, the Arbenz administration also began to build houses for them in preferred districts of the capital. The program was financed with loans obtained from the Production Development Institute, a government agency. Although the terms of these loans were easy, in most cases payments were in arrears. It was reported that Infop employees were told not to press for payment. This, then, was the first prong of Arbenz's military policy, coddling of the army to retain its loyalty, as the U.S. Embassy put it. It was a policy that had begun under Arevalo, the effects of which an officer aptly characterized years later. Under Arevalo and Arbenz, the officer corps was mollified with high salaries, elegant uniforms, expensive cars, beautiful country clubs, long vacations and readily available scholarships to study abroad. These emoluments helped to explain the military's acceptance of Decree 900. The army has swung completely behind President Arbenz and his agrarian reform law, the U.S. Air Attaché reported in late May 1952. Most officers disliked a measure that they thought would strengthen the labor unions in the countryside. The instinctive distrust and the contempt most officers felt for the Indios and the fear that agrarian reform would foster communist influence among them reinforced the army's uneasiness. 8 Yet the officers failed even to express their misgivings to the strong-willed president who showered them with benefits and whose anger they feared. In July 1952, the U.S. Embassy predicted that the Guatemalan army would not take a strong stand against the agrarian reform. During his term in office, it pointed out, President Arbenz has made every effort to retain the goodwill and support of the armed forces. Army and air officers have enjoyed preferred positions in the Guatemalan government and opportunities to engage in lucrative enterprises have been better than ever before. In general, Army and Air Force officers appear to be satisfied with their conditions. The majority take little interest in government policies which do not affect them directly. The agrarian reform did not affect the officers' economic interests. They were mainly of middle-class extraction. While many owned fincas, these were generally of small or middle size. In any case, they were carefully spared the pain of expropriation. A few officers even profited from the reform. Through a little-used article of Decree 900, a handful of them received parcels of land in lifetime tenure. The transaction was legal, yet clearly contrary to the intent of the law. On other occasions, some profited through outright graft. Decree 900 stipulated that cultivated land could not be expropriated but failed to provide precise guidelines to determine whether land was, in fact, under cultivation. This enlarged the role of the local agrarian authorities, over whom the governors exerted a modicum of influence. In some instances, governors were swayed by the pleas of latifundistas who were eager to reward goodwill with tangible tokens of gratitude. The opportunities for graft were deliberately limited, as were the perquisites that Arbenz bestowed on his officers. He saw material rewards as necessary to secure the officers' loyalty to a regime that sought radical change, but these rewards must not jeopardize his larger aims. Economic rewards alone could not assure the army's loyalty. There were two further conditions, never openly stated but understood by all. The army had to retain the monopoly of weapons and it could not be the target of subversive infiltration. Let the communists proselytize among the civilians. If such was the president's will, the military must remain inviolate. Even officers who opposed the regime have emphatically stressed that under Arbenz there was absolutely no communist influence in the armed forces. Indeed, there was not even any sympathy. The two senior officers mentioned by Schneider as possible communist sympathizers were no exception. Major Paz Tejeda was distrusted by Arbenz because of his unusual combination of integrity, professional ability, and anti-communism. Colonel Aldana Sandoval, who possessed only the last of these attributes, was, until January 1952, ambassador to Washington, where he voiced his concern about his government's leftist tendencies to U.S. officials. He then replaced Paz Tejeda as Minister of Public Works, and he later won the dubious distinction of being the first cabinet member to seek asylum on June 26, 1954, the day before Arbenz resigned. Communists have devoted little effort to military, Ambassador Schoenfeld cabled Secretary Dulles. Communist influence within armed forces is extremely slight. No Guatemalan officer on active service is known to be a communist. There is thus no evidence of communist indoctrination among military. The PGT had indeed made no attempt to infiltrate the military. Both Arbenz and the party recognized the risks of such an undertaking and its difficulties. Copyright lacking both knowledge and resources, its few quadros overextended and ignorant of military politics, the PGT concentrated on more promising domains. Arbenz, his wife recalls, saw the army more or less as his preserve and did not discuss it much with the PGT. He had great confidence in Fortuny, and great respect for his political skill, but he thought that he knew much more than Fortuny and the PGT about military matters, and so he didn't consult the party about these things. Arbenz, however, was steadily losing touch with military politics, and he relied increasingly on Armed Forces Chief Diaz and Defense Minister Sanchez, fair-weather friends of limited abilities. This, then, was the ransom, perks, the monopoly of weapons, and the absence of communists in the ranks. In return, the officer corps remained loyal, or at least quiescent, while regretting that Jacobo had changed so much. A few malcontents banded together in loosely organized cliques, first the Grupo de los Brujos and then the Club del Libro. Under the pretext of social gatherings, they met every 1 or 2 weeks, usually on a Saturday, elaborating plans from late in the evening until 5 in the morning. 9 Their plotting never progressed beyond the venting of frustrations among friends fortified by strong drink. We knew that we had to do something, but we didn't know what, recalls one of them. Few of the would-be plotters occupied positions of any importance, and self-interest was sobering medicine. After all, life under Arbenz was not unpleasant even for disgruntled officers, and very few were willing to risk dismissal. They also lacked a leader. In the words of a lieutenant who eventually found the courage to rebel, the opposition to Arbenz within the army never crystallized. Arana's death put an end to what could have been a serious, strong opposition to Arbenz in the officer corps. The Guatemalan Army, the U.S. Embassy noted as early as June 1951, continues almost devoid of strong leaders and spokesmen. Paz Tejeda could have been such a leader, but Paz Tejeda was no longer on active duty. In March 1953, the U.S. Army attaché had written, "It can be expected that the military leaders will hold fast to their present position of supporting President Arbenz. Providing Arbenz continues to pursue his present policy of keeping the military contented." By early 1954, however, a new situation had developed. Danger from the United States was undermining the Army's toleration of Arbenz. Guatemalan officers, especially the younger ones, were not immune to nationalism. Many did not resent, and some even welcomed, the president's firmness vis-a-vis the United States, but only as long as Washington's anger did not threaten them. For the Guatemalan military was above all prudent, and this led Arbenz to a contradictory policy. On the one hand, relations with the United States grew increasingly hostile. On the other hand, a U.S. Army mission of 4 officers and an Air Force mission of 3 officers were stationed in Guatemala. When the 1945 agreement sanctioning their presence expired in early 1953, They continued their work on the basis of the lapsed contracts with no difficulties. This Arbenz conceded to assuage the sensitivities of his officers. These same sensitivities explain the cordial social as well as business relations that existed between leading Guatemalan army officers and the American service attaches, as the New York Times noted in mid-1953. Indeed, the Chief of Staff of the Guatemalan Army, Colonel Enrique Perinello de Leon, proudly recalled, some 25 years later, the American officers really liked me a lot. On my birthday, the members of the military mission always gave me a party. Like Perinello, a great many Guatemalan officers were eager to display their goodwill toward the United States. After a 48-hour visit to Guatemala, U.S. General R.G. Partridge expressed his surprise at his conversation with Colonel Sanchez, Arbenz's defense minister. Partridge noted, spoke almost exclusively of his 3 children being educated in the United States and brought out pictures of them and his wife and talked at some length about his visits to the U.S. and his children's lives there. I considered this a rather striking attempt to impress me with his closeness to and friendly feelings for the United States. By demonstrating their pro-American feelings, the Guatemalan officers were trying to mitigate the danger of their government's bitter conflict with Washington. By early 1954, the exercise had become precarious, and cold fear haunted the officer corps. The threat of U.S. military aggression made the old rules obsolete. The time had come for Arbenz to distance himself from the communists. This was the only way to appease Washington. Arbenz stubbornly refused, yet he realized, albeit imperfectly, that the price could be the forfeiture of the army's loyalty. Communist influence and the 1956 elections. The absence of communist sympathizers in the armed forces is of cardinal importance in examining the prospects for communist influence in Guatemala. Had Arbenz not been overthrown, the PGT's influence would have continued to increase through the remaining years of his presidency. Influence would not have become control because of the anti-communism of the military. Arbenz's presidency was scheduled to end on March 15, 1957. The 1945 Constitution forbade a second consecutive term. Indeed, the Constitution obliged the armed forces to overthrow a president who sought to succeed himself. One might argue that Arbenz, urged on by his communist friends, would have tried to prolong his tenure. The president would have had few moral qualms about setting the bourgeois constitution aside, but this action, tantamount to a coup d'état, would have been possible only with the army's support. And why should the military cooperate? Loyalty to Arbenz was not unconditional even among Arbenzista officers, and it was progressively weakened by the mounting evidence of the president's ties to the PGT. Nor would opportunism lead the officer corps to close ranks behind Jacobo Arbenz, the communists' friend. The military did not need Arbenz's protection. If anything, its privileges would have increased under a less forceful president. Arbenz's coup d'état would bring only danger. It would strengthen the PGT and provoke the wrath of the United States. It would undermine the regime's legitimacy in Latin America. Growing radicalization at home and decreasing support from Latin American governments would heighten the danger of U.S. aggression. And if the United States decided to remove Arbenz, what would be the fate of those officers who had been his accomplices? Dare they hope for indulgence, or would they face professional and economic ruin, even prison and death? Another, more mundane concern would have led a number of senior officers and administration politicians to uphold the Constitution. Many of them nurtured presidential ambitions. By the spring of 1954 there were already a dozen presidential hopefuls, including Interior Minister Charnaud, Armed Forces Chief Diaz, and Defense Minister Sanchez. As Doha Maria would later remark, Presidentitis is a very common illness in Latin America. Every man with a BA thinks he should be president in 1954. Guatemala could ill afford these pretensions. They distracted the attention of administration politicians at the very moment that they should have been focusing on the international threat to Guatemala. 7. The leaders of the PGT looked uneasily at the crowded field of presidential candidates. The most they could hope, they concluded, was that Arbenz' successor would not be actively hostile to the party. Arbenz had reached the same conclusion. He told his PGT friends that, under the circumstances, the best candidate would be Colonel Diaz. He had no illusions about Diaz's political leanings. The colonel was not a man of the left, much less a man sympathetic to the PGT, even though to please Arbenz he smiled broadly on the party. But Arbenz believed that Diaz was loyal to him, that he had the support of the officer corps, and that he harbored no particular hostility to the communists. The PGT leaders had made no formal decision. There was still time, but deep down we thought of Diaz as the candidate. They knew that under Diaz they would no longer be the president's favorites, but neither, they hoped, would they become pariahs. In the meantime, what was crucial was to strengthen the party. Percent degree. Chapter 10. The Christian Opposition. At 1 a.m. Sunday, March 29, 1953, 100 rebels stormed the town of Salama and the nearby village of San Geronimo. At 6 p.m., 100 government soldiers from the military base at Coban regained possession of both towns with little fighting. Only a few rebels escaped. There were fewer than 20 casualties. This was no valiant attempt of freedom-loving Guatemalans to overthrow a communist dictatorship. The political opposition has been left to the lunatic fringe, a respected American scholar wrote, which is really against not only communism and the administration, but against the revolution and all it implies: social security, trade unionism, agrarian reform, political democracy. Sidney Grosson of the New York Times offered an equally unflattering assessment. During his recent visit to Guatemala, this correspondent could find out easily enough what these groups were against. But they never showed they stood in favor of something. A similar judgment was reached by Theodore Geiger in his influential Communism versus Progress in Guatemala. Decrying the mounting communist conspiracy against the people of Guatemala, Geiger asserted, by far the most important reason for the failure of the opposition is its lack of a positive and constructive program for the country. The State Department concurred, the opposition groups have no positive program of their own. Reverse Arévalo's communistic policies. A year later this hope had faded as Arbenz encouraged organized labor and the Communist Party. Then came Decree 900, and doubt settled into hatred. While the Asociación General de Agricultores was intransigent in its opposition to the regime, the country's few industrialists were less cohesive. Some belonged to the small Cámara de Comercio y Industria de Guatemala, others to the even smaller Asociación General de Industriales de Guatemala. The former tended to be members of the landed elite, the latter were the nouveau riches. Both opposed Decree 900, assailed the government's communist proclivities, and worried about the growing assertiveness of labor. But AGIG appreciated Arbenz's effort to assist Guatemala's fledgling industries through tariff adjustments, hence it was torn between limited collaboration with the regime and intransigent opposition to it. Degree for the CCIG, by contrast, collaboration was anathema. In December 1952, the two associations clashed openly. They had been invited by the government to participate in talks on the development of a national industrial policy. Only dupes or knaves would negotiate with a communist-dominated government, proclaimed the CCIG. To refuse to attend was unpatriotic, countered the AGIG, adding that it was ready to talk to anyone, even the communists, and so the bickering continued, until Arbenz was overthrown. Those few members of the upper class who supported the government were almost all from Quetzaltenango, Arbenz's hometown. In 1949 they had founded the Partido Integridad Nacional to back the candidacy of their friend Jacobo. This party of the progressive bourgeoisie was a small and dwindling group. It was led by Nicolas Brawl and Roberto Fangel, the former a rich landowner, the latter a successful businessman. In March 1951, Brawl's appointment as Minister of Agriculture had been welcomed by the upper class. Then, after a year of heightening frustration, the elite was relieved when Fangel joined Brawl in the cabinet as Minister of Economy. Sefer Fangel, noted the U.S. Embassy, was a successful and reputedly anti-communist businessman, his appointment raised hopes that relations between government and private capital might be improved registered, but Fanjul and Brawl remained in the cabinet even after the enactment of Decree 900. Indeed, at Arben's request, it was Fanjul who introduced the bill in Congress. He thus found himself, the New York Times observed, in the odd situation of being attacked by the very people who hailed his recent appointment as an indication that President Arbenz was shaking off an asserted influence of communists. Brawl and Fanjul remained loyal to Arbenz. They believed that his policies favored the emergence of capitalism in Guatemala, but they were branded imbeciles or traitors by their former friends from the upper class. The position of Minister Brawl defies understanding, wrote Marroquin Rojas. And Fanjul? Poor Fanjul. He will be a casualty of communism because a landowner, a captain of industry, can never be a socialist. When he received his ministerial portfolio he took leave of his senses. He imagines he is a comrade of Victor Manuel Gutierrez. Tomorrow, when they no longer need him, they will throw him to the dogs. Registered Marroquin Rojas accepted the need for some social reforms, and he was a nationalist who resented Guatemala's status as a banana republic. Hence U.S. officials had labeled him leftist in the late 1940s. But he abhorred communism. If the choice was between social reforms with the slightest whiff of communism and the status quo, he opted for the latter. There were also idealists within the opposition, men like the student leader Eduardo Teresina de la Cerda, men who fought for what they believed to be the country's true interests, but they were the exceptions. The overriding motivation of the men who led the opposition, as Marroquin Rojas at times intimated and U.S. reports freely conceded, was the implacable defense of privilege. Waving the banner of anti-communism, these men engaged in a relentless campaign of opposition. Assisted by the country's major newspapers and radio stations, they sought to raise the specter of Armageddon among a people largely lacking political sophistication. Posing as champions of a Catholic faith threatened by red hordes, they strove to inflame religious passions, and they received the full backing of the Church. In 1950 Archbishop Russell Y. Arellano had believed that Arbenz would purge the communists. How could it be otherwise, he had reasoned, when Arbenz was married to a woman from a very rich family, was a military officer, lived in a house in Zone 10 of the capital, and had the look of an aristocrat, white, distinguished. Decree 900 persuaded Russell Y. Arellano that he had been betrayed. The government was communist. Immediately, the Archbishop lent his support, and the dignity of his office, to Arbenz's most bitter foes. Degree Verbum, the mouthpiece of the Church, and the Catholic weekly Acción Social Cristiana assailed the government as fiercely as did AGA. There might be an agrarian problem in Guatemala. Verbum conceded, but it had been provoked almost artificially by all the governments, especially by those called revolutionary, in order to gain the vote of the illiterates on behalf of their partisan interests. If there really is a problem, it is not as flagrant or as grave as they have tried to make us believe. Meanwhile, in the countryside, the clergy urged peasants and agricultural workers to resist a communist law that would bring them material and spiritual ruin. In January 1953, Russell Y. Arellano was the prime mover behind the creation of the Partido Anticomunista Democrata Cristiano, which, he hoped, would become the political arm of the Church, but the party failed to thrive. That same month he embarked on yet another undertaking, sending a reproduction of the statue of the Black Christ of Esquipulas on an extended perambulation through the country. It was, argued the official Diario de Centro America, a bizarre pilgrimage, one that caused a near riot in the village of Esquipulas. Degree Russell Y. Arellano, however, believed that he was countering a challenge. The devil was stalking the countryside disguised as an agrarian reformer, and Christ would sally forth from Esquipulas to give him battle. Within the Church, one man opposed Russell Y. Arellano's extremism. The papal nuncio, Gennaro Verolino, did not believe that Decree 900 threatened Catholic Guatemala. There was an agrarian problem, he argued, and the decree had positive aspects. Communists did influence the government, and the communists' main champion was Arbenz, but Arbenz was not attacking the church, and the military opposed communism. Therefore, Verolino concluded, the communists were not in control, and they would be greatly weakened when Arbenz left the presidency in 1957. In the meantime, he urged, the church should bear with the government. Registered a relationship marked by respect and some cordiality developed between Arbenz and the nuncio. This led to concessions on several issues important to the church. In 1953, the government allowed a religious program to be broadcast on the state radio. Never before had such permission been granted in Guatemala. Acceding to the nuncio's request, the authorities also permitted an unprecedented number of foreign priests to work in Guatemala. They did, however, deport one priest, the American Sebastian Buxaleto. Buxaleto denied that he had ever advocated the overthrow of the government, as the authorities had intimated, but had merely done his duty as a Christian and as a priest. The Agrarian Reform Law. A ruthless political tool that accomplished a bloodless Red Revolution, he explained. I viewed the whole diabolical scheme with horror. Those parish members who were offered land asked my opinion. Naturally I told them that communism and Christianity are irreconcilable. A few peasants, of course, accepted and left the parish. But with the help of 35 lay catechists, who toured the countryside, most of the members remained true and turned down the communist offer. I left the country by plane on February 3, but not until I had broadcast the truth to the people over the anti-communist radio in Guatemala City. Degree. Had the government been willing to NSK a confrontation with the church, many foreign priests would have shared Buxaleto's fate, for many spoke the same inflammatory language and brazenly interfered in Guatemala's internal affairs. But the government did not openly attack the church. It remonstrated, instead, that Decree 900 was in accordance with Catholic teachings. Arbenz's concessions and Verolino's arguments were to no avail. The clergy, from bishop to village priest, rallied behind Rosal y Arellano. Some were moved by chauvinism. The nuncio was a foreigner. But not even the foreign clergy supported Verolino, not even those priests who had come to Guatemala courtesy of his intercession. Deaf to the nuncio's subtle reasoning, they embraced the archbishop's simple and effective message: the government was communist and Christian virtue demanded opposition. There is no indication, a Guatemalan Jesuit later remarked, that a single priest opposed either the stance or the methods of Rosal y Arellano against Arbenz, nor do I know of any priest who had any sympathy for the government. In his conciliatory policy the nuncio was completely alone. The church lent a veneer of legitimacy to the invectives of the upper class. It sparked the opposition's most combative battalion, the outspoken market women of Guatemala City. These women, wrote the New York Times, were the only militants the opposition could put forward. Highly religious, and with a tough independence of spirit, willing not only to leave their sidewalk stalls and march to government buildings in protests but also to use their scanty financial resources in their campaigns whether their wealthy compatriots support them or not. Few among the lower classes shared the market women's selfless devotion to the political teachings of the Guatemalan Catholic Church. 3/4 of a century of anti-clerical regimes, the U.S. Embassy pointed out with regret, had weakened the clergy's hold over the people. Degree with its sparse ranks, the church was unable to proselytize effectively, particularly in the rural areas. Even though the total number of priests rose from 114 in 1944 to 195 in 1954, Guatemala remained the country with the lowest priest per inhabitant ratio of Latin America. 6. Moreover, the message of the Guatemalan Church was not rousing. To exorcise the communist demon, he preached more charity from the rich and more humility from the poor, but the rich had little taste for charity, and the poor were weary of humility. The CIA's analysis was concise: the Church has been handicapped by the small number of priests and by a lack of a constructive social program. The Church's attacks on Arbenz's agrarian reform in 1952 heightened many peasants' suspicions about the decree. As its implementation brought benefits rather than misery, the impact of the clergy's diatribes diminished. In general, land reform has been popular with the masses, a December 1953 CIA report conceded, registered, while the following April a State Department study pointed out, the large Guatemalan landowners and United Fruit Company have been the major targets of the reform. Neither has elicited any sympathy in Guatemalan public opinion. The net internal political result of the implementation of has been to strengthen the Arbenz administration. The clergy had failed to generate widespread opposition to the regime, and the upper class was unable to garner enough popular support to warrant any hope of winning power through elections. The opposition parties claimed that it was the government's repression that had rendered them impotent. Their shrill complaints were echoed by an opposition press that was remarkably outspoken. The following titles of editorials from La Hora are illustrative: Guerra Borges incites a massacre, the duplicity of Pancho Bauer, the stupidity of our leaders, blood is still flowing, Colonel Arbenz degree El Impartial and Prensa Libre. The other major opposition dailies were equally intemperate. Some publications virtually advocated the overthrow of the regime. The government did not intervene. Freedom of the press in Arbenz, Guatemala greatly surpassed that of neighboring Mexico. In Latin America, it was equaled only by Uruguay and, perhaps, by Chile and Costa Rica. Even unsympathetic American journalists were struck by the degree of freedom that existed in Guatemala. In an essay that applauded the overthrow of Arbenz, one such journalist, Keith Monroe, wrote that in a 1953 visit to Guatemala he had found that anti-communist and pro-American newspapers were still in business. They attacked the government as hotly as Hearst used to attack the New Deal, yet their editors walked the streets unharmed. Fences and adobe walls were daubed with "Damn the Communists" slogans. Shops and homes displayed cards in their windows, "There is no communism in this house." By West European standards, political democracy in Guatemala was limited, in part because the Indians traditionally voted as the local authorities wished. But the reports of the U.S. Embassy highlighted the lack of violence in the elections that were held under Arbenz. These reports include no allegations of government pressure on the people or of restrictions on the opposition's freedom to campaign in the rural areas. The January 1953 congressional elections were praised by Marroquín Rojas. Now that this most recent election is behind us, we can state with confidence that democracy has taken root. For when several dozen people were detained in the wake of Salama, the opposition press lambasted the regime. Several months later, however, the U.S. Embassy observed, most of the people arrested subsequent to the uprising were actually involved in the group seeking to overthrow the government. The following January, in a second wave of arrests, 24 were detained. Again the opposition press vented its indignation, and again the embassy reported that the victims had been plotting the overthrow of the regime. Repression in Arbenz, Guatemala began only in late May 1954, in dramatic circumstances brought about by the United States. It was neither political repression nor electoral fraud that robbed Arbenz's foes of victory at the polls. Bitter, petty divisions sapped their strength. In October 1952, the U.S. Embassy noted the ineffectiveness of the Guatemalan anti-communist movement, complained about the multiplicity of anti-communist organizations, their frictions and jealousies, and lamented the resulting wave of disillusionments. In the anti-administration sector that same month, a prominent opposition journalist pushed the analysis further. Anti-communist activities have achieved to date the most complete failure. The explanation is very simple: in the first place, they lack a leader. In the second place, they lack what Clemente calls guts. In the third place, they lack the will to sacrifice. The communists are prominent because of their intellectual abilities. The anti-communists move without organization, discipline, or cooperation. Many anti-communists at heart don't even reach into their pockets to give a small donation when a committee or group asks for a few cents to aid, at least in the propaganda campaign. The so-called leaders incite the fray from their homes and vanish from even the telephone directory at the first sign of a clash. They lacked guts, and they lacked popular support. Both a Guatemalan protagonist and an American scholar, neither swayed by sympathy for the regime, came to similar conclusions. In a February 1954 editorial, the Guatemalan, Marroquin Rojas, frankly acknowledged that the rural masses backed the government. The peasants do not support the opposition. They support the government, for they have been seduced by the agrarian reform and other promises. True, there are smart peasants who have understood how hollow are the government's words. But there are just a few. In the present circumstances, it is the rich, the landowners and the landlords who would have to fight in the streets, and they will never do it. The members of AGA are good marksmen, but they only know how to shoot ducks and other defenseless birds. They couldn't shoot a man holding a gun. Somoza has told them, I'll give you the weapons, the ammunition, and the money, you find the men, but neither Itigaraz, nor Castillo Armas, nor Cerdo Vaserna, nor Coronado Lira has been able to find 10 men willing to fight *degree. The scholar, Ronald Schneider, concluded in 1958. Most Guatemalans were greatly concerned about the preservation of the fruits of the Revolution of 1944, and there was little in the attitudes or actions of the opposition to indicate sincere support for that goal. The working class had particular reason to feel loyal to the revolutionary regime. The lower classes enjoyed the novelty of living in a new atmosphere, officially fostered, in which they were treated with a measure of respect and dignity. Lacking popular support, the scions of the upper class had little alternative but to seek a foreign patron. The pilgrimages to U.S. embassies of would-be liberators eager to oust Arbenz began even before his inauguration. General Itigaraz Fuentes, the unsavory presidential candidate of November 1950, appeared at the U.S. Embassy in San Salvador on January 10, 1951. He presented Charge d'Affaires William Wieland with a dramatic revelation and a bold offer. He asked, Wieland wrote, if I would have time to listen to his story concerning Arevalo. Without waiting for an answer, Itigaraz proceeded to reveal how, at a gathering in London in 1946, he had met a Chilean professor whose name he couldn't quite recall. Mistaking Itigaraz for a communist, the professor had immediately confided that both he and Arevalo were Soviet agents and that Arevalo had been sent to Guatemala to take over the country on the Kremlin's behalf. Arevalo, the garrulous professor had continued, had done a masterful job in applying his communist orders in Guatemala. Itigaraz explained that he was ready and eager to defend his homeland. He would need, however, assistance. Wieland politely thanked the general for his very pleasant and informative visit. Not for the last time, Itigaraz had made a dismal impression on an American whose support he had courted *degree. A few weeks later, 2 of Itigaraz's men visited Somoza. They claimed, the U.S. Embassy reported, that they had all the military assistance they needed, that their plans were laid and the coup would take place February 28, but that they needed money. Somoza assured them of his high regard for Itigaraz and sent them packing. He did not believe that the Guatemalan army would support a coup *. Throughout Arbenz's first year, Itigaraz and other exiles pursued their quest for a foreign patron. In Guatemala a few hotheads engaged in sporadic acts of violence, but most opposition leaders, acutely aware of their own weakness and still hopeful that Arbenz would move to the right, were content with rhetorical outbursts, upbraiding the government for its dalliance with the communists and urging the populace to give no quarter to the Reds. The communist in the department of Quetzaltenango is outlawed, warned the Partido Independiente Anticomunista Occidental. He will not be allowed to buy or sell anything, he will not be given work, and he will be despised as though he were a rabid dog. The opposition occasionally organized demonstrations to demand that the authorities wipe out communism. After a series of particularly noisy rallies in the capital and other towns, the U.S. Embassy reported that the demonstrators, who were mostly fairly well dressed, had been neither attacked nor harassed. The government's willingness to allow the opposition forces to express their feelings, noted the New York Times, suggested to many Guatemalans and Americans that Arbenz's commitment to the Reds might be superficial. Decree 900 plunged the upper class into despair. Marroquin Rojas, in a May 31, 1952 editorial, castigated his conservative friends. Many of the rich were Arbencistas. Asturias Beltranena and many others were sure that Colonel Arbenz was a man of the right, that he couldn't be a Marxist because he was a military man, because he was associated with capitalists, and because he liked the good life. I, on the other hand, had become acquainted with the true Arbenz in the Council of Ministers, and notwithstanding my personal regard for him, I understood that he would never be parted from his extremist inclinations. For this reason, I always said that he would turn either to the right or to the left. The proposed agrarian reform has shown it to be the latter. There now can be neither hope nor doubt. Arbenz will be true to his beliefs until he is brought down. But, the rich still hope for compromise. That is their mistake. This was a call to war, because as Marroquín Rojas well knew, the opposition would not gain power through elections. Spurred on by the agrarian reform, the number of plotters increased. So did the frequency of the plotters' visits to U.S. embassies in Guatemala and other Central American republics. As always, they wanted U.S. support, particularly dollars. As always, each poured scorn on the other plotters. The competition for favor was ruthless. Overestimating American credulity, some inflated their own importance to the point of absurdity. Colonel Roberto Barrios Pifia, who appeared in May 1952 at the State Department unbidden and extremely agitated about the agrarian reform law, claimed that he was the leader of the anti-communist movement in Guatemala, which had some 300,000 followers. Copyright. The figure must have been charmed. A year later, Guillermo Putzis, who belonged to a rival and equally insignificant group, announced to U.S. officials that his movement had 300,000 members, for this out of a total population of 3 million. U.S. officials gave a courteous hearing to all and, until the summer of 1953, gave them all the same answer: the United States was concerned about communist influence in Guatemala, but it was not prepared to back a coup. From Guatemala, Ambassador Schoenfeld, who was aware of the weakness of the would-be rebels, warned the State Department of the constant danger that confronts the anti-communist movement in this country from intemperate elements who undertake premature subversive action. Registered. Though the plotters' words were bold, their actions were cautious. The saga of Lt. Colonel Castillo Armas is representative. After his failed November 1950 uprising, he escaped from jail in July 1951 and left within a few days for exile in Colombia. Upon arriving in Bogotá, he predicted with bland assurance that before the end of the year, the armed forces and the anti-communist civilian forces will have overthrown the government. In late 1951, he moved to Tegucigalpa. He intended to enter Guatemala from El Salvador on January 25, 1952, a CIA report noted. He would be met at the border by one of his most loyal followers, the student leader Mario Sandoval Alarcón. The revolt would begin that night. Castillo Armas did not cross the border, and the uprising was postponed until late February when, once again, nothing happened. In June, rebel sources informed the CIA that the bellicose colonel would invade Guatemala within a few days, this time from Honduras. As soon as he crossed the border, most of the Guatemalan army would rise in revolt, and in the capital a civilian large-scale uprising would begin. Again, nothing happened. Castillo Armas lacked organization, popular support, and influence in the military. Prudently, he, like the rest of the plotters, refrained from launching an uprising. The one exception to this pattern of caution was the ill-fated attack on Salama. This premature and poorly planned attempt by a small group, as a CIA report called it, took the agency by surprise. Swamped by warnings of uprisings that never materialized, it had ignored rumors that a revolt will be attempted in Guatemala during Holy Week. The leaders of the revolt were Cesar Izaguirre, an inveterate plotter, and Carlos Simmons. Simmons, the U.S. Embassy reported, was until recently employed by the Tropical Radio Company, a subsidiary of the United Fruit Company. Izaguirre and Simmons had received a large sum of money and Apparently, weapons from Trujillo and United Fruit. Emboldened, these hot-headed anti-communists had acted without seeking the support of other groups of plotters, hoping to preempt the competition and savor the rewards of success alone. Degree after the inevitable debacle, Izaguirre and Simmons escaped to foreign embassies and soon left the country. Their motley band of followers, who had been assured that they were but the vanguard, was left to reflect on their credulity in jail. Meanwhile, rival plotters hastened to express their disapproval of the untimely undertaking to U.S. officials. Throughout, the Guatemalan army had shown no disloyalty to the government, and the garrison of Coban had acted promptly and efficiently to put down the revolt, the U.S. Embassy reported. This confirmed Arbenz in his belief that he could rely on his officers. Jacobo, his wife recalls, was not unduly disturbed. He felt that the army was loyal. The outcome of Salama gave him a sense of security. This was the Guatemala that the Eisenhower administration faced in the summer of 1953 when it decided to engineer the overthrow of Arbenz. Within the country the opposition was weak and ineffectual. Small groups of bickering exiles hovered on Guatemala's borders, particularly in Honduras and El Salvador. They included Democrats who had left the country rather than submit to a communist regime, and Democrats who, having engaged in subversive activities, had fled to escape arrest or had been deported. By mid-1953, a majority of those who had congregated in Honduras acknowledged Castillo Armas as their leader. He enjoyed Somoza's protection and was the favorite of Archbishop Russell Y. Arellano. Most of those who lived in El Salvador followed Ydígoras Fuentes, who competed for Trujillo's favor with Colonel Roberto Barrios Pina. Castillo Armas and Ydígoras did try to unite. On March 31, 1952, they signed the Pacto de los Caballeros in San Salvador, but the pact was stillborn. It was ratified in August 1953, again to no avail. Copyright intense rivalry drove these two champions apart. Each wanted to be the supreme savior of Guatemala, and each wanted to replace Arbenz. Relations between the two remained acrimonious. Without U.S. support, Ydígoras and Castillo Armas would have been insignificant even had they united. Divided, they were pathetic. Chapter 11. The International Conspiracy Against Guatemala. When Arevalo became president in March 1945, democracy was on the rise in the Caribbean, the dictators were on the defensive. Somoza and Trujillo were kept at arm's length by the Truman administration, and the fledgling democracies of Cuba, Venezuela, and Guatemala symbolized the new era. When Arevalo stepped down 6 years later, Trujillo and Somoza were more powerful than ever. The Truman administration now praised the tropical dictators as steadfast allies in the war against communism. Venezuela's young democracy had ended in November 1948, as a military coup ushered in the dictatorship of Marcos Pérez Jiménez. Then, in March 1952, Fulgencio Batista seized power in Cuba. Only two democracies remained in the Caribbean, Guatemala and Costa Rica. 3 countries bordered on Guatemala: Mexico, El Salvador, and Honduras. The Mexican authorities accepted that Central America was Washington's backyard. Their relations with Guatemala strained under Ubico, cordial under Arevalo grew distant as Arbenz moved to the left and Mexican President Adolfo Ruiz Cortines moved to the right. In El Salvador, a young officer, Major Oscar Osorio, had won carefully staged elections in 1950. Osorio spouted populism, occasionally comparing his revolution to that of Guatemala. He granted some political freedom, as long as it did not threaten his rule, and enacted highly circumscribed social reforms in the cities, where a minority of Salvadorans lived. In the countryside, where the land tenure structure was as unjust as in pre-1952 Guatemala, agrarian reform remained taboo, and unionization was strictly forbidden. In foreign policy, while willing to follow Washington's lead, he tried to retain a degree of independence. The limited amount of U.S. investment in the country minimized the possible flashpoints. Whereas El Salvador grew no bananas, Honduras was the country in which UFCO's plantations were the most extensive, it was the quintessential banana republic. After 15 years of iron rule, General Tiburcio Carías had stepped down in 1948 in favor of his protege, Secretary of War Juan Manuel Gálvez, a civilian who had long been United Fruit's lawyer. Gálvez carefully cultivated his ties with the United States and UFCO. Like Osorio, he allowed some freedom in the cities and firmly opposed change in the countryside. As elsewhere in the region, the Communist Party was illegal. When Arbenz became president, Guatemala was isolated. Arévalo's support for the Caribbean Legion had aroused the wrath of Trujillo and Somoza, and the suspicion of the ruling elites of El Salvador and Honduras. In 1947, Guatemala had broken diplomatic relations with Nicaragua and the Dominican Republic. In 1948, it had severed ties with Venezuela. But by 1950, for all practical purposes, the Caribbean Legion had ceased to exist, and, keenly aware of his country's isolation, Arbenz sought to reassure his Central American neighbors. In September 1951, he re-established diplomatic relations with Nicaragua, and, setting aside Arévalo's practice, he did not break relations with Cuba despite Batista's coup. At the prompting of Foreign Minister Manuel Galic, Guatemala became a moving force behind the creation, in October 1951, of the Organización Six and Estados Centroamericanos, which included the 5 republics of Central America. Arévalo had believed that unification would be possible only when all the Central American countries were democracies. The theory underlying IDICA was that steps toward unification should be undertaken immediately despite the diversity of regimes. This position was unrealistic, but useful to Guatemala. Through IDICA, Arbenz tried to calm his suspicious neighbors. In this, he was reminiscent of Calderón Guardia and Picado of Costa Rica, both of whom had implemented significant social reforms and collaborated with the Communist Party, but had avoided all interference in Nicaragua's affairs. In return, Somoza had left them alone. But in Guatemala the pace of social change was frighteningly rapid, and the Communists wielded far more influence than they had in Costa Rica. The Guatemalan example was too dangerous to ignore, as even Osorio of El Salvador made clear. Osorio had been the Central American president most sympathetic to Arbenz. Both were military officers. Osorio liked to consider himself a revolutionary, and the fact that Arbenz's wife was an upper-class Salvadoran added a gentle touch to the relationship. Nevertheless, in August 1952, 2 months after the enactment of Decree 900, El Salvador introduced a resolution urging that IDICA adopt a policy against the subversive actions of international communism in Central America. The resolution was not formally directed against Guatemala. As a member of IDICA, Guatemala was actually asked to join in the anti-communist crusade. Agreement was, of course, impossible for Arbenz. An impasse ensued, paralyzing the organization. Then, in late September, Osorio unearthed a non-existent communist plot in his country and unleashed a wave of repression against the Salvadoran labor movement. This, noted the U.S. Embassy in Guatemala, was Osorio's response to Decree 900. While the Arbenz administration maintained an uneasy silence, the Guatemalan opposition loudly praised Osorio. Stressing that the communists also threatened Guatemala, they pointed out how right the Salvadoran foreign minister had been in proposing that the 5 Central American states unite against the communist advance in the region. Returning the compliment, Osorio praised his Guatemalan admirers as good patriots in action, the U.S. Embassy remarked, which is little likely to endear him to the Guatemalan authorities. Bitterness and distrust had replaced the tentative cordiality that had marked relations between the two countries in Arbenz's first year. Relations with Honduras and Costa Rica were equally strained, and Nicaragua was openly hostile. IDICA was doomed. In April 1953, Guatemala withdrew from the organization **. By that time Trujillo and United Fruit were busy plotting against Arbenz, and so was Somoza. Indeed, in the summer of 1952, Somoza had enlisted Truman's help. Washington's hopes that Arbenz would reverse Arévalo's extremist policies had soured before the introduction of the Agrarian Reform Bill. In March 1951, Assistant Secretary Miller had stated that Arbenz is a much less woolly-headed man than the previous president. The situation is going to improve in our favor by July, the State Department's Office of Intelligence and Research observed dryly. The reverse seems to have happened. The following April, the same agency, whose reports were among the most professional of the U.S. government, remarked, "Other Latin American governments have in the past worked with communists, generally because of their influence in labor unions. In no other Latin American country, however, has the ruling group in power accepted the communists with such cordiality into a political partnership, including the frequent support of the communist line by administration media. Similar concerns were being heard in Congress." Vociferous anti-American people in the saddle, Secretary of State Acheson testified. The Guatemalan situation is a very troublesome one. The communists have gotten into the government and they are causing a great deal of trouble and concern to us. The same shift from hope to hostility was seen in the American press. As early as June 1951, the New York Times had warned, despite the hope that President Arbenz would curb their activities and purge the government and labor unions of their influence, the power of the communists has grown at an alarming rate. Regardless of good intentions, President Arbenz has been able to accomplish little, and his dismissal of the question by saying that there is no communist party in Guatemala and his pointing to the register of political parties to prove it, does not represent reality. 3 days later, a New York Times editorial concluded, "It is time to register a sense of deep disappointment and disillusionment over the trend of Guatemalan politics in the 2 months since Colonel Arbenz became president. The communist trend, far from being reversed, has been strengthened." Yet throughout Arbenz's first year, the concern of U.S. officials and journalists lacked urgency. Congressional speeches about Guatemala, while critical, were few and brief. Press coverage was infrequent. The hope lingered that Arbenz was essentially an opportunist, who would ultimately betray his leftist friends. In the words of Bill Krieg, the DCM at the U.S. Embassy in Guatemala, "Incident after incident accumulated and we became increasingly concerned and pessimistic, but no irrevocable line had been crossed." Registered Arbenz had not yet enacted any legislation that would have caused an irreparable break with the upper class. Relations with the American companies were strained, but no worse than they had been under Arevalo. And the Communist Party, although enjoying the president's favor, was not yet legal. This indicated, many hoped, that Arbenz could still turn to the right. Until the spring of 1952, Truman's policy toward Arbenz was similar to that adopted toward Arevalo in the late 1940s. Diplomatic pressure was accompanied by the denial of economic aid. Washington continued to refuse to sell weapons to Guatemala and began a successful effort to prevent Arbenz from acquiring arms in other Western countries. In June 1951, the United States halted financial assistance for the construction of the Guatemalan segment of the Inter-American Highway. Then, in May 1952, the Agrarian Reform Bill burst upon the scene. In the weeks that followed, embassy officials witnessed the prominent role played by the communist deputies in the congressional debates that led to the enactment of Decree 900, and they understood that the bill's champions were the president and the PGT. The canard that Arbenz was an opportunist who would betray his friends was finally discarded. Some U.S. officials condemned Decree 900 because they were clearly sympathetic to the landed elite and United Fruit. Others were less biased. But on one point they all agreed: the law opened the way for a further extension of communist influence. Degree. It was at this juncture that Somoza approached the United States with a proposal to overthrow Arbenz. Only the outlines of the plan are known. The major protagonists have long since died, and the main source is New York Times correspondent Herbert Matthews, who has related what Assistant Secretary Miller told him a year after the scheme was hatched. Additional information is provided by the written report of a March 1953 conversation between Roland Welch, first Secretary of the U.S. Embassy in Managua, and Somoza's son Takito. Takito, noted Welch, claimed that the Guatemalan matter was first proposed in a conversation between his father and an attorney for the United Fruit Company. Somoza had arrived in the United States on April 28, 1952, on a private trip. His visit was marked by great cordiality on both sides. The Nicaraguan dictator was duly effusive in his praise of the United States as the champion of democracy that he had crushed at home. He was honored with New York City's Medal of Honor and responded appropriately, "The Nicaraguan people," he pledged, "were and would always be the best friends of the United States in Latin America. We appreciate the kindness, protection, and help you have given us. The United States was a big brother, always willing to help small countries." Somoza stressed his personal ties to America. Not only had he, his wife, and his 3 children been educated in the United States, but his daughter's 6 children had been born there, and one of his sons was graduating from the University of Maryland, and the other from West Point. "I have always considered the United States my second country," he said time and again. Beyond these pleasantries, Somoza had a serious message. "Just give me the arms, and I'll clean up Guatemala for you in no time," he promised Truman, Acheson, and other U.S. officials. The offer was laughed off as a good joke. There the matter rested until early July, when Somoza left for Managua aboard a U.S. military plane. With him flew Colonel Cornelius Mara, assistant military aide to Truman and a close associate of General Harry Vaughan, Truman's trusted friend. Mara had met Somoza previously on trips that he and Vaughan had taken to Central America. His presence on the plane was intended as mere protocol, a mark of respect for a loyal dictator, but it turned out to be much more. By the time they landed in Managua, Somoza had persuaded Mara that if the United States provided the arms, he could engineer Arbenz' overthrow. Together, they had decided what weapons would be needed. Registered back in Washington, Mara became Somoza's champion. His report to Truman must have been truly eloquent, so eloquent, in fact, that Truman immediately initialed the report and instructed General Walter Bedell Smith, the CIA director, to put it into effect. Truman did not inform Acheson or any other State Department official. And so Smith unleashed his cowboys from the CIA's Directorate of Plans. The plot, codenamed Operation Fortune, took shape over the next few weeks. State Department officials were at all times ignorant of what was brewing. The CIA, United Fruit, and Somoza were the schemers. Trujillo and Venezuela's Pérez Jiménez were contacted. They responded enthusiastically and apparently contributed money. Operation Fortune did not contemplate direct intervention by a foreign power. The job would be done by Somoza's protégé, Castillo Armas. The plan depended on one crucial assumption, that important officers of the Guatemalan army would rise in revolt, as Castillo Armas had promised, as soon as he had crossed the border with his band of exiles. Registered, it was not the first time that Castillo Armas had proffered such bold assurances, and as late as June 1952, the CIA had responded with a healthy dose of skepticism. Now, under Somoza's spell, skepticism turned into credulity. As summer faded into autumn, the plotters pressed forward with their preparations. The arms were gathered. A representative of the United Fruit in Nicaragua was assigned to receive them. The United Fruit turned over one of its freighters, which it had specially refitted for this purpose. 2 leaders of the stevedores in New Orleans had to be told about it. The arms were loaded into the ship as agricultural machinery in cases, and the ship sailed for Nicaragua. The ship was still en route when Acheson learned of the plot. A CIA representative went to Miller and asked him to initial a paper on behalf of the Munitions Department of the State Department. Miller refused and showed the document to Doc Freeman Matthews and David Bruce, Under-Secretary of State, both of whom hit the ceiling, went to Acheson, who went to Truman, and a message was sent redirecting the ship to Panama, where the arms were unloaded. Thus ended the first U.S. conspiracy against Arbenz. Castillo Armas was utterly deflated. Always at the last minute difficulties arose, he grumbled. Whereas a few weeks earlier he had been full of the almost certain success in the future, an informant reported in late October, his attitude has distinctly changed. He had certainly managed to get hold of some money. He was losing hope. It was just as well. The plan was madness. The Guatemalan military had not yet been subjected to months of psychological warfare by the United States, and its support for Arbenz was still firm. Had Castillo Armas invaded, he would have been defeated as easily as were the Salama rebels a few months later. The most likely explanation for the abrupt termination of Operation Fortune is that Acheson had convinced Truman that it would fail. Perhaps he had also argued that Guatemala's sins were not yet so grievous as to justify an attempt to overthrow Arbenz. But Acheson's thinking, and the entire operation, remain mysterious. Years later, in the wake of the Bay of Pigs, he wrote to Truman, "Why we ever engaged in this asinine Cuban adventure, I cannot imagine. Before I left it was mentioned to me and I told my informants how you and I had turned down similar suggestions for Iran and Guatemala and why unfortunately, he did not elaborate." In the weeks that followed the demise of Operation Fortune, events that were bound to heighten U.S. anxieties occurred in Guatemala. On December 11, 1952, the Communist Party opened its second Congress. Senior government officials and administration politicians were present. 8 days later, the party was legalized. That same month, noted the State Department's Office of Intelligence and Research, the PGT scored the outstanding political victory of the quarter when it was formally included in the administration's electoral coalition for the January 1953 congressional elections. These were striking developments. Since 1948, no other Latin American government had collaborated with the Communist Party. Communists were persecuted in most Latin American countries. In January 1953, the implementation of Decree 900 began in earnest. The PGT, reported OIR, continued in the forefront of agrarian reform agitation and communist propagandists were especially active in rural areas. Degree in the weeks that followed, UFCO land at Tequizit was expropriated, and the 4 Supreme Court justices were dismissed by the Guatemalan Congress. By April 1953, when OIR's next quarterly report appeared, Arbenz's Guatemala had committed even more damnable crimes. In Guatemala, now the only country in the world outside the Soviet orbit where the Communist Party has formal membership in a government. Coalition, official and pro-administration channels continued to be freely available for communist propaganda. The administration press featured reports of the Guatemalans who had recently made the grand tour of the popular republics of the Soviet Union and New China, serialized Jean-Paul Sartre on the subject of the December 1952 Vienna Peace Front Congress, and played up Communist Youth Front preparations for a Vienna meeting in March 1953. The Guatemalan Congress paid a minute of silence tribute to Stalin. Communist Octubre, in an impressive 2-page special edition commemorating Stalin, carried eulogies by leaders of the administration parties as well as by communist leaders. 4. The American press followed developments in Guatemala with growing concern. In mid-1952, the agrarian reform law had provoked a spate of articles, some very sympathetic to UFCO and the Guatemalan landed elite, others stressing the need for land reform and highlighting the plight of the Indians. There was a common thread running through all these articles: fear of the spread of communist influence in the countryside. Some journalists expressed this fear in lurid terms. Others were more restrained. All sensed that the established order was crumbling in rural Guatemala, and all feared for the future. The legalization of the PGT, its participation in the Electoral Alliance, and the January 1953 expropriations of private land triggered a fresh flurry of articles. In mid-January, U.S. News and World Report pointed out that Arbenz was a weak executive who, while not a communist himself, usually does what the communists want him to do. The following month, it warned. What Guatemala is getting in the way of government and land reform is a startling example of Russian-type action in the Western Hemisphere. The country was moving into a period of widespread strife, maybe revolution. Its airfields were but 2 hours from the Panama Canal, and less than 3 from vital oil and chemical industries in Texas. Newsweek announced that the PGT had armed shock troopers in every town, village, and hamlet, and that hordes of armed Indians had been Invading plantations all over the Republic ** degree gross distortion that echoed tales spun in the fashionable cafes of Guatemala City. With even richer imagination, American Mercury stated that in Guatemala a great espionage, sabotage, and propaganda organization works day and night for the Soviet Union. There was * documentary proof that the country's labor and agrarian legislation had been consciously planned to bring about slow strangulation of the economy. To create economic chaos, agrarian reform was necessary. But Decree 900 had given the Communists their greatest opportunity to supplement their tough city cadres with peasant battalions. Sidney Grusin, the New York Times Guatemala expert, warned on February 23. A few days later, the Times ran another article by Grusin, entitled How Communists Won Control of Guatemala. Accompanying the article was Moscow Samba, a cartoon of a Guatemalan dancing to Stalin's tune. Unlike many of his colleagues, Grusin told no lurid tales of Indian hordes running amok or Soviet agents manipulating Guatemala from smoke-filled rooms. He merely stressed the superior organization of the Guatemalan Communists, their missionary zeal and devotion to party causes rather than self-enrichment. Their influence was growing, he asserted, but they were not yet in control. A similar conclusion had been reached by Robert Hallett, another outstanding journalist, in a long article in the Christian Science Monitor. Because the Communists were more honest, hard-working, and devoted than any other political group in Guatemala, they were gaining ground. Registered a series by Daniel James in the New York Herald Tribune contributed the alarming information that Guatemala was but 5 hours from New Orleans. James agreed that the Communists did not control Guatemala, but he was disturbed by their growing influence. After comparing the tactics of the PGT with those of Mao Zedong and the Yenin Way, he ended by stating ominously that Guatemala had recently quit IDICA because it objected to El Salvador's proposed united front against communism. When James' series appeared, the Eisenhower administration had been in power for 2 months. The Republicans had triumphed in the November 1952 elections after a campaign waged under the shadow of McCarthyism. Relentlessly, they had charged that the Democrats had embarked on a road to surrender that had led to Yalta, the loss of China, and disaster in Korea. 20 years of treason, in the words of Eisenhower's running mate. Containment, the Republicans charged, was negative, futile, immoral. To the American people, they now offered a credo of victory: roll back. Under Eisenhower, they pledged, the United States would seize the initiative and liberate the captive nations of Europe. More important still, they promised that the hero of World War II would end the war in Korea. Furthermore, they would reduce Truman's military budget, and hence taxes. It mattered little that the new crusaders failed to explain how this would be achieved. Their vagueness was rewarded at the polls. 2 degree The Democrats were chased from the White House and lost the control of the Congress. Eisenhower became president, and John Foster Dulles Secretary of State. The conventional wisdom that Eisenhower gave an unparalleled gift of authority to Dulles, amiably following his secretary's lead in foreign policy, has been debunked as documents have been declassified. As Stephen Raby writes, few still doubt that Eisenhower was a strong, decisive, and intelligent leader. He was in charge of his administration's foreign policy, and this foreign policy was in many respects a continuation of Truman's. Like his predecessor, he followed a policy of containment vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. Like his predecessor, the linchpin of his policy was Europe, where he continued and developed Truman's work. Like Truman, he knew very little of the Third World. He was aware that emerging nationalism and rising expectations confronted the United States with challenges that required innovative responses, but he, too, was distracted by other problems and crippled by bias and by narrow anti-communism. He tended to gloss over Latin America until the late 1950s, when Castro forced a wrenching reassessment. Until then, Eisenhower believed, he had faced only one significant challenge in the hemisphere: the Guatemalan Revolution. And in his memoirs, while by no means revealing the full extent of his administration's role in the overthrow of Arbenz, He listed it as one of his proudest accomplishments, but if Eisenhower presided over the overthrow of Arbenz, other men executed his orders. Within the high councils of the new administration, 3 men, other than the president, were to be instrumental in the fall of Arbenz: John Foster Dulles, his brother Allen, and General Bedell Smith. Eisenhower actually liked John Foster Dulles. In this he was virtually unique, notes Stephen Ambrose, the president's foremost biographer. Nearly everyone else found Dulles impossibly pompous, a prig, and unbearably dull. Degree behind an unpleasant exterior lay, however, a mind of considerable breadth, notable depth as well. Degree by 1952, at age 64, Dulles had proven his abilities as a very successful corporate lawyer, as a diplomat, and to a lesser extent as a writer. But as he attained his lifelong ambition to be Secretary of State, much of the subtlety and sophistication of vision that Dulles had possessed was lost. He had grappled intellectually with the problems of war and decolonization, but when it came to working for, or adjusting to, some new global order, he fell back on a very traditional pursuit of national interest. He increasingly camouflaged this pursuit with a series of facile assumptions about the profundity of his proposals, the benefits that would prevail for mankind, and the divine approval which seemed manifest. Dulles hailed from the international wing of the Republican Party and had supported Truman's policy of containment until the Republican defeat in the 1948 presidential elections and the loss of China made it politically expedient to abandon bipartisanship in foreign policy. In the 1952 presidential campaign, few had waved the flag of liberation with more enthusiasm than had John Foster Dulles. This had been Dulles the campaigner. As Secretary of State, however, he understood that the Eisenhower administration could not act much more forcefully than its predecessor. The facts of nuclear life dictated caution. But the administration could, and through Dulles it would, speak more forcefully. 3. Registered like his predecessor, Dean Acheson, Dulles knew very little of Latin America. His meager exposure had been gained in the interwar years as a corporate lawyer. Degree. He, like Acheson, had no interest in inter-American questions, except peripherally as a side issue in his anti-communist crusade. Degree. He knew, however, who his country's best friends in the region were. His instructions are flat, remarked an aide. Do nothing to offend the dictators, they are the only people we can depend on. The Truman administration had also embraced the dictators, but never as warmly as did Dulles. Unlike his elder brother, CIA Director Allen Dulles had an engaging personality. He deferred to Foster, who in turn trusted him implicitly. He too had been a highly successful lawyer until the United States entered World War II and his great adventure began. As head of the Byrne Office of the Office of Strategic Services, he had directed American espionage in Europe. He had found his true calling. He had returned from Europe after the war's end with an impressive reputation and a consuming passion for the secret world of covert operations. Under Truman, he became deputy director of the CIA. Eisenhower promoted him to director. In government, as before, the two brothers were in constant, easy communication. Often, after a day's work, Allen would drop by Foster's house to go over unfinished business. Never have a Secretary of State and a CIA director enjoyed so close a relationship, so close, in fact, that it bothered some. It is a relationship that it would be better not have to exist, remarked the chairman of a committee appointed by Eisenhower to investigate the agency. Eisenhower disagreed. Degree. Part of CIA's work is extension of work of State Department. 3. As Eisenhower's chief of staff during World War II, General Walter Bedell Smith had earned the trust and the respect of the future president. He was, according to Eisenhower, a godsend, a master of detail with clear comprehension of the main issues. He was also a formidable personality. Degree. Who was quick to anger. His years as ambassador in Moscow after the war may not have mellowed his temper, but they sharpened his anti-communist sensitivities. He had come away with a deep suspicion of Marxist philosophy, a hatred of Soviet cruelty, deception, and hostility, and a contempt for any parlor pinks, as he called them, in the United States. He was a rabid enemy of the Soviet system abroad and any form of socialism at home. He was once, for instance, reputed to have called Nelson D. Rockefeller a red for a lukewarm statement in favor of the Union's *degree in the wake of the outbreak of the Korean War and the CIA's failure to predict North Korea's attack. Truman made him DCI, director of the CIA. And a dynamic director he was. Degree he was the boss, Kim Philby wrote later, and a boss of outstanding intellect and character as DCI. General Smith had been the frustrated patron of Operation Fortune. A champion of covert operations, he had chafed under the Truman-Atkinson refusal to move against Mohammad Mossadegh. Kim Roosevelt, who eventually directed the CIA plot in Iran, relates a conversation with the general in early 1953. Eisenhower had not yet been inaugurated, but Smith was raring to go. When is our goddamn operation going to get underway? In his usual aggressive fashion. Smith was not to oversee the fall of Mossadegh from the CIA. Eisenhower shifted him to the State Department's number 2 slot, the undersecretary. Within a few weeks, the proud Smith had developed a hearty dislike for Foster Dulles. Point 4. Concerning Guatemala, however, he had no differences with the secretary. By appointing the Dulles brothers and Smith to these key posts, Eisenhower assured that the State Department and the CIA would act in concert. Under his leadership, the CIA was given increased latitude, and its covert operations were emphasized. As soon as Eisenhower became president, the CIA began plotting the overthrow of Mossadegh. Operation Ajax was formally approved on June 25 in a session chaired by Foster Dulles. Eisenhower stayed in the wings, but he was very much in control. Before going into Operation Ajax had to have the approval of the president. Eisenhower participated in none of the meetings that set up Ajax. He received only oral reports on the plan, and he did not discuss it with his cabinet or the NSC. Establishing a pattern he would hold to throughout his presidency, he kept his distance and left no documents behind that could implicate the president in any projected coup. But in the privacy of the Oval Office, over cocktails, he was kept informed by Foster Dulles, and he maintained a tight control over the activities of the CIA. While preparing to overthrow Mossadegh, the administration was also under pressure to move against Arbenz. The prestigious Council on Foreign Relations urged Eisenhower to be bold. The Guatemalan situation, its confidential report stressed, is quite simply the penetration of Central America by a frankly Russian-dominated communist group. There should be no hesitation in quite overtly working with the forces opposed to communism, and eventually backing a political tide which will force the Guatemalan government either to exclude its communists or to change degree. Among the council's members was Adolf Burley, a distinguished former diplomat, an intellectual activist well connected with both parties. Burley considered himself a liberal. He had been a member of Roosevelt's Brain Trust, and he would later be, under Kennedy, one of the fathers of the Alliance for Progress. He was also something of an expert on Latin America, a rarity among prominent Americans. However, as his diary attests, he knew very little about Central America, but this did not stop him from sharing his wisdom about it. Guatemala worried him. On October 17, 1952, he jotted down what a high Salvadoran official, Miguel Magana, had just told him. Magafa's tale, which Burley soon relayed to senior CIA officials, ran as follows. He said that the government of El Salvador is thoroughly worried and unhappy about the situation in Guatemala. This is a communist government, net, hardly even disguised. They captured on the border the documents shipped in from Moscow and headed for El Salvador via Guatemala, setting up organization to eventually seize El Salvador's government. They have likewise been intercepting steady shipment of arms into Guatemala. These arms were all Czechoslovak *. In March 1953, Burley spent 5 days in Nicaragua. From there, on an impulse, he went to Costa Rica for a day. He wanted to assess José Figueres, who was branded a communist by U.S. officials in Managua. He also wanted to discuss Arbenz with Figueres. *2 Liberals. The prominent American and the leading Costa Rican politician were about to meet. It had been in Costa Rica, in early 1948, that Arevalo had scored the one success of his Caribbean policy. He had helped Figueres to overthrow the communist-supported government of Picado. After Picado's fall, Figueres ruled the country with semi-dictatorial powers and a harsh hand toward his defeated foes. In late 1949, he was succeeded by a conservative president, Otilio Olate. By the time Burley arrived in Costa Rica, Olate's term was coming to an end. Elections were scheduled for July 1953, and it was common knowledge that Figueres would win. Figueres combined an obvious lust for power with a frank hostility for the dictators of the region, above all, Somoza. He favored moderate social change. Timely reforms, he argued, would strengthen the capitalist system. To the Central American upper class, this was heresy. To Somoza, the issue was clear: Figueres was a communist. Others were more open-minded. Figueres was probably not a party member, but he was a fellow traveler. President Figueres, El Diario de Hoy warned from San Salvador in 1954, is still playing the same wily trick he played in 1948. He talks tough to the communists, but in fact he supports them and their program. He baffled U.S. officials. Assistant Secretary Miller told Congress in 1952, "I am a little worried about Figueres because you can be a demagogue without being a communist." Miller's successor was no less confused. It is one of those never-never situations that could only happen in a Latin American country. The communists are ostensibly supporting Figueres' opponent. Figueres is receiving considerable wads of dough from official sources in Guatemala. It does not make any sense, but that is the way it is. Eisenhower's ambassador to Costa Rica described Figueres as an extreme socialist. A very strange personality, who is supposed to be anti-communist, but is probably as dangerous a man as there is in all of the Latin American countries. Degree of one thing U.S. officials were certain: Figueres' gestures of independence betrayed his leftist leanings. The March 1954 Inter-American Conference was a case in point. Withstanding U.S. pressure, Costa Rica, alone among its sister republics, refused to attend because the conference was held in Caracas, the seat of one of the most ferocious dictatorships of the hemisphere. Although Figueres immediately endorsed the anti-communist resolution sponsored by the United States, Dulles was not mollified. Only men blinded by anti-communist paranoia and imperial hubris could have failed to realize that Figueres was a fervent anti-communist who readily embraced the principle of U.S. hegemony in the Caribbean. "I was one of the first to recognize the menace of communism in our hemisphere," he countered his critics, "and I defeated communism in my country in 1948 at a time when many still failed to recognize the threat. Had he not overthrown a communist-supported regime? Had he not outlawed the Communist Party, which had been legal since the early 1930s? From Guatemala, the PGT vigorously confirmed Figueres' anti-communist credentials. Figueres, wrote Octubre, established a regime of terror. He is a fawning servant of U.S. imperialism. These accusations, however exaggerated, underlined a basic truth: there could be no friendship between José Figueres and Jacobo Arbenz. As Burley was to discover in Costa Rica, Figueres was very much Arbenz's foe. Figueres, Burley recorded in his diary, said that he and all his friends fully recognized that a Kremlin communist government in this hemisphere was impossible. Years later, recalling this encounter with Burley, Figueres was straightforward. Burley asked me whether I was ready to cooperate in a plan to overthrow Arbenz, and I answered that I had no moral qualms. In fact, I was all for overthrowing Arbenz, who was a communist, but on one condition: that Somoza not be involved. Spurred by his conversations with Figueres, Burley went to work as soon as he had returned to the United States. On March 31, he presented the fruit of his labor, a 16-page memorandum to C.D. Jackson, a senior White House official. The United States cannot tolerate a Kremlin-controlled communist government in this hemisphere, the memorandum began. U.S. military intervention should be ruled out, however, except as an extremely bad last resort, because of the immense complications which it would raise all over the hemisphere. An alternative was to organize a counter-movement, capable of using force if necessary, and led by Nicaragua. But Somoza was an unsavory and discredited dictator. He should not be allowed to lead the movement against Arbenz, yet he could not be completely excluded, since it was difficult to expect that anything effective could be done from the Central American side without Nicaragua in the picture. Burley saw a way out of this dilemma. The course of action I should recommend is to work out a Central American political defense action, using Salvador, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica as chief elements, with what help can be obtained from Honduras. The key to such action seems to be Costa Rica. There, the summer's elections will result in putting in as President José Figueres. Of the men who have popular support in Central America, Figueres is easily the most dynamic, and I should think the fairest-minded. As between betting on him and betting on a nascent dictatorship in Nicaragua, I should immensely prefer the one democracy which has made its way. A theater commander for a job like the Guatemalan operation does not, apparently, exist in Central America. So, the first job is to get a theater commander for the operation. Guatemala is an unfriendly country, and our own people, or Costa Ricans or Salvadorians friendly to us, ought to go in and organize in the country. This would have to be sub rosa. In other countries whose governments will be brought to cooperate, the organization can be in the open, and it should be done by nationals of those countries. A quiet understanding should be reached between the governments of Costa Rica, Salvador, Honduras, and at least some powerful elements in Nicaragua. This last, I think, can be done. Some powerful Central American figure, I suggest Figueres, should be encouraged to take leadership and deal with the problem, all out. The result ought to be an organization of a party of democratic defense in the 5 Central American republics, taking as its first job the clearing out of the communists in Guatemala. Degree registered. A few days later Burley met with C.D. Jackson. Registered. He was thanked and heard no more. Even if his plan had been sound, it would have found little favor in an administration which, in Foster Dulles' words, saw Figueres as a pretty rotten fellow. Registered and praised Somoza as a pillar of virtue. But Burley's plan was naive. How could one expect the governments of Honduras and El Salvador to participate in an enterprise led by Figueres, a man they loathed? Similarly, it was preposterous to imagine that Somoza would assist such an undertaking, or to believe that some powerful elements in Nicaragua would dare participate without the dictator's permission. Burley also overlooked the fact that the leaders of the Guatemalan opposition fought not for political democracy, but against social reform. They were, in other words, Somoza's natural allies and Figueres's foes. There was no liberal way to overthrow Arbenz. The road to Guatemala City passed through Managua, not through San Jose. In May 1953, a senior Pentagon official, General Richard Partridge, spent 48 hours in Guatemala while on an official trip to Central America. Upon his return he wrote a memorandum on the Guatemalan question that was more brief and more cogent than that penned by Burley. It appears to me that right now we are holding a middle position between two definite policies, one of which we should choose and start implementing. One policy would be to support Arbenz in making his reforms and insist that in return for our support he use some moderation and eliminate the known communists from power in his regime. The other policy is to oppose Arbenz seriously with the intention of knocking him and his regime out of power. Acting as we are in between these policies without coming out strongly either one way or another, we are providing Arbenz good propaganda to justify his extreme acts. We are not moving either in the direction of controlling him or of getting rid of him, but are simply accepting his activity on his own terms. There is no question but what these drastic reforms which he is implementing do affect the neighboring countries, which are only slightly less overdue for reforms of a similar nature. That explains the great concern of the neighboring countries over his activities. The first policy outlined by General Partridge was out of the question. Even the Truman administration had contemplated a modus vivendi with Arbenz only if he first adopted an anti-communist and pro-American course. The only choice, then, was whether to continue Truman's policy of cold hostility and limited sanctions, or to seek to overthrow Arbenz. In the spring of 1953, Eisenhower's passivity vis-a-vis Guatemala was due to very prosaic and transient considerations. The new administration was just settling in after 2 decades of Democratic presidents. It was preoccupied with ending the Korean War and defining a policy toward the Soviet Union, and it had already embarked on a major covert operation in Iran. But if the judges were temporarily busy elsewhere, they had already decided that the accused was guilty, and the hour for sentencing was fast approaching. In September 1953, writes John Moores Cabot, Miller's successor as Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs, I went to Bedell Smith and said that I thought that a CIA-organized coup was the only solution. He nodded and smiled, and I got the impression that the plan was already underway. Registered Cabot was right. Operation Success PBSUCCS had begun. The precise date and the exact circumstances of the birth of Success are unknown. It was in the late summer of 1953, most likely in August, when Ajax was either on the verge of fruition, or in the immediate aftermath of its success. The decision was taken with little internal debate and a heartening unanimity among the few policymakers involved. Eisenhower reserved the right to grant or deny final approval before H hour, but this was a standard procedure for operations of this nature. The planning of Success * took place with the utmost stealth. Only Eisenhower, the Dulles brothers, and a few other top-level members of the White House, State Department, and Central Intelligence Agency knew that an operation was even being considered, let alone were privy to its details. Registered *. The Pentagon, which later played a limited but not insignificant role in the Bay of Pigs, was involved neither at the policy nor the operational level. Its contribution consisted at most of some military personnel who were on loan to the CIA, but this was a constant practice. The conduct of Success was placed in the hands of the CIA's Directorate of Plans, which was in charge of covert operations. Within the DDP, typically, the operation was closely held. A special unit was set up, with its own communication facilities, financial officers, support people, covert agents, and special authority to requisition confidential funds. The DDP's Western Hemisphere chief, Colonel J.C. King, was shunted aside, because the Deputy Director of Plans, Frank Wisner, wanted to run the show. King was very upset. Wisner assumed the direction of Success under the overall control of Allen Dulles. Throughout the life of the operation, approximately 10 months, Wisner focused on it with such intensity that he left his deputy, Richard Helms, more or less in charge of all other things. Success became Wisner's project. To the other side of the CIA, the Directorate of Intelligence, was not involved in Success, absolutely not. Robert Amory, who as Deputy Director of Intelligence was Wisner's counterpart, was never briefed. He sensed something was afoot, but he knew no details, no timetables. If I had been captured by Arbenz and tortured to death, he has observed, I would not have been able to tell them anything that could have done me any good. During Success, the CIA station in Guatemala did report to the Directorate of Intelligence about developments in the country, but to the exclusion of anything dealing with or referring to the plot to overthrow Arbenz. This was a crippling limitation, as Richard Bissell, who participated in Success and later rose to be Deputy Director of Plans, admits. With hindsight, one of the major mistakes of my career was my failure to include people from the analytical side in covert operations, for if the analysts of the CIA lacked the union cards to work for Success, so did State Department officials, with 2 major exceptions, Secretary Dulles and Undersecretary Smith. Foster Dulles was, with his brother Allen, a prime mover and enthusiastic supporter of Success, just as he had been of Ajax. As in the case of Ajax, he paid relatively little attention to the operation once the decision to act had been taken. Distracted by his many duties and confident that the undertaking was in good hands, He saw his role as briefing Eisenhower and ensuring that the CIA avoided doing anything that might embarrass the government. More intimately involved in LB's success was Undersecretary Smith. He was, at high level, the immediate contact of the CIA with the State Department. Wisner dealt with him on many issues without the need to go up all the way to Foster Dulles. The rest of the State Department was kept in the dark. The department's senior official for Latin America, John Moores Cabot, knew of the plot but played no active role. An officer in ERA, he writes, was designated liaison with other agencies involved in developing the plans. For the rest of my tour as assistant secretary I was in constant touch with this officer, but I never knew the details of the planned operation, nor did I want to know them. My principal concern was to keep secret any United States involvement in the projected coup. The official in question, Raymond Letty, could clam up very well, remembers a colleague. Letty, who was the officer in charge of Central American and Panamanian affairs, acted as the CIA's day-to-day contact in the State Department. They dealt with him on those issues that did not require the immediate attention of Beadle Smith or Foster Dulles. In March 1954 Cabot was replaced by Henry Holland, a well-connected Texas lawyer. Cabot, notes Deputy Assistant Secretary Robert Woodward, left his job without ever telling me anything about PBS-UCCESS, though he was fully aware of it since August or September 1953. All I was told by Cabot was that Letty was working on something confidential, and that I should not bother with it. In the first week of April, Holland went to Woodward. "Bob," Holland said to me, "I've just been told about a plan to overthrow Arbenz. I'm tempted to resign. Take 2 or 3 hours to think it over, and come back and tell me what you think I should do." A few hours later, I urged Holland, "Don't resign. Try to buck it. This CIA plot will destroy our non-intervention policy and throw us back to 1931-32, before Roosevelt's good neighbor policy." I doubted that the plan would succeed, and that, if successful, the U.S. role could be hidden. I also questioned whether the extent of the communist threat in Guatemala justified taking the risk. The next day Holland told me, "I spoke with Dulles. He's given me until the end of the year to come up with other ways to take care of the communist problem in Guatemala." Registered degree Woodward had been tested, found wanting and fed a lie. Years later, when told of the incident, Bissell remarked, "This is common practice when an officer is opposed to this kind of plan, in order to avoid leaks." Although in Woodward's case, he was an honorable man and would have kept silent. Registered. On one point Holland had spoken the truth, he was opposed to the CIA plot against Arbenz. LB's success, notes Bissell, was Holland's first encounter with a major covert operation, and he thought it was not the way to proceed. As a result, he was regarded by Wisner and others in the Directorate of Plans as one of our opponents within the State Department. After Arbenz fell, Holland changed completely and became a very strong supporter of the CIA and of covert operations. This has happened to quite a lot of men in the State Department. Registered. Holland's initial opposition meant, however, that he was excluded from the close-knit group who oversaw LB's success. The planners of PBS-UCCESS had no delusions about the Guatemalan opposition. Their attention was riveted on the army. "The army is the key to the stability of the Arbenz regime," an intelligence report had underlined in June 1953. "And could effect a rapid and decisive change in the Guatemalan political situation if it were to take concerted action. Although a quick change of attitude is always possible, there is no present reason to doubt the continued loyalty of the Army High Command and of most of the Army Officer Corps to Arbenz. The Army would be unlikely to take revolutionary action unless the High Command or a substantial body of unit commanders became convinced that their personal security and well-being were threatened. The Communists have little power of their own." Registered. From its inception, LB's success was based on one premise: only the Guatemalan army could overthrow Arbenz. Psychological warfare would be the CIA's main weapon to convince the Guatemalan officers that their security and well-being were at stake, and thus prod them toward treason. As part of this effort, the United States would attempt to isolate Guatemala and wave the specter of multilateral sanctions. In the process, the civilian forces loyal to the regime would be demoralized and the civilian opposition would gather strength. The Guatemalan exiles were to serve as the spark asterisk if the army failed to rise against Arbenz on its own. At no moment did LB success assume that the exiles would be able to defeat the Guatemalan army. The purpose of the invasion coming after months of psychological destabilization and supported, it was hoped, by an active fifth column organized by the CLA was to confront the Guatemalan officers with the stark choice: they could defeat the rebels and face the wrath of the United States, or they could turn against Arbenz and save themselves. The threat would be credible only if Washington had persuaded the officers that the exiles were U.S. proxies whose defeat would trigger a U.S. invasion. President Eisenhower and Secretary Dulles wanted to protect the image of the United States abroad, particularly in Latin America. Just a few weeks before Eisenhower assumed the presidency, a CIA national intelligence estimate had stressed that Latin America was threatened by the pressure of exaggerated nationalism, and that this trend might eventually affect hemispheric solidarity and U.S. security interests. The same warning was repeated by Allen Dulles at a February 18, 1953, meeting of the National Security Council, and in mid-March, NSC 144/1 stated that the United States must avoid the appearance of unilateral action in the internal affairs of the Latin American republics registered degree. Thus, there was a paradox at the heart of PBSUCCESSS, a paradox that was resolved by a fig leaf. The fig leaf was designed to deny U.S. involvement, Muses Bissell, yet the success of the operation hinged on convincing the Guatemalans that the U.S. was indeed involved. This concern for appearances is evident in the handling of the president's press conference that was held the day before the exiles were set to invade Guatemala. Prior to the conference, Allen Dulles sent the press secretary, James Haggerty, a draft of possible press conference statement on Guatemala that was couched in very harsh language. In response, Holland fired off an angry memo: "I most vigorously oppose the use of this statement." Holland feared that the use of such language by the president just before D-Day would strip away the fig leaf. "I have reiterated again and again to every Latin American ambassador," he noted, "that the United States is undertaking to solve the problem without unilateral intervention, whether political or economic, in Guatemalan affairs." Secretary Dulles decided in Holland's favor. Eisenhower, he reminded Allen, must not give the impression that he was issuing an open call for revolution. Allen agreed, and the secretary told Haggerty the following day to avoid the implication we were seeking a revolution there registered. As would become clear as LB's success gathered momentum, it was not difficult to maintain the fiction. The governments of Western Europe and Latin America were willing to overlook U.S. violations of international law, as long as a pretense of compliance was maintained. In the United States, ignorance, anti-communism, and self-righteousness blended seamlessly to generate the comforting conviction in the political and intellectual elites, in the press, in the Congress, and in the public at large that Guatemala was the aggressor and the United States, the long-suffering victim. LB's success was hatched at a time when the Guatemalan opposition was particularly weak. The arrests that followed the Salama uprising had dealt a heavy blow to the various cliques of plotters. The agrarian reform was strengthening the government in the countryside. The military showed no signs of disloyalty. New York Times correspondent Sidney Grusson wrote in late July, to an observer revisiting Guatemala after 6 months, "The overriding factor in the political situation is the disintegration that has occurred among the organized opposition. What remains of it has lost what little confidence it once may have had. The accepted thing seems to be to hope that somehow from somewhere something will happen to salvage the cause. This wishful thinking that someone else will eventually do the job of opposing the communists is an old fault of the Guatemalan opposition." Registered. The exiles were still plotting, and United Fruit still gave them encouragement and, apparently, some material assistance registered. But the region's strongmen were tiring of the exiles' incompetence, their perennial squabbles, and the gulf between their wild promises and pitiful performances. Trujillo now rebuffed his protege, Colonel Roberto Barrios, complaining that every time something started there were 20 people who wanted to be president after the uprising, and none who would cooperate with the other 19. Trujillo had concluded that the only way the government would be overthrown was if the United States did it. This was also Somoza's view. When the United States decided to help us, in the fall of 1953, we were isolated, recalls a close aide of Castillo Armas. Somoza was helping us very little. He would never have dared to act on his own. He needed the OK possible press conference statement on Guatemala is enclosed in Holland to JFD, June 15, 1954, FRUS, 1952-1954, 4:1168. See also Haggerty Diary, June 14-16, 1954. And the participation of the United States and Honduras had done nothing for us. Washington's decision to move against Arbenz raised Somoza's spirits. LB's success called for a small liberation army to be organized and trained in Nicaragua. It would eventually move into Honduras, which would serve as the springboard for the invasion. A fifth column of saboteurs, also trained in Nicaragua, would be infiltrated into Guatemala before D-Day. The invasion would begin no later than June 1954, that is, before the onset of the rainy season. Trujillo was left on the sidelines. Lacking a border with Guatemala, the Dominican Republic had little to contribute to PBS-UCCS. It is doubtful that the Dominican dictator was even informed of the plot. In August 1953, Washington asked the embassy in Guatemala to suggest someone to lead a movement against Arbenz. We decided, recalls DCM Krieg, that among poor starters Castillo Armas was probably the best. Years later, in his autobiography, Castillo Armas's main rival, General Idígoras Fuentes, sought to explain why the Eisenhower administration had spurned a man of his ability, a former executive of the United Fruit Company, now retired, Mr. Walter Turnbull, came to see me with two gentlemen whom he introduced as agents of the CIA. They said that I was a popular figure in Guatemala and that they wanted to lend their assistance to overthrow Arbenz. When I asked their conditions for the assistance, I found them unacceptable. Among other things, I was to promise to favor the United Fruit Company and the International Railways of Central America, to destroy the Railroad Workers' Labor Union, to suspend claims against Great Britain for the Belize territory, to establish a strong-arm government, on the style of Ubico. Further, I was to pay back every cent that was invested in the undertaking on the basis of accounts that would be presented to me afterwards. I told them that I would have to be given time to prepare my conditions, as theirs seemed to me to be unfavorable to Guatemala. They withdrew, promising to return. I never saw them again. Idígoras' explanation is straightforward: he was passed over because of his unbending nationalism. Castillo Armas must have been more pliant. Many writers have accepted Idígoras' words at face value. Yet as president of Guatemala, Idígoras was subservient to American companies, undemocratic, and corrupt. Why then believe a self-serving state meant so out of character with the man? His autobiography, a rambling apologia remarkable only for its distortions and lies, is hardly a reliable source. His entire record indicates that, had he been offered the leadership of the crusade, Idígoras would have accepted any conditions. Castillo Armas was a more attractive candidate. He had been an excellent cadet and a highly competent officer, whereas Idígoras was notorious as one of Ubico's subservient generals. In Arbenz's words, Castillo Armas performed with great bravery in the 1944 uprising against Ponce. Idígoras' role, noted a U.S. official, had been ambiguous and odd. Registered on July 18, 1949, a demoralized Castillo Armas failed to join the revolt of his Aranista friends, but his lonely uprising of November 1950 and his dramatic escape from prison restored his reputation for bravery. Idígoras had never risked his life, for any cause. He was a bon vivant and, in the words of a U.S. official who knew him well, as crooked as they come. Castillo Armas, on the other hand, was a fanatic. He sought to avenge Arana's death and to atone for his failure to fight in July 1949. Ambition, anti-communism, and the frustrations of exile propelled him forward. He was ready to side with anyone who wanted to overthrow Arbenz, the landed elite, the tropical dictators, the United States, anyone, as long as they would anoint him Arben's successor. He was not distracted by a social conscience. As president he would tolerate corruption and champion the status quo. And yet he was courageous, not unintelligent, honest, and able to command the devotion of a small band of followers. Furthermore, Castillo Armas was the favorite of Archbishop Russell Y. Ariano and of Somoza. Ydígoras was merely one of Trujillo's protégés, and LP's success had cast the Dominican dictator in a supporting role, giving Somoza the lead. Thus, between the two aspiring and pliant caudillos, Washington's choice was eminently sensible. Degree 7. According to Immerman, many CIA officials preferred the lawyer Juan Cordova Serna, a prominent member of the landed elite, to Castillo Armas, but a routine medical examination revealed that Cordova Serna had cancer. This is highly questionable on several grounds. Immerman's only source is the entertaining but unreliable Howard Hunt. Cordova Serna was active and in good health when the CIA chose Castillo Armas and remained active throughout the following year. U.S. reports attest to his vitality and ambition, and say nothing of his health. Cordova Serna was a civilian while the focus of LP's success was the military. Cordova Serna had been an attorney for United Fruit, and the U.S. government had no desire to hand ammunition to those who claimed that its quarrel with. On September 20, 1953, Castillo Armas wrote to Somoza from Tegucigalpa. I have been informed by our friends here that the government of the North has decided to let us develop our plans. Because of the importance of this decision, I immediately sent confidential messages so that it could be confirmed to me directly. Nevertheless, up to now I have not received any reply which apparently can be interpreted as confirming the foregoing. Registered a few days later, recalls his aide, Teresina de la Cerda, the CIA told Castillo Armas that he was the chosen one. On October 15, in a letter to Somoza's son Takito, Castillo Armas exulted, "Our work with our friends from the north has ended in our complete triumph. We will soon enter into a very active phase which will lead inevitably to the victory that we all desire." The letter ended with warm thanks for the generous support that we have received from those men who understand the nature of our struggle, especially from your dad and you, who have been our true protectors in this difficult crusade. Degree. The selection of Castillo Armas to be the future liberator of Guatemala did not stop his rivals from importuning U.S. officials. Some were unaware of LP's success, others knew that something was afoot and that Castillo Armas was the anointed, but found it difficult to bow to the inevitable. Reports by U.S. officials make for amusing reading. José Luis Arenas, a member of the Guatemalan Congress, told DCM Krieg that he had a scheme to overthrow Arbenz that was sure to work. Wasting no time on details, Arenas inquired without ambiguity if the embassy would provide him with $200,000 to do the job. Upon being politely turned down, he asked whether he could not receive at least a down payment. Degree. Even Ponce, Ubico's unlucky successor, surfaced from obscurity to press his claims. In January 1954, he appeared twice at the U.S. Embassy in Managua. He was, he explained, still the legal president of Guatemala, the only one, he insisted, with legal and moral rights to the presidency. The Guatemalan people and the Guatemalan army would follow no one but him. His plans were ready, though he preferred not to discuss them in detail at this time. If the United States would provide money to buy weapons, he would return to Guatemala among the cheers of the multitude and oust Arbenz. Degree. None of the supplicants was as persistent as Ydígoras. To the very end, he harassed U.S. officials, waxing eloquent about Castillo Armas's sins and his own virtues. His followers did the same. Ydígoras's henchman, a June 1, 1954, State Department memo noted, frequently call at the department pleading for U.S. support, the latest being one Cesar Lanuza. On May 17, the Ydígoristas claimed to have a large underground organization in Guatemala with good army connections, but they have thus far shown themselves totally ineffective in opposition to the present government, and with the passage of time their prestige has steadily declined. Gleijeses was indefatigable in his efforts to unseat Castillo Armas, but the other aspiring caudillos gradually fell in line, with more or less grace, behind Washington's man. While searching for a liberator, in the summer of 1953 the planners of success also sought a new U.S. ambassador for Guatemala, a team player. They found him in John Purifoy. Purifoy's predecessor, Rudolf Schoenfeld, was a career official who had become a harsh critic of the Arbenz administration. Schoenfeld, however, lacked the inclination and the training to participate effectively in a major covert operation. He was, Eleanor Lansing Dulles told her brother Foster, first class. Intelligent, intellectual. But a bit cautious, trademark. In October 1953, as Purifoy arrived in Guatemala, the local CIA station began to expand rapidly. The rest of the embassy staff was not informed about a covert operation against Arbenz. It was only in February or March 1954 that Purifoy told DCM Krieg and a few other embassy officials that a plot was underway. Purifoy told them that he knew only the broadest outlines of PBS-UCCS. In fact, he was very involved. Before he left for Guatemala, the CIA made certain that it would have a direct line to him at all times. To avoid leaks, the agency communicated with Purifoy through back channels. Once received by the CIA Guatemala station, the messages would be hand-carried or conveyed verbally to the ambassador by Birch O'Neill, the CIA station chief. 8 He was no suave diplomat, the pistol-packing Purifoy. Copyright. Indeed, wrote an admiring journalist, Flora Lewis, it was jarringly wrong to call him a diplomat at all. His loud checkered shirts, and his preference for a jaunty, bright green Borsalino, in place of the diplomat's black Homburg, matched his ideas of diplomatic intercourse. He is much more the politician than the diplomat, Lewis remarked, but he is striking at it because he goes politicking around foreign countries instead of at home among the voters. Purifoy came to Guatemala from Greece, where at age 43 he had landed his first ambassadorial appointment. His colorful career had included stints as a Capitol Hill elevator operator and as a salesperson at Woodward and Lothrop. Once in the State Department, he demonstrated that he was an effective organizer and administrator. In 1950 he was sent to Greece, where the civil war had just ended with the communists' defeat, to shore up the corrupt conservative government and to prevent even a hint of communist resurgence. He began in characteristic fashion. He told dignified old Sophocles Venizelos, then foreign minister and deputy premier, "Look Soph, you call me Jack. Let's talk frankly about all this." He intervened so brazenly in the country's internal affairs that even the meek Greek government felt compelled, on one occasion, to complain publicly that decisions in purely domestic matters should be left to the Greek people and government. Throughout his tenure in Greece, Purifoy worked closely with the embassy's CIA station, proving himself a most willing and able ally, for this was the ambassador whom the planners of PBS had chosen for Guatemala, a man used to upbraiding the officials of a client government, a doer rather than a thinker, a militant anti-communist, an ambitious career officer. His loud, aggressive personality, so different from the aloof politeness of Schoenfeld, was an asset. He was sent to frighten. In the words of a Guatemalan colonel who turned against Arbenz, Purifoy was an abusive, arrogant ambassador, but this was very effective. He scared a lot of officers. Purifoy was preceded by his reputation as the high-handed proconsul who had presided over the anti-communist witch hunt in Greece. Sidney Grusin, the well-informed New York Times correspondent, reported, "It is generally expected in Guatemala that his advent means a change in the asserted passivity with which the United States has watched the growth of the communists' influence to the point where, at least to the outsider, they seem to be masters of the country in all but name." Registered Purifoy immediately vindicated these expectations. On the very day of his arrival, he had a long interview with Foreign Minister Raúl Osqueda. He did not suggest, as he had done with old Venizelos in Greece, that they be on a first-name basis. Rather, he immediately raised the issue of communist influence and all but called Oskita a liar to his face. For his performance he was warmly praised from Washington by Letty, the PBS-UCCES's man at the State Department. In a different vein, the PGT's Daily Tribuna Popular wrote, "The new U.S. ambassador, Senor Purifoy, has arrived. Like the ancient gods, he has been preceded by flashes of lightning and the rumbling of thunder. It is easy to divine why a man who has been in Greece more as the mastermind of its struggle against the communists and Greek patriots than as an ambassador has been sent to our country. The State Department does not need men like Purifoy in Honduras, El Salvador, or Nicaragua. These countries are led by men who are the lapdogs of Yankee monopolies." Registered. The embassy closely monitored the impact of Purifoy's arrival. He presented his credentials on November 4 amid a flurry of press and official speculation concerning United States intentions toward Guatemala. 2 weeks later, Purifoy himself observed, "I have psychological advantage of being new and government feels I have come to Guatemala to use the big stick. We have been letting them stew." The mere arrival of Purifoy, stressed DCM Krieg, had provided a milepost for the smaller politically conscious element of Guatemala to reassess the internal situation and set off the greatest wave of press and public speculation in recent times as to what the U.S. would do about communist influences in Guatemala. The more conservative elements naturally seized upon the change of chief of mission as a portent that forceful action by the United States was imminent, as they had previously done when President Eisenhower succeeded President Truman. But on this occasion persons formerly sympathetic to the administration joined in by privately complaining that unbridled communism was imperiling the country. In the past 2 weeks, this embassy has heard from informed sources that many administration politicians are dissatisfied with the situation. The non-communist politicians feel that they are on a roller coaster over which they have no control but from which it would be dangerous to jump. 9. Purifoy had one serious conversation with Arbenz, a 6-hour dinner on December 16, 1953. Only the ambassador, the president, and their wives were present. Since Purifoy knew only 2 Spanish words, Dona Maria served as interpreter. Purifoy played the role of the inquisitor, besieging his host with precise questions about communist influence in Guatemala. Arbenz, on the defensive, offered lame responses. 2 days later, Purifoy sent Secretary Dulles a 5-page report about the dinner. "I am definitely convinced that if the president is not a communist, he will certainly do until one comes along," he concluded. Thereafter, Purifoy's contacts with Arbenz were purely formal, as were his contacts with the foreign ministry. Relations between the embassy and Guatemalan officials, already cold under Schoenfeld, were now icy. 2. There was, however, one exception. U.S. officials intensified their contacts with the Guatemalan army. The State Department had decided in early 1953 to maintain the military missions in Guatemala unless Arbenz asked for their removal. Purifoy endorsed this decision. "The army is anti-communist. Day may not be too far off when we will need friends where it will count," he wrote in a November 19 dispatch to the State Department. Despite occasional complaints by naive congressmen, who could not understand why such a favor should be bestowed on a pro-communist regime, the military missions remained in the country. They were in constant touch with the Guatemalan officers, whom they urged to betray Arbenz. 3. In the same month that Purifoy arrived in Guatemala, 2 major developments added to the foreboding atmosphere. On October 6, the State Department suddenly asked the Council of the Organization of American States to include a new item, Intervention of International Communism in the American Republics, in the agenda of the 10th Inter-American Conference, to be held in March 1954. Guatemala, the only country to vote against this request, was the target, as everyone understood. 5. Also in October, U.S. officials began a sustained campaign of public denunciations of the Arbenz administration. Assistant Secretary Cabot launched the first broadside. He assailed the Guatemalan authorities for openly playing the communist game, and asked ominously whether the activities of the international communist conspiracy to destroy free governments are prejudicing the independence of Guatemala and its neighbors. Senator Wiley, chairman of the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, added his own fulminations to the growing chorus. 7 cent There had been earlier attacks by the U.S. press, the Congress, and the State Department, but they had not been as systematic and virulent as they were from October 1953 until Arbenz fell. It was all part of PBS-UCCESS. The United States Information Agency and the CIA helped to write and disseminate articles attacking the Arbenz regime. Many of these articles were reprinted in the Guatemalan opposition press as proof that U.S. patience was fast coming to an end. These outstanding, courageous newspapers will reprint anything against the government, Purifoy explained to the House Committee on Foreign Affairs. In January 1954, as he urged the congressman to make more speeches lambasting the Arbenz administration. In the same month, Purifoy intensified the scare campaign. Public opinion in the U.S., he told Time, might force us to take some measures to prevent Guatemala from falling into the lap of international communism. We cannot permit a Soviet republic to be established between Texas and the Panama Canal. In Guatemala, Purifoy's statement was understood by all as a threat of military intervention. The fears were hardly assuaged, or the hopes dimmed, by Purifoy's half-hearted claim that he had been misquoted. The statements attributed by Time to Ambassador Purifoy, an embassy note stated, were taken out of context and without authorization. They are not a fair representation of the ambassador's point of view. The ambassador did not mean to imply that the Pan-American concern about communism in Guatemala need necessarily precipitate unilateral action by the United States. As Grusin later reported, the incident only confirmed the worst fears of Guatemalan officials that Mr. Purifoy's appointment was the forerunner of energetic United States action against them. Marroquin Rojas patiently drove the point home. Our foreign minister has officially accepted Ambassador Purifoy's explanation of his interview in Time. But Dr. Oscada knows that a magazine like Time, published in a country where lies are severely punished, would not falsify the words that it put so emphatically in Purifoy's mouth. There is no doubt that Purifoy said what Time printed, and there is no doubt that he was expressing the opinion of the White House, the Congress, and the Pentagon. How could the leaders of Guatemala imagine that the United States would tolerate a nest of enemies on its very doorstep? It would be absurd. Indeed, another country would already have sent in the troops. To argue otherwise, and to spout about our sovereignty is childish. It is naive. Germany, powerful even though defeated, is still occupied, and so is Japan, and we will be too, we poor fools who don't even produce fireworks, much less the ammunition for a token resistance. 73. In the following weeks, Marroquin Rojas hammered away at the same theme. The principle of non-intervention would not inhibit the United States. The Americans did not hesitate to intervene militarily when they deemed it necessary. Legal niceties would not restrain them. 3 As if in confirmation, 2 weeks after Purifoy's Time interview, the Arbenz administration exposed a plot against it abetted by the United States. In late September 1953, a man by the name of Isaac Delgado had approached Francisco Morazan, an aide of Arbenz. Delgado, who was Panama's commercial attaché in Managua, moonlighted as a secret courier for Castillo Armas. Was the Guatemalan government interested, he inquired, in his services? Indeed, the government was very interested. Over the next few months, Delgado performed well as a double agent. Among the many documents he sold were Castillo Armas's September 20 and October 15 letters to the Somozas, with their damning references to the government and friends from the north. But in January 1954, Delgado's lucrative career abruptly ended, as the Guatemalan government decided to publish the documents he had stolen. It was time, Arbenz and his advisors had concluded, to seize the initiative. This decision, recalls PGT leader Piero Gleijeses, was connected to our strategy for the Caracas Conference. The publication of Delgado's incriminating material would unmask the aggressor and provoke indignation throughout Latin America. At Caracas, Washington's attempt to impose sanctions on Guatemala would be blocked. Degree on January 21, the Guatemalan police arrested a former Army major, Enrique Trinidad Oliva. This was a severe blow, opposition sources told the U.S. Embassy, since Oliva was a key figure of the Castillo Armas group in the country. Over the next 5 days, 24 plotters were detained. On January 28, the government announced that a press conference would be held the following day. At 10 a.m., telegrams had already been sent to invite foreign journalists. Counter-revolutionary plot was the title splashed across the front page of the government daily on January 29. Below were several of Delgado's documents, including Castillo Armas's September 20 and October 15 letters to the Somozas. The authorities did not identify the government of the North that had pledged to assist Castillo Armas, but among Mexico, Canada, and the United States it was not difficult to choose. The leaders of the opposition responded to the January arrests with impotent rage. Those who had been detained, they claimed, were the innocent victims of a repressive state. Loudly supported by the opposition press, they sought to arouse public indignation. Without much success, lamented the U.S. Embassy. Aware that the innocent victims were in fact inveterate plotters, the embassy urged USIA promptest press, radio coverage. Imply arrests made arbitrarily and form part of campaign to intimidate anti-communist opposition to communist-influenced Arbenz administration. Degree from Washington, Under Secretary Smith joined the fray. He urged that Serafino Romualdi, the representative for Latin America of the American Federation of Labor, persuade the AFL-sponsored Inter-American Organization of Labor to denounce Arbenz's persecution of labor. But its Secretary General Luis Monge refused to comply. Monge's hostility to the Arbenz regime was not in question, but in South America, he argued, the public and labor are quite ignorant of the true conditions. Any statement from him condemning Arbenz would redound to the benefit of Guatemala rather than the free world, and so it remained silent, and the AFL was left to write an open letter expressing great anxiety over the growing influence of the communist elements in Guatemala. 4. In the United States, the revelations and the January arrests provoked contempt and anger. The State Department set the tone. An official press release began ritualistically, "It is the policy of the United States not to intervene in the internal affairs of other nations." It then dissected Guatemala's behavior, the detention of innocent opposition leaders and the slanderous charges against the United States, coming as the climax of an increasingly mendacious propaganda campaign, were typical communist techniques. The timing of the accusations immediately prior to the Caracas conference betrayed their purpose. They were a communist effort to disrupt the work of this conference and the inter-American solidarity which is so vital to all the nations of the hemisphere. The U.S. media were not likely to credit the wild charges of a pro-communist banana republic over the lofty denials of the State Department. Their mistrust of the Guatemalans was heightened by two untimely actions. On February 3, the Arbenz administration deported Father Buxaleto, that relentless foe of Decree 900. Buxaleto was a priest and an American. The previous day, in an unprecedented move, Guatemala had expelled two journalists, Marshall Bannell of the National Broadcasting Company and Sidney Grusin of the New York Times. Degree Grusin was, with Robert Hallett of the Christian Science Monitor, the most insightful of the American journalists covering Guatemala. Unlike most of his colleagues, he rarely resorted to sensationalism. In a sober style, he repeatedly acknowledged that the Arbenz government enjoyed popular support, that its social reforms were necessary, and that the opposition lacked a constructive program. But in a widely quoted November 1953 article he announced that Arbenz had become a prisoner of the embrace he so long ago gave the communists, and he heaped scorn on the January plot revelations in an article that he wrote in Mexico City, where he was based. 5 As the article appeared in the New York Times, he landed in Guatemala only to be expelled. Sidney Grosson, charged the official communique, has systematically defamed and slandered this republic. The Guatemalan government may have hoped that irrefutable evidence of a plot abetted by Washington would dampen the American reaction to the deportation of 3 particularly netlesome individuals. Or perhaps it merely acted impulsively, in a spasm of exasperation. To American eyes, however, the arrests and the plot revelations fit into the same pattern as the deportations of Buxaleto, Banal, and Grosson. It all seemed to add up, concluded Newsweek in a mid-February article that closely paralleled the State Department's line. The immediate object of these fresh outrages was to provoke some kind of drastic action by the United States. This could be built up into the standard charge of Yankee imperialism with a consequent strain on hemispheric solidarity, all to the greater glory of world communism. 4° Time also endorsed the State Department's coolly reasoned explanation. The Guatemalan plot revelations were a sort of Reichstag fire in reverse, masterminded in Moscow on behalf of the red-wired Arbenz government. Their aim was to disrupt the upcoming Caracas Conference. For in April 1953, Daniel James, an influential editor of the New Leader, had argued that the communists, though gaining ground, were far from controlling Guatemala. *8 In February 1954, he no longer entertained such hopes. The plot revelations, he charged, were only the most disturbing of a series of unfortunate events. Until the late spring of 1953, there was a possibility that the Guatemalan communists would slow down their drive toward power. There was also a possibility that Arbenz might decide to jettison the communists, or that the army might do so. Those possibilities apparently no longer exist. Within the last year, rumors of communist infiltration of the army have increased, and its chief, Colonel Diaz, is now reported to be a fellow traveler. 4° The Saturday Evening Post, The Atlantic, and even the Christian Science Monitor published articles along similar lines, while the scholarly Hispanic American Report derided the Guatemalan charges as fantastic. More conservative publications, such as American Mercury and Reader's Digest, had long been preaching that Guatemala was a Soviet colony. Soviet agents crowded Guatemala City and were busy establishing military bases from which to threaten not only Guatemala's unfortunate neighbors but also the United States. Every American publication within the liberal conservative arc blithely dismissed the charge that the United States was plotting against Arbenz. The Nation, which generally offered the most balanced coverage of Guatemalan matters, remained silent. True, the New York Times, after harshly condemning the expulsion of Grosson and Banal, introduced a sober note: the swiftness with which events appear to be moving in Guatemala is probably deceptive. A February 9 editorial told the Cassandras. As in almost all Latin American countries, the ultimate power rests with the military, who are not communists in Guatemala. But the Times was not naive. The plot charges were, of course, sheer fabrication, and the editorial lectured the mendacious Guatemalans. The Guatemalan government could help itself and the whole hemisphere by being less sensitive and less prone to carrying a chip on its shoulder. In railing against Yankee imperialism, it is fighting a ghost of the dead past, resurrected only in the imagination of extreme nationalists and communists. Guatemalans have no right to accuse North Americans of misunderstanding them when their own misunderstandings are so colossal. The Congress of the United States was not as restrained as the New York Times. On January 14, Senator Wiley had offered 22 proofs that Guatemala had become a serious beachhead for international communism in this hemisphere following the plot revelations. A more intelligent man, Senator William Fulbright, rose to fulminate against the vicious propaganda attack of the communist-dominated government of Guatemala. Meanwhile, W.I. Lay added to his catalog proof number 23. The plot charges and the expulsion of 2 American correspondents, he explained, were just the latest sickening demonstration of the communist octopus at work. The *10